Welcome back to Meta Fanfic, the place where your favorite worlds get rewritten. This video included a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI-generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. If you love powerful what-if story, you are in the right place. Before we begin, hit that subscribe button so you never miss a new twist in the wizarding world. Today's story is one of our most exciting yet. What if Harry Potter became an elemental god of power in age 7? Let's dive in.
Here is short summary. In his 7th year, Harry refuses to follow anyone's plan, not Dumbledore's, not the Order's, and certainly not Voldemort's. When hidden truths about his past and his own magic come to light, Harry unlocks abilities he never knew he possessed. Determined to shape his own fate, he forges new alliances, uncovers long-buried secrets, and turns the final battle into a war fought on his terms. This is the year Harry Potter stops surviving, and starts choosing his destiny. Let's enjoy the story. The ride back to London on the Hogwarts Express started out quite awkwardly, which Harry was doubly annoyed about considering that he wasn't even sure there was any point in him taking the journey back to platform 9 3/4. He had sent a letter by owl post to Uncle Vernon on the previous evening, but was not quite sure whether the letter would arrive at the Dursleys' house in time for him to know Harry was coming, whether Vernon would open the letter when it arrived even if he did get it in time considering how opposed he had always been to the very concept of owls that carried mail, or whether Vernon would condescend to come to the station on short notice even if he did find out that he was supposed to. Admittedly, Harry realized that it wasn't completely reasonable to expect Uncle Vernon to drop whatever plans he might have for that day. It was a Thursday, so Vernon probably had to work to come and pick him up, especially considering that it was common knowledge how little Harry was wanted in that house in the first place. But as bad terms as Harry was on with the Ministry of Magic at the moment, he still did not consider it to be wise to break their laws if he could help it, so rather than simply apparating to the Dursleys, he would take the train back to see if his uncle was waiting for him in London. He was quite sure that he would be able to apparate there if he needed to, even though he had not yet passed his apparition test, because he had apparated, carrying Dumbledore's side along, under quite a lot more pressure only days before. But Harry had pushed that thought out of his mind as soon as it came, considering that the thought of Dumbledore's death still caused him a good deal of sadness. And quite apart from the sadness was the feeling of apprehension that thinking of Dumbledore's death was starting to bring along with it as well. The thought that a wizard as powerful as Dumbledore could be killed brought home the feeling of how vulnerable every person was to death. Worse, Harry remembered that Dumbledore had not faced death cheerfully at all. He had actually pleaded with his murderer, Snape. It was a thought that Harry was having quite a hard time pushing out of his mind. Harry had put a great deal of thought into the way Dumbledore had pleaded when he saw Snape, when he must have been realizing that he was about to pay for the gravest error he had committed in his long life, trusting Snape, the Slytherin, the potions master, the half-blood, the killer. The previous night, when Harry had been lying awake, thinking about Dumbledore's approaching funeral, he was puzzling over the way that Dumbledore had faced death. Dumbledore, who had once told Harry that death could be regarded as simply the next adventure, had been unwilling to face his own death. After much thought, Harry had decided that the reason Dumbledore had been so unwilling to die was not for his own sake, but for the safety of those around him. Level-headed and modest as Dumbledore usually was, even his occasional mentionings of his own intellect, which might seem at first glance to be cases of bragging, were actually quite understated in the final analysis. He undoubtedly realized how important he was to the continued existence of the Order of the Phoenix, Hogwarts, and the wizarding world as he hoped it to remain. And indeed, that was exactly what made Harry most nervous about Dumbledore's death. How would the Order carry on in HTE absence of Dumbledore? Would they be able to keep their heads about them? Would the war start to go even worse than it had before Dumbledore's death? Would they scatter in the absence of a leader? But those questions will be answered later in the course of this narrative, which has incidentally strayed quite far away from the description of the awkward nature of the beginning of the train ride which had been mentioned at its outset. So, for the moment, the topic shall return to explaining just exactly why Harry felt so awkward. The reason was that as he, Hermione, and Ron found a compartment, Ron and Hermione had been excused from their prefect duty of patrolling the corridor because several teachers had ridden the train back for security purposes, and they were patrolling the corridor in the prefect's stead. The one they walked into was occupied by Ginny Weasley. And after having informed Ginny only earlier that day that they would no longer be able to have a relationship, he did not want to be in the same room with her, lest she try to convince him to back down on his pronouncement, which he was quite sure was the only way to keep her safe. It was quite bad enough that Ron and Hermione seemed to be so insistent about staying at his side through what promised to be his most difficult and dangerous adventure yet. He was not going to allow Ginny to risk her neck any more than was necessary. As he stood there, frozen for a moment of the threshold, he frowned as he reflected upon his choice of the words, "allow Ginny." It seemed quite odd to Harry that he presumed to be in a position to allow Ginny to do anything. In fact, he was quite surprised that there hadn't been more of an argument about his choice to stop seeing her. But she had listed, hadn't she? It seemed that Ginny understood what Harry needed from her, and was therefore willing to stand aside. This willingness further manifested itself in what happened when Ginny noticed Harry standing uncertainly on the threshold after Ron and Hermione had entered the compartment. As Hermione and Ron sat down, Ginny stood from her seat, and said simply, "Yes, well, I suppose you want me to leave, then." Before sweeping out of the room. She had said it quite evenly, been quite calm about it, but once again, as he took a seat across from Ron and Hermione in their now private compartment, Harry got the feeling that the encounter had been far too easy. He suspected that there would be more argument from Ginny at some point in the future, but for now Harry was quite content to wait for that encounter as long he could. He knew he would have to stand his ground on this matter, but was quite afraid that doing so might hurt Ginny, because he felt that even now, she was holding out hope as she formulated an argument no doubt engineered to convince Harry that he was wrong. He thought Ginny would be happier for as long as she believed that, even if Harry himself knew that he would stand firm in his position. Thus, he wished that she would not argue with him soon, but would continue avoiding him for a good long while. After Ginny left, Ron looked curiously at Harry, seemingly intent to ask exactly what that had been about, but Hermione nudged him, and he fell silent. Harry had not yet told Ron and Hermione his decision about ending his relationship with Ginny, although it seemed Hermione had already picked up on the new situation. Harry was quite grateful that she was also smart enough to know that he would not want to talk about it. She changed the subject. "So, will there be enough room in your uncle's car for the two of us?" she asked. "So you two still think you're coming with me to my aunt and uncle's house?" asked Harry with a slight smile on his face. After Dumbledore's funeral, they had seemed to intimate that they wanted to come with him, but he had rather taken this offer as more of a kind gesture than a serious plan of action. "Yeah, Harry, we don't think you should be alone right now," said Hermione tentatively. "None of us should," said Ron. "But we sure as hell can't let you stay at those horrible muggles' house without any contact with the wizarding world. How long are you planning to stay there, by the way?" "Until you come of age." "No, that's several weeks from now, and I don't think I could stand being there that long, with you two there or not, although I'm still not convinced they're going to let you stay there," answered Harry. "When's Bill and Fleur's wedding, by the way?" "It's going to be on July 15th. 3 weeks and 2 days from now," answered Ron. "Well, then, since we'd have to leave to go to that anyway, we might as well not go back. The 2 weeks of Dumbledore's protection that I might lose out on that way won't make much of a difference, and from the way Dumbledore said it, I think part of the magic might stay in place until I reach 17 just so long as I get them to say that I could come back again if I wanted to," Harry said, ignoring the pang of grief that he felt when he mentioned Dumbledore's name. They sat in silence for several moments. "You haven't answered my question yet," Hermione reminded him. "Will there be enough room in the Dursleys' car for all of us to fit?" "I can apparate if necessary," said Hermione. "So could I," said Ron defiantly, apparently disapproving of the fact that Hermione had called attention to the fact that she was the only one of the three who had her apparition license. "Yes, but that'd be illegal," said Hermione. Then she smiled, "which means that we won't do it unless there isn't space for either of us." Ron seemed to approve of Hermione's ever-increasing willingness to break the Ministry's law. Such a willingness was not too surprising, considering that Hermione had realized since her 5th year at latest that the Ministry was made up of humans just like any other organization, and that lately, it seemed that the particular humans who made up the leadership of the ministry were increasingly substandard in nature. Well, Harry answered, I'm not entirely sure Dursley will even show up. If he does, the car he drives is a 5-seater. But he might bring Petunia, as he has during the previous years, and he might bring Dudley along too. If so, Dudley's worth about 2.5 people, so there probably wouldn't be room for any of us, but I'd be expected to squeeze in anyway. Still, Dudley may have some mischief planned in the neighborhood this afternoon, assuming that he's even home from his school, which I'm not sure of. In other words, I have absolutely no idea. I see, said Hermione. So, fancy a game of wizard's chess, Harry? Asked Ron. Sure, I guess, said Harry. But he did not concentrate much on the game, nor did Ron, so that both of them were rather surprised when Ron's last castle was defeated by Harry's knight, who then proceeded to checkmate the king. The trio had been talking about things quite unrelated to wizard's chess while they had been playing, specifically what Harry planned to do about the Horcruxes now that Dumbledore was gone. Well, the first step seems to be finding out who this RAB chap is, said Harry. Hermione had looked as if she was about to say something to the effect of, how do you know it's a chap? But Harry continued, that's the only way I can even know whether there's 3 Horcruxes left or 4. I'm not quite sure that any other wizard will have been able to destroy the Horcrux. Dumbledore himself nearly got killed when he was messing around with the first one, and that's Dumbledore. So they can't be easy to destroy, concluded Harry, who was still having a hard time saying the name. But he figured that it was important to discuss the Horcruxes, and the point that he had been trying to make about them was quite a necessary one, and Dumbledore's mistake seemed to be the best way to illustrate it. And Harry knew instinctively that it would not do to let his grief for Dumbledore get in the way of his mission. The mission that Dumbledore had inadvertently weakened himself for, resulting in his death. Harry once again clutched the locket which they had retrieved from the cave. Harry felt that a change of conversation topic might be in order, so he said, do your parents know that you're coming with me? I told them just before we left school, said Hermione. I'm sure they'll let me stay with you, though they won't like it. They understand that I'm of age now and everything. I would like to go back and stay with them for a couple of weeks though, if you're going to be at the Dursleys for 3 weeks. That's probably not a bad idea, said Harry. Then, anxious not to sound ungrateful of her company, he added, I mean from the Dursleys' perspective. They probably won't mind having as few magical guests at their house as they can manage. What about your mum, Ron? Will she be surprised when you don't turn up this afternoon? Not quite, said Ron, with a hesitant smile. Actually, I'm here under Mum's orders. She says the ministry thinks you ought to have people staying with you. Aside from Hermione and me, there'll be some order members headquartered at Arabella Figg's house. She agreed to that today. So, you're helping to babysit me then, asked Harry. No, of course not, said Ron hastily. I'd have come to stay with you whether she told me to or not. It's okay, Ron, said Harry smiling. I was just joking. I'll be glad for your company, no matter who's responsible for it. Ron looked relieved. A few minutes after Harry and Ron finished their chess match, Luna Lovegood walked dreamily into the compartment. Ron looked over at Harry, and then at Luna, seemingly about to ask her to leave, apparently under the impression that Harry wanted to be alone with Ron and Hermione, having still not completely understood the reason that Ginny had left the room when Harry had got there. But Harry preempted this request from Ron by saying, Hello Luna. How are you? I've been quite better, of course. It's a shame about Dumbledore. But I'm glad that they at least let us all attend the funeral, she said. Yeah, that was good. McGonagall had suggested sending us all home immediately, said Harry. Then, after thinking for a moment, he asked, Luna, are you going to come back to school in the fall? Will your father let you? I think he shall. He normally lets me do what I want, anyway. Besides, he won't think the school's any less safe now than normally. He has a theory that Dumbledore did not make the school quite as safe as everybody else thought he did, she said. Harry opened his mouth in preparation to retort this theory, but Luna was already continuing. It's one of the few things that I disagree with my father about, but it will at least be useful in securing permission to come back. Will you come back? She asked. I won't, said Harry. I've got other stuff to do. Obviously, he could not reveal the secret of the Horcruxes to Luna. He had not even told McGonagall about them. Nor will I, said Ron, confidently. Nor I, said Hermione with some difficulty. It was quite plain that she was not at all pleased about this. Don't make that decision quite yet, advised Harry. You may be able to be just as much help at school as outside it. And I'm not sure you'll even be able to help me. Luna did not seem at all put off by the fact that Harry was obviously keeping something from her, but simply said, I suppose that means there won't be a DA next year. Actually, said Harry, I think we ought to reinstate the group. We saw recently that there is still a need for the DA at school. I can't help but think that if we had had more regular meetings this year, more people might have been checking their coins and been able to answer Hermione's summons. And if they had, then maybe it would have been easier to defeat the Death Eaters. That's why I think that Ron and Hermione might be jumping the gun in assuming that they shouldn't return. Ron seemed to consider this, and Hermione looked hopeful. The thread of the conversation changed to less serious subjects, Luna mentioning some article that had recently been featured in her father's magazine, and Ron finding it quite amusing to hear more details about it. Luna seemed quite grateful for the audience and went into some depth about the matter, as Hermione rolled her eyes. Harry found his mind wander, as it had done so often that year, to Ginny Weasley. He pictured the two of them flying around a Quidditch pitch together, laughing as they both chased after a golden snitch. Harry felt a pang of sadness as he remembered the conversation that he had had with her earlier that day. As the train pulled into platform 9 3/4, Ron, Hermione, and Harry bade goodbye to Luna. As she left, Hermione had a bit of a sour look on her face. Ron detected it and said, Surely, you're not jealous of Luna Lovegood. Look, I was just curious about that article. I needed the break from reality. Hermione considered this, then broke into a small smile. No, of course I'm not jealous of Luna Lovegood. She certainly could use some friends, couldn't she? Asked Hermione. Yes, I think we should make a point to write to her a few times this summer, said Harry thoughtfully. Ron and Hermione nodded. Neville as well, added Hermione. I wonder if he'll be back. Asked Ron. I bet he will be, said Harry. He'll want to, and I don't think that his gran will stop him. From what he said of her reaction when he had come with us to the Ministry of Magic, she seems quite more keen for him to prove himself than for him to remain close to her. The three of them searched the platform for Uncle Vernon, but did not find him. Teddy did, however, find Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, talking with the Grangers. Did you get my letter? Hermione asked them tentatively. Yes, answered her mother. We did. And while we shall not stop you from staying with Harry, we urge you to be careful. We understand, here she gestured at the Weasleys, that things are very dangerous right now. You're only staying with him while he's at his aunt and uncle's house, right? Well, said Hermione, keeping up her hesitant tone. I was going to stay with him for a week, then come home for 2 weeks. Then, we'll stay with the Weasleys for a while. Then I was going to go with him to a place called Godric's Hollow. It's a small wizarding enclave on the outskirts of a small village. We'll probably stay there for a little bit. And then, I might go back to school for my 7th year. Wait, interrupted Mrs. Weasley. You're thinking of not going back to school next year. I thought you were only going to stay with Harry this summer. That's all I had suggested. Mum, we haven't decided yet. We'll do whatever Harry needs us to do, said Ron. Mrs. Weasley looked from her son to Harry, and nodded helplessly in a way that showed that, as much as she disliked the thought, she knew this situation was out of her hands. I've told them they should go back to school, said Harry quickly. But they seem to be intent on accompanying me. I don't know enough yet to know whether that'll be useful, or even possible. So, it's not really decided yet. Wait, where are you going? Asked Mr. Weasley. I can't really tell you that, said Harry uncomfortably. There was silence for a long moment. Look, said Mrs. Granger after a moment. You can stay with Harry at his relatives for the next week, and then you can stay with him at the Weasleys when he goes there. But the rest of it, we'll discuss when you get home. We just came here to say goodbye, as we've already gotten your letter telling us you wouldn't be coming home." Ron and Hermione both hugged and said their parents goodbye. Then Mr. Weasley spoke up. "We rather expected that you might not have transportation home, Harry," he said. "So we've arranged a portkey to Mrs. Fig's house. You can get yourselves across the street in the Muggle fashion, I'm sure, as it will be enough of a shock for the Dursleys to find that they have 2 additional summer guests, without them appearing out of thin air in their living room." Harry agreed with this sentiment, but was still nervous about what the next few minutes might bring as he knocked on the Dursleys' front door 5 minutes later. Uncle Dursley opened the door and jumped slightly, obviously picking up right away that Ron and Hermione had more in common with Harry than their presence upon his doorstep, and apparently being made quite nervous by the fact that he now had 3 magical people on his doorstep. "You are not welcome here," Vernon informed them, and Harry was irresistibly reminded of the reception the Ministry of Magic agent had received at the House of Gaunt in the first memory Dumbledore had shown him that year. Well, you are," he motioned to Harry, "as we don't want that white-haired bloke showing up around here again and telling us off." "But you too," he trailed off. "The white-haired bloke will not be showing up, as he is dead," said Ron irritably, "but we will be staying. We have quite convincing ways of making ourselves welcome." Harry was rather surprised to hear Ron make such a threat like this, but was still rather glad that he had done it, as Harry did not feel in quite the mood to argue with his uncle at that particular moment. "You can't use magic outside of your freak school. Harry's told us so," Uncle Vernon countered angrily. Ron took out his wand. "That'd be quite true, if I were underage. But I'm not. Hermione and I are both of age, and therefore are confined by no such restriction. Of course, we can still only curse a Muggle in a case of self-defense, but if you did anything to try to make us leave, the anything we did would be self-defense." But Ron ended up finishing this speech on the inside of the house rather than on the doorstep, where Vernon had grudgingly kept him to this point. The mere appearance of the wand had been enough to convince Vernon that this boy needed to be kept indoors where the neighbors could not see him. "Well, we're certainly not letting you stay in the guest room," said Uncle Vernon with the air of someone trying desperately to prove that they were still in control of a situation despite copious evidence to the contrary. "We might end up having a guest whom we actually like, and we must keep the room clear for them." "That's reasonable enough," said Hermione patiently, apparently unwilling to sink to the point of arguing with someone like Vernon Dursley. "Ron and Harry can sleep in Harry's room. Ron will kip on the floor, I've brought a roll-out cot in my trunk. And I'll just sleep on your couch, if that's all right," she finished sweetly. Uncle Vernon eyed her up for a moment, then nodded grudgingly, apparently quite unwilling to let himself be cursed by a 17-year-old girl if he lost his temper. As Ron, Hermione, and Harry levitated their trunks up to Harry's room, Mr. Weasley having informed the Ministry that 2 Hogwarts students who were of age would be staying at Harry's house that summer, and the Dursleys' house consequently having been removed from the list of houses with underage wizards in it, and Vernon watched the display in terror, Harry smiled and reflected that if it were not for the task looming ahead on the horizon, this would be the best summer ever. Bill and Fleur's wedding. The next 3 weeks were comparatively calm for Harry to an extent that he regarded them with a kind of calm before the storm mentality. And even though he was dreading what tasks the next year must hold for him, he could not help but enjoy being in the company of his 2 best friends. They were always entertaining in their interactions, and this entertainment did a good bit to allow Harry to be temporarily distracted from the rather morbid road ahead. One of the most entertaining events came in the first week of the summer, before Hermione had left to go home to stay with her parents for the second and third week, when a letter came addressed to her by way of a handsome grey owl. When it arrived, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were enjoying a game of exploding snap in Harry's room. They were enjoying it doubly by imagining what it must be doing to Uncle Vernon on a psychological level to hear small magical explosions emanating from Harry's room and not be able to do anything about it on the 3rd morning of their break. The owl tapped impatiently on the window, and all 3 teenagers wondered aloud who the letter could have come from, especially since they knew that any really important messages from the Order would be delivered in person because all the Order members knew that their owls had a chance of being intercepted. When Hermione saw that the letter was addressed to her, she went pink as she immediately recognized the handwriting. At first it seemed as if she wasn't even going to bother opening it with Ron in the room, but he gave her an angry look that told her that she was already going to have an argument with him, and therefore might as well have earned it. So, she opened the note. When Ron asked who it was from, she blushed even more, and answered, Victor Crumb. "What's he still writing you for?" asked Ron angrily. But Hermione, blushing though she was, had apparently not lost her wits, as she responded, to Harry's great amusement, "I don't know Wan, would you like me to ask him for you?" At the uttering of the nickname, Wan, Ron blanched, and Hermione knew that she had taken the argument into her control. No," replied Ron. "I'm sure he has his reasons. Hey, maybe you could get him to give us some tickets for a match sometime. You know how I like Victor." Hermione and Harry both laughed a little more raucously than was strictly appropriate, and Ron blushed more fiercely than Hermione had done. Yes, it was quite clear that, on the balance, Hermione was quite in control of her relationship with Ron. Not that they had admitted to Harry yet that they had a relationship at all, but Harry was quite sure that they were dating. Some mornings during the first week of the break, Harry would wake up and find that Ron was already out of the room. When he went out to the living room, he would find Hermione and Ron on the couch talking, with the Dursleys watching suspiciously from their kitchen over breakfast. Harry suspected that Hermione was trying to spare his feelings by not appearing to brag about her own relationship with Ron when she knew quite well that Harry and Ginny had broken off their relationship. Harry wasn't quite sure whether Hermione had yet tipped Ron off to the state of Ginny and Harry's relationship, but figured that she had not necessarily done so, as it seemed that she would be quite capable of convincing Ron not to tell Harry even without divulging petty details of the plan of action, such as its purpose. Harry was proven right about these suspicions one morning during the second week of break, after Hermione had been gone for 2 days, and 2 letters from Hermione arrived at the house. The first arrived with Pigwidgeon, and the second with Hedwig. However, Pigwidgeon, being rather less intelligent than the average owl, accidentally delivered his letter to Harry instead of his own owner, in spite of the fact that it was addressed to Ron. Respecting Ron's privacy, Harry did not open the letter, but did have time to register that the parchment was very tightly rolled and wrapped around itself several times, indicating that the letter was very long. When his own letter arrived, it was much shorter, and did not say much besides that Hermione hoped he was well, that she had not yet discovered who Rab was although she was still searching through her books, and that she was quite looking forward to seeing Harry again in 2 weeks' time. After finishing his own letter, Harry looked up with a grin toward Ron, who was still quite immersed in the task of reading his own letter. "You two aren't, going together by any chance, are you?" Harry asked, suspecting that he knew the answer already. What? No, of course not," said Ron. This had been exactly the answer Harry had expected, even if he did know it was a lie. He grinned still wider, reflecting momentarily that Hermione and Ron were probably the only 2 people in the world who could still make him grin like that. And maybe Ginny as well, but he was trying not to think about her at the moment. He pushed that thought out of his mind and turned back to the humorous conversation at hand. "Look, Ron, you can tell me since I already know you are." He paused for a moment before adding, "You know, I won't tell her that you told me." Ron considered Harry for a moment, and then broke into a grin of his own. "All right, fine. We're going together. And you can tell her I told you if you want, otherwise I will. I don't like keeping secrets from her. And that's not just because I wouldn't put it past her to learn legilimency either." At that, Harry laughed out loud. "I hadn't even thought of that," confessed Harry. "Anyway, though, it's good that you figured it out. I didn't like having to keep it from you. Besides, I couldn't figure out why she didn't want me to tell you, and she wouldn't clue me in. I knew you'd be happy for us. And now, you, me, Ginny, and Hermione can do things together again without it being awkward, since now Hermione and me are dating just like you and Ginny are," said Ron. At that, Harry momentarily wished that he had not gotten Ron onto this topic. He sighed deeply and said, "Well, Ron. About that. Ginny and I aren't going together anymore." Ron looked shocked for a second. "You're not going with Cho again, are you?" he asked, narrowing his eyes appraisingly at Harry. This actually caused Harry to laugh again, despite his hesitancy to discuss the topic of Ginny with Ron. No, of course not. He laughed. No, with everything that's going on this year, I'm not going to have time for a girlfriend. And, besides, it'd be too dangerous. I've already got you and Hermione insisting on standing by me, I don't need to put anybody else at risk. Especially her, said Ron. Ron stared at Harry for a few seconds, apparently slow to take it all in. Ah, well, nice sentiment, anyway. Won't last long, though, I reckon. She really must like you, though. Otherwise she'd have bat-bogeyed you for suggesting that she couldn't take care of herself. I'm not going to let her convince me to back down, Ron, said Harry with a bit more force in his voice than he had expected. I can't have a relationship with her right now. So, then, you made sure that she understood that this was only a temporary separation and that she shouldn't go off courting other boys? Asked Ron skeptically in a way that suggested he wouldn't entirely object to this reason for Ginny to stop seeing any boys for a while. It's up to her who she courts and doesn't court, said Harry, although he couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy at the thought that even now Ginny might be writing a letter to Dean Thomas telling him that she wanted to get back together with him on the grounds that her new boyfriend was too busy out fighting Voldemort to be with her. I might not be coming back, I can't make her wait for me. Well, I suspect she will anyway. She waited for you for damn near 6 years, didn't she? Asked Ron with an annoying sound of knowledgeable certainty in his voice. Harry felt that he didn't want to stay on this topic anymore, so he just stayed silent until Ron shifted comfortably from his seat on the floor and asked Harry for a game of wizard's chess. The day of Bill and Fleur's wedding snuck up on Harry and Ron faster than they had expected it to. Before they knew it, the calendar declared that it was Friday, July 14th. Yes, Ron actually had a talking calendar, which Hermione had given him recently to make up for the fact that she hadn't gotten him anything for his 17th birthday. The calendar not only knew the date, but verbally reminded the owner of any appointments that he ought not to forget, and that they should be making their way back to the Weasleys' house. The two of them bade goodbye to the Dursleys, although Harry did make good on his plan to get them to say he could come back again if he wanted to before his 17th birthday. Granted, he wasn't completely sure whether this offer would count for the purposes of Dumbledore's magic, as Vernon had glanced at Ron, who was brandishing his wand in a rather persuasive manner, before agreeing. Either way, the two of them made their way across the street to Arabella Figg's house, and took the Flow network back to the Weasleys. Hermione was already back at the Burrow once they arrived, as were Bill, Fleur, Charlie, and the twins. Percy had not condescended to show up. Mrs. Weasley seemed to be having a hard time looking at her youngest son, and every so often Harry heard her mutter something to Mr. Weasley about why he insists on going out and risking his life. Although there was a lot to do in the way of preparing for the next day's wedding, Mr. Weasley did have time for a quick word with Ron, Harry, and Hermione. Look, I can't say that Molly's quite happy about what you guys are about to do. Or, about what she can discern of it, as none of you are telling what's going on. But, no matter how upset she is, I want you all to know that she's not nearly so upset as she would be if she didn't know that you guys are at least on the right side. Still, I just want to ask you all, for her sake as much as yours, be careful out there, will you? It was the oldest that Harry had ever seen Mr. Weasley look, and that included some times when Mr. Weasley had come home from the ministry very stressed out over some long hours. Hermione looked sidelong at Harry, as if expecting him to answer. Ron did the same thing, in spite of the fact that it was his father they were talking to. Harry, who found that this conversation had made him much less cheerful than he had been over the past few weeks, nodded gravely. Look, Mr. Weasley, I'm not looking to get anyone killed out there. At least, nobody on our side, anyway. We'll be careful, and although we're going to be doing some dangerous stuff, I'm sure we'll be able to handle it. I can't tell you anything more specific about what we're going to do, but you're going to have to trust me. Arthur nodded back, and spoke, with some apparent difficulty at first, but his voice got stronger as he went on. Of course I trust you, Harry. And, Harry, you're going to come of age in 2 weeks, feel free to call me Arthur. The same goes for you, Hermione. Arthur went back over to Molly, who was working on the task of constructing a wedding cake from scratch, which was, apparently, quite a difficult task even when one was using magic. Hermione, Harry, and Ron were working on setting up chairs for the wedding, out on the lawn of the burrow. "So, what did your parents have to say about you coming with us to Godric's Hollow?" asked Ron. "Oh, I thought I had put that in one of my letters," answered Hermione. "They told me I could do whatever I felt I needed to. Of course, they told me to be careful as well. They didn't seem too pleased about the whole arrangement, but seemed to understand just how powerless they were to do anything about it when they first saw me apparate into our living room. It was the first time they've seen me do anything quite that magical, as I haven't been allowed to do any real magic outside of school, except for those couple of spells that I tried before I came to Hogwarts. The apparition demonstration seemed to bring home for them just what a different world I was living in, and they knew they'd have to trust me to my own abilities. Not that I had planned it that way," Hermione claimed with an uncharacteristically mischievous smile. "I think going with you has had a bad influence on her," Harry informed Ron with a grin. From the speed with which the smiles disappeared off of both Ron and Hermione's faces at this pronouncement, Harry knew immediately that Ron had not yet told Hermione that Harry knew about their relationship. The next few minutes consequently included a humorously awkward explanation from Ron about just what Harry knew and exactly why he knew it. However, that was not the only awkward moment that day, nor were the awkward moments confined to Hermione and Ron. Harry had a few uncomfortable moments when he had to dodge out of rooms where Ginny was sitting, or excuse himself from rooms into which Ginny walked. In fact, he reflected after the 17th variation of this situation occurred at around 6 o'clock that evening, it was happening a lot more than might be reasonably expected. Almost as if Ginny was trying to force her presence on Harry. Harry had been quite glad that Ginny had not clogged his post with angry letters while he had been staying at Uncle Vernon's, a fact for which Uncle Vernon, who was annoyed enough with the periodic notes from Hermione, was no doubt equally grateful for it, but felt rather certain that he was going to have a lengthy conversation with her before he left the Weasleys, and was quite dreading it. He managed to keep up his evasive maneuvers for the rest of Friday, and after a good night's sleep, the work on the wedding preparations that day had been quite exhausting. He woke up to the sound of Ron's magical calendar yelling, "It's July 15th and you really need to be in your dress robes right now." "That gift's more annoying than its giver," grumbled Ron as he rolled out of bed. "Don't tell her I said that, mate." "Wouldn't dream of it," said Harry with a grin. 2 hours later, Harry was sitting next to Hermione in the second row of the chairs that they had set up the day before. Ginny, of course, was one of the bridesmaids for Fleur, along with Gabrielle, and Ron was one of the ushers for Bill, along with all the other Weasley brothers, excluding Percy, who had never showed. The wedding was quite a jovial occasion and everything looked beautiful, excluding Bill's face, which still bore the improperly healed scars from where Fenrir Greyback had bitten him. His face seemed to serve as a silently mocking reminder that no matter how joyful an occasion they were celebrating, the world was a dangerous place. When this thought occurred to Harry, he shook his head, as if to clear it, and wished that he had properly learned occlumency. And then he reflected that such a goal would have been much more easily accomplished if his teacher hadn't been a Death Eater. This line of thought, of course, once again brought back the emotions associated with Dumbledore's death, emotions of grief and fear that were always swimming just below the surface of his thoughts. He shook his head once again as the old ministry wizard, who was fulfilling the customary role that a priest would assume in a Muggle wedding, was advising anyone who had any objections to the marriage to speak now. Of course, nobody spoke, and soon, Bill and Fleur had said to seal the ceremony and the party made its way up to the Weasleys' house. As the celebration continued for several hours, Harry was having a hard time staying in the proper mood to be around cheerful people. He kept remembering that by this time the next day, he would be making his way to Godric's Hollow, a portkey to which had already been arranged by way of Arthur requesting it from the Ministry of Magic. It would have been impossible for Harry to apparate there because he didn't know enough about it to be able to properly concentrate on it, as was necessary for apparition. It didn't seem right to be cheerful when in less than 24 hours, he would be in the place where his parents had been killed, and where his most important journey would begin. He snuck up to his and Ron's room at a point in the celebrations when he reckoned everyone was being too loud and jovial to miss him anyway. But, he couldn't help but notice, as he made his way out of the packed kitchen, where guests were picking up food before making their way to the equally crowded living room or out onto the sunlit lawn, that there was one other person who did not seem to be quite as jovial as the rest. Ginny, he noticed, while not looking sad like he felt, did have a look of concentration on her face, as if she was trying to figure out the answer to a very difficult potions essay. He passed her, hoping in vain that she would not notice him passing her to leave the room, and was not at all surprised when she opened the door to Ron's room several moments after he arrived there. "You should have knocked, you know," he said. "I could have been changing or something." Ginny stuck out her tongue at him slyly, sitting down on the bed very near to him in a way that would have been pleasant under other circumstances, and said, "You wouldn't have let me in if I had knocked. Besides, I'm vaguely disappointed that you weren't changing, now you mention it. You know, you can be unbearable sometimes," said Harry, fighting hard to keep a grin off his face. "So that's why you've broken up with me then, is it?" asked Ginny, doing a frighteningly accurate impression of a woman scorned. "Ginny," said Harry, sighing in a way that he hoped would help him collect his patience and his nerves, "I've already told you why I need to stop seeing you." "Oh, I'm so glad you brought that up," said Ginny, grinning again. "I was afraid that you might not want to talk about that. But now that you've mentioned it, well, I do have a few things I need to say about that." She looked expectantly at Harry, as if to gauge whether he was about to interrupt her. He sighed again, then said, quite reluctantly, "Well, I suppose you do deserve to say your bit. I'm sure you've been thinking about it for quite a while. But you may not want to waste your breath. I won't budge. All right. First thing, if I understood correctly, one of the reasons that you want to distance yourself from me is that you think that Voldemort might use me as bait again, and hurt me in the process," said Ginny. Harry did not say anything. "At least nod or shake your head, would you?" she asked, with a trace of impatience in her voice. "Oh, I hadn't realized that that was a question," said Harry, grinning slightly quite in spite of himself. Then, he wiped the smile from his face, answering, "Yes. That's the main reason. So, you're saying, I assume, that now that I'm not your girlfriend anymore, you wouldn't feel compelled to save me if Voldemort decided to kill me, asked Ginny, once again sticking her tongue out. "Oh, Ginny, you know I would," said Harry, impatiently. "But Voldemort couldn't possibly expect that, right?" asked Ginny, in a way which highlighted how ridiculous this opinion was. I suppose, Harry didn't want to continue this conversation, knowing that he was already losing ground in the argument, and worse yet, starting to lose his resolve. But Ginny looked at him expectantly, and he continued, "I suppose that if you've figured it out, we can't put it past Voldemort to figure it out too. Especially as Snape knew we were dating, as did Malfoy, and they're probably both having a nice chat with him about it over tea right now." Harry and Ginny grinned at each other as they imagined the prospect of Voldemort, Snape, and Malfoy chatting together over tea. It was a tribute to their shared sense of humor that they could laugh about something as grim as their enemies plotting against them. "So, what you're saying then, is, and bear in mind that I say this not to gloat, but simply to make sure I know where I stand, that your primary reason for wanting to stop seeing me, that of protecting me, has already fallen through the cracks?" asked Ginny, seemingly losing her resolve not to gloat as she stuck her tongue out for a third time. "Fine. Fine, Ginny," said Harry, becoming impatient again. "You've proven that you're already quite in harm's way. That doesn't do much to make me feel better, but it still doesn't mean we can see each other. I've got a journey to make, and you can't come. I'm not even sure whether Hermione and Ron will be able to come. But you're not even of age, and your mum would never let you come, nor would I. You know, if this relationship is going to work, you're going to have to stop trying to be so controlling," admonished Ginny, keeping her stern look for a full 3 seconds before bursting into laughter at the baffled expression on Harry's face. "I've told you, there's no relationship," said Harry, thinking that this was the closest he had ever come to hating Ginny, although at the same moment he couldn't help but think how nice her laugh sounded, and how pretty her smiling face looked. "But you haven't said once that you don't want to have a relationship. And I don't think I'd believe it if you did," Ginny continued, as she saw Harry open his mouth as if to rectify this oversight. Harry closed his eyes, gathering his thoughts. Fine, Ginny, I won't lie to you, but only because I know you're too smart to believe me when I'm lying. I'd love to continue seeing you. But I won't be able to. At least not until I get back from my journey. Fine, Harry, said Ginny. I'd never ask you to put off your mission against Voldemort just for me. But I think that any time that we happen to be together anyway, we might as well act like boyfriend and girlfriend. And at the very least, we ought not to purposefully walk out of rooms that the other happens to be in. She paused, giving Harry a chance to blush slightly. Because, Harry, I've got to say, you've been a bit of a selfish prat lately. I've what? Asked Harry, somewhat surprised at the accusation. Well, you know, at Dumbledore's funeral, you asked me how I thought you'd feel sitting at my funeral. Well, Harry, let's face it, it's at least equally as likely that you'll be the one in the casket, she said. Well, now, there's something I hadn't considered, said Harry, rolling his eyes in a humorously dramatic way. And I want you to consider how I'd feel if I were sitting at your funeral knowing that I had passed up the opportunity to make your last few weeks or months as enjoyable as possible. And I know damn well that it hasn't made you happy to stop seeing me. And besides, I think it'd make your mission against Voldemort go a little bit easier if you know that your personal affairs are all in order. At least this way you won't be distracted from your mission by the thought of what might be going on between me and Dean Thomas. Now, I know that I won't be able to go with you to Godric's Hollow, my mum'd have a right cow if both me and Ron were leaving. But at least until you leave, I think we should spend some time together. And promise me that next time I see you, you won't avoid me. All the laughter was gone from her voice now, and Harry understood this to be a command rather than a request. This, of course, made Harry laugh, but he still said, Fine, Ginny. You've convinced me. If you can stand the idea of having a boyfriend who's off fighting Voldemort, then I guess I can grace you with my company. Ginny grinned once again, and said, That's all I ask, Harry. And you can still send me owls, at least as long as it won't matter if they give away your location, and I think it'll be safe to communicate as long as you're in Godric's Hollow, at least. Harry was once again amused by the fact that Ginny seemed to be trying to take control of this situation, telling him what was and was not safe. But he had to admit that her argument was quite convincing. He should have known better than to try to protect Ginny Weasley. He laughed out loud at the thought, and Ginny laughed as well, as if he had voiced the joke out loud. He felt better than he had felt in weeks, and the feeling lasted throughout the rest of the wedding party, then into dusk as Harry, Ginny, Ron, and Hermione sat and watched the sunset and the stars come out from the backyard. Ginny had immediately told Hermione and Ron that she had brought Harry to his senses, and Hermione had smiled happily and hugged each of them in congratulations. Ron simply gave Harry a smugly knowing look before saying, Wow. That was unexpected, mate, and chuckling. As Harry laid in bed that night, he found himself relishing the memories of that day rather than dreading the long journey upon which he knew he must set out the next day. Godric's Hollow. There are 6 wizarding families who still live in Godric's Hollow, aside a rather larger population of Muggles. There is a small forest running between the Muggle and magical sections of the village, which generally allows wizards to apparate or take a portkey into their side without being noticed, although there have been quite a few cases in which Muggles have had to have their memories modified. At any rate, the Shacklebolts are one of those families living in the village and have agreed to let the 3 of you lodge there without rent if you plan on staying there more than one day, Mrs. Weasley told Harry over breakfast the next morning, in a way which quite suggested that she wished Harry would just tell her already how long he and her son would be at Godric's Hollow, and where, precisely, he planned to take her son after that. And he also has kindly informed us that he will not ask you any awkward questions that you can't answer, such as where you're going to go next, chipped in Arthur, with a patient smile at his somewhat frustrated-looking wife. That may come in handy, said Harry. Although if we stay with him, I certainly will insist on paying rent. It's bad enough you lot have never let me pay you for lodging. You could have paid me if you wanted, chirped Ginny helpfully as she entered the kitchen after coming down the stairs from her own room. And I'm going to assume that you were about to wake me up at any moment knowing that I would want to wish you luck before you left. Of course I'd have woken you up before I left. I just thought maybe you could have used some extra sleep, replied Harry. I'll have plenty of time to sleep while you're gone, I'm sure, Ginny registered with a small frown. Although I still have a feeling that you're going to be back before embarking on your real journey. This isn't goodbye, I think. At this point, Mrs. Weasley rounded on Ginny. You don't know where they're going, do you? She asked. No, I'm just going on a hunch, revealed Ginny, with her hands raised in an expression of innocence, as Ron and Hermione entered the kitchen. They had already eaten breakfast, having woken up before Harry, and had just gotten done packing satchels with a change of Muggle clothing and some food for each of them, on Harry's suggestion. Are Fred and George up yet? Harry inquired of the room in general. Did you think that we'd sleep in on a day like today? Asked Fred, as he and George entered the kitchen as well. They had stayed at the Weasleys' house last night after the party, rather than bothering to return immediately to Weasley's Wizards' Wheezes, where several of their employees were charged with keeping things under control. And miss this opportunity to bid farewell to the soon-to-be conquering hero and his faithful lieges? Asked George, the recently elected chosen one, his ever-blushing sidekick, and their beautiful Muggle-born companion. Announced Fred. Nah, this morning, we decided to wish you goodbye. And maybe get your autographs. We have this strange feeling that you lot might be famous someday, George confided with a grin. Thanks, you too. I really needed a laugh this morning, said Harry, who returned the grin. Bill and Fleur had already embarked on their honeymoon, and so were not present, and Charlie had some pressing business to attend to involving dragons, and thus was not available either. The 8 of them sat around the table, talking in a somewhat awkward manner except for the twins, who never seemed to get awkward until the conversation died out. Ron looked meaningfully at Harry, and said, raising his eyebrows somewhat nervously, do you reckon we should get going, then? Harry nodded slowly. He could understand why Ron should be nervous. Although they could not now guess exactly where it would lead, the 3 of them were looking on this trip to Godric's Hollow as the beginning of their most important adventure. And for Ron, of course, the beginning of this trip to Godric's Hollow marked the first time that he had ever made a large-scale life decision on his own. His mother had asked him to accompany Harry to his house, but she certainly hadn't asked him to embark on this leg of the journey. From this point out, Ron was traveling as his own man. Well, the portkey's ready whenever you are. It's been set up to activate whenever touched, since we weren't sure when you guys were going to want to head out, and didn't want to rush you. There's not much traffic into Godric's Hollow anymore, so the Ministry doesn't much care to regulate portkeys there too strictly, explained Mr. Weasley. The assembled Weasleys accompanied Harry, Ron, and Hermione to their backyard, where a garbage can lid was waiting to carry them to Godric's Hollow. Good luck, you 3, said Mr. Weasley, before they left. If you're going to be gone for more than a couple days, send us an owl, urged Mrs. Weasley. And once you leave, let us know, whether you can tell us where you're going next or not, just so we know you're not still in Godric's Hollow. You 3 take care of yourselves, said Ginny, in a voice that somehow sounded much older than her own. And Harry, I hope seeing your parents' graves gives you the closure you're looking for. Harry was slightly disappointed that Ginny seemed to have decided that this occasion was too serious to joke about just now, but was not let down by Fred and George's parting comments. Look, guys, started Fred gravely. If you see any Death Eaters, duck. And if you see you know who, make sure not to ask him to dance. He's a bit touchy about that, admonished George. Harry, Ron, and Hermione each grinned as they prepared to grab the tin trash can lid. As they reached out and grabbed it, just as they felt the jerking sensations behind their navels, they heard Fred and George call out in unison, wait. We've forgotten to get our autographs. Number 3, Gryffindor Way, said Hermione moments later, glancing at the numbers hanging by the door of the house nearest to which they had just materialized. This'll be the Shacklebolt residence then. Mr. Weasley reckoned they could give us directions on how to get to the place where your house was, and to the graveyard. Do you think we ought to stop in there first? Can't see any harm in it, said Harry after he had glanced at his watch and discovered that it was already slightly past 11 o'clock in the morning. The Shacklebolts should be up and out of bed, at any rate. When Harry knocked on the door, he was vaguely annoyed that the other 2 hung back from the door to allow him to be the one to knock on it, seemingly unwilling to pass up any opportunity to remind Harry that he was the leader of this little expedition. Kingsley Shacklebolt was the one who answered. He greeted the trio with a nod and said, "Come on in, then." Having been gestured onward by Kingsley, Harry led the way into the Shacklebolts' sitting room and was vaguely surprised to encounter a 4-year-old child holding a wand. "Expelliarmus!" shouted the child, prompting the wand to turn into a rubber goose. The child, undeterred, continued to point the goose at Harry, this time shouting, "Twiddlywink," a spell apparently of the child's own invention, which he performed, of course, with no more success than he had the Expelliarmus spell. "And what might your name be?" asked Hermione kindly, as Ron and Harry both chuckled slightly at the apparently aspiring Auror. The child, apparently deciding that he was uncomfortable receiving this much attention, bolted out of the room and down the hallway. "He just loves his Weasley's wizard Wease's wands," chortled a woman in an armchair who Harry assumed was Kingsley's wife, as she gestured toward the rubber goose which the child had dropped on the floor. As they glanced at it, the goose turned back into a wand with an obnoxious pop. Kingsley entered the room, having fetched some tea for his guests, and said, "Harry, Ron, Hermione, this is my wife, Aurelia." Aurelia immediately rose from the chair and shook each of their hands in turn. Harry was slightly surprised to see that Kingsley had a wife and a son and reflected upon how likely it was that one night Kingsley might fail to come home, having been killed in action. Harry reckoned that choosing to become an Auror was probably not the best choice of profession for a man who wanted to raise a family. Of course, then he realized that if he were an Auror, he would probably still want a family himself. A fleeting vision of Ginny in wedding robes danced across his mind before he was able to push it back out and focus on the situation at hand. Because he reckoned it would be rude to ask Kingsley for directions to his parents' old house or to the graveyard immediately after entering his house, he made an ardent attempt at small talk for several minutes. Luckily, Kingsley quickly realized that Harry's heart was not in it, so he cut off his line of questioning to the trio about Bill and Fleur's wedding, which he had not been able to attend, and provided directions, first to the ruins of the old Potter house, and then to the graveyard at which they had been buried. "A bit of a curiosity, that graveyard," explained Kingsley before the three teens departed. "It's one of the few holy wizarding graveyards in all of England. It's rumored that Gryffindor's remains are buried there, although his grave, if it is there, is unmarked. Anyway, the graveyard is best viewed at night, for reasons that you will understand once you get there, so I imagine that you'll probably not be coming back until rather late tonight. The door will be magically locked, but has been trained to recognize your voice, Harry, so if you tell it to open, it will. There will be some food in the kitchen, and you lot can feel free to help yourselves. Well, good day to you then." They all bade goodbye to Kingsley, and began to set off toward the ruins of the Potter house. "I suppose we ought to go to my house first," explained Harry, on the way there. "I wonder why the graveyard is best viewed at night. I bet there's some really interesting magic there, if it's an all-magical graveyard," gushed Hermione, who was trying, but generally failing, to hide her excitement as a show of respect to Harry's feelings. "It's still short of noon, though," said Ron, who looked slightly confused. "I wonder what we're expected to do after we look at the house, and before the graveyard. It didn't much sound like Shacklebolt wants to see us before then." "I'm sure it's nothing like that," said Hermione. "He probably just didn't want it to seem like he's trying to keep an eye on us. Anyway, I'm sure we can occupy ourselves this afternoon. We can walk around the village if there's nothing else to do." "Good thing you told us to bring these snacks with us," said Ron, as he pulled a chocolate frog out from his satchel. "Doesn't sound like we'll be having another proper meal until this evening. If we need to, we could always apparate over to Diagon Alley to pick up a bite," said Harry, as they came within sight of the ruins of his first home. Harry was rather surprised to see that the ruins of the house sat in a heap, much as they must have when he was pulled from the rubble by Hagrid 16 years before. He only had a few seconds to reflect upon how odd it was that the rubble had not been removed before he spotted something even odder. A small memorial had been placed in front of the ruined building. It read, "This spot saw the final stand of James and Lily Potter, who thrice defied the Dark Lord." It further saw the Dark Lord's final attempt at treachery, as he failed to kill the infant boy, Harry Potter. That memorial must have been put up long before Voldemort's return then, said Harry, with a grim smile. Seems so naive now, doesn't it? That the whole wizarding world thought he was gone. Yeah, agreed Ron. That memorial kind of spits in the face of wizarding secrecy, though, doesn't it? Any muggle from the village on the other side of the forest could walk past here any time they wanted, couldn't they? Probably, answered Hermione, but maybe this is one of those things that only magical folk can see. The memorial, anyway. Passing muggles are probably just curious as to why nobody has bothered to clear away the ruins after a decade and a half. Harry gave another grim smile as he pictured the reaction the Dursleys would have had to this wreck if they had lived in the neighboring village. They would have been appalled that a pile of rubble could sit uncleared only miles from their house for a full 16 years. As he thought about the Dursleys, Harry wondered, not for the first time that summer, what his life would have been like if his parents really had died in a car crash as the Dursleys had originally claimed, instead of at the hands of the most powerful dark wizard of all time. Certainly, he wouldn't be racking his brain for any clues to the location of the 3 or 4 remaining Horcruxes that guaranteed Voldemort's immortality. Instead he would still be sleeping in a broom cupboard under the stairs of the Dursleys' house. "Do you want to be alone, Harry?" asked Hermione, after watching Harry stare blankly at the ruins for several moments. No, I don't think so," replied Harry, hastily. He had been listening to his mother's voice, which had been replaying in his head like it had during his 3rd year when the Dementors had come near him. But this time, it was his proximity to his old home, and not to a darkly magical creature, that caused the painful psychological reenactment of his darkest moment. Hermione and Ron each placed a hand on one of Harry's shoulders, and stood with him there for several minutes, not making a noise at all until Harry muttered, "That's enough," and began to walk away. They walked on in silence, to the edge of the wizard's enclave known as Godric's Hollow, and into the forest leading further away from the neighboring Muggle village. Harry had no desire to walk through a Muggle village while his thoughts were so embroiled in the wizarding world. The 3 of them walked on in silence for several minutes. Then Hermione, in a small voice, asked, Did you get what you were hoping to from that visit, Harry?" Harry shrugged. "I can't even remember what I hoped to happen. Mostly, it just strengthened my resolve. I want to be as brave as my parents," he finished, in a slightly embarrassed voice. "You are, Harry," said Hermione with absolute sincerity. Ron nodded, and there was silence for several more seconds. As long dead leaves crushed below his feet in the shadowy forest, Harry reflected that this scene was entirely too morbid for his liking. "Let's just hope I don't have to die to prove it, then," said Harry, with a small smile. Hermione and Ron looked at each other, looking concerned for a moment, before all 3 of them simultaneously broke into laughter. "Seriously, Harry, I think you're being a little bit too cheerful about all this. You're starting to sound like Trelawney," said Ron. They laughed some more, startling a few birds from their resting places on tree branches above. It was innocent laughter, coming from 3 young adults who had managed to remain good and whole in the face of the darkest times known to the wizarding world. Harry thought of how much that ironically joyous laughter would have scared Voldemort, if he had been able to hear it, and he laughed all the more. Several hours later, however, as Harry stood in the graveyard as the stars began to emerge from above, he did not feel much like laughing. He had been anticipating this trip to his parents' final resting places for several weeks, and now that it was here, he could not fight the lump that was forming in his throat. With Ron and Hermione at his side, he gazed at the joint headstone shared by his mother and father. It was glowing brightly in Gryffindor's red and gold, a sight which was rather enchanting, and was also, Harry now understood, the reason that the graveyard was best visited after dark. All of the other graves were glowing in different colors as well. I'd like to be alone now," Harry stated with some difficulty through the ever-growing lump in his throat. The sight of the grave had brought to Harry's mind all of the other people he had lost over the past years, and the thought was threatening to overwhelm him. As Hermione and Ron walked away from Harry and further into the graveyard, Harry's eyes welled up with tears. The tears began to fall as he read the gravestone. It read, Lily Potter, 1960–1981. James Potter, 1960–1981. May the legacy of their bravery be as everlasting as their love for one another. As Harry looked at the gravestone, many thoughts flashed through his mind. He himself was almost 17, which made him realize that when his parents were his age, they only had 4 more years left to live. It was the first time that Harry had realized how close he was getting to the oldest age his parents had ever achieved. They had been young adults, barely out of their teens. And even in spite of that, his mother, herself having experienced such a short life, had given her own life rather than step aside to let Voldemort kill him. Once again, the memory that had always been brought on by the Dementors came to Harry's mind, and he heard his mother pleading with Voldemort not to kill him. "Soon, Mum. Soon, I'll make it all have been worth it. Dad, you went down fighting, but you couldn't have killed him anyway. Soon, though, I'll be able to. Neither of you will have died in vain," he said quietly, his voice cracking several times as he pronounced this promise. He wondered whether they could hear what he was saying, wherever it was that they were. By this time, tears were practically gushing down his face. They were not simply tears of sadness, but tears of determination as well. After almost a full minute of unrestrained tears, he began to wipe his eyes on his shirt sleeve. He sniffed a few times, trying to pull himself together. Between sniffs, he realized just how quiet it was in that graveyard. However, almost immediately after he noticed this silence, the effect was ruined by a small shout of surprise made by Hermione. Reflexively reaching for his wand, Harry looked around the graveyard to make sure Hermione was all right. However, the light coming from the graves was not enough to illuminate the scene, and all he could see was shadows. "You all right?" Harry called, through the darkness. "Oh, sorry, didn't mean to disturb you." "We're all right," said Hermione. Harry could tell from the way the voice sounded that she and Ron had not traveled far through the graveyard. "No, it's okay," said Harry, starting to make his way toward the voice. "I was done anyway. I was just about to come look for you." "Oh, well, then. You might want to come have a look at this, mate," said Ron. Wondering what his friends could have found here in the graveyard, Harry quickened his pace. Seconds later, he arrived at a headstone which shone blue and bronze, the colors of the Ravenclaw house. The background glowed a deep blue, and rising out from the stone was the form of the Ravenclaw eagle, shining bronze. Harry reckoned this was rather impressive, but was still rather unsure of what had caused Hermione's shout of surprise, until he noticed the epitaph. Bronze letters. Declared the occupant of the grave to be Rowena Augusta Byzanti, 1926–1981. Heir of Ravenclaw. As soon as he read the name, Harry said, "You don't reckon? The date for the death fits pretty well, though, doesn't it? She would have died just before Voldemort fell from power." The note certainly did make it sound like it was written during Voldemort's first reign of terror, and that the writer figured she was going to die as a result of what she had done. "I think the name's at least worth looking into," reasoned Hermione. "Yeah, I guess you're right," said Harry. Harry realized that he wasn't particularly surprised to find this grave here. It was almost as if he had been expecting it. He couldn't explain why, but as he continued to look at the grave, he was somehow certain that this Rowena woman had in fact been the mysterious RAB who had written the note. With an equally strange foreknowledge, he understood what he was supposed to do next. He reached out his hand and ran it across the 3-inch-high letters that declared the occupant of the grave to be the heir of Ravenclaw. He ran his fingers once from left to right, then back again, and once more from left to right. Hermione looked to be on the point of asking Harry what exactly he thought he was doing when a previously invisible door, about 6 inches wide by 8 inches high, slid back at the very bottom of the headstone, revealing a small book that had been hidden inside the headstone. On the cover were the words, "Diary of Rowena Augusta Byzanti, heir of Ravenclaw, enemy of Slytherin." Harry reached out and grabbed the journal. He then, once again, noticed something which did not strike him as much of a surprise as it should have. Tucked between the pages like a bookmark, with the chain hanging down the back of the book, was a locket. Before he even examined it up close, he knew it was the locket of Slytherin. Harry had found the third Horcrux. The new headmistress. Later that same night, Harry was lying awake on the floor of the single room that the 3 friends were sharing in the Shacklebolts' comfortably small house. It didn't much matter that both he and Ron had been relegated to the floor while Hermione slept in the only guest bed, because each Harry and Ron had been provided with enchanted sleeping bags which were basically as comfortable as beds were anyway. So, it was not for lack of comfortable quarters that Harry was unable to force himself into sleep that night. Instead, it was his curiosity about the newly revealed Rowena Augusta Byzanti that kept him awake. The journal, which he had hoped would reveal how the woman had single-handedly stolen one of Voldemort's Horcruxes and perhaps also contain hints on the whereabouts of those three that remained, had turned out to be quite a disappointment. Indeed, only the first page had been written on. Harry could recall almost verbatim what it said, because he had read it several times hoping that he would detect some clue that had previously gone unnoticed. But no matter how many times he read it, all the page said was, "Yes, it was I who discovered Tom Riddle's secret method of preserving his soul, and I who stole the enclosed Horcrux from the bottom of a bowl of potion in the cave where the future Dark Lord first used his burgeoning powers against helpless children. I found this information by going undercover as a Death Eater for several months. I had known Tom Riddle since his days at Hogwarts, having been in the same year as him, although obviously not in the same house. This personal acquaintance with the young Voldemort aided me in my attempts to discover his secrets, but it was obviously not enough. I am sure that whoever has gone to the trouble of finding this journal will want to know more about me and how I discovered what I did, but I am frankly not sure whether I can trust the reader. All I will tell you is that this Horcrux has been destroyed. However, if your aims are noble, I wish you luck." Unfortunately, Harry reckoned that luck wasn't really going to cut it on this one. As important as Harry had considered finding the identity of RAB to be, it seemed that she was proving not to be much help. Well, except for the bit where she destroyed the Horcrux. If, of course, she had actually even done that. It seemed to Harry that without knowing any more about her than had been displayed on the opening page of her journal, it was impossible to even be sure about that. It was starting to become clear to Harry how difficult it was going to be for him to track down the remaining Horcruxes without Dumbledore's help. On his own, he couldn't even tell whether a Horcrux was broken or not. However, he could not help but believe that RAB had something more to tell him than was written on the first page of her journal, in spite of the fact that he had flipped through the rest of the book several times to no avail. He could not help but think of another instance in which a journal, appearing to be blank, had actually contained much information. But, this journal couldn't be a Horcrux as well, could it? But then, upon learning in the second year that Tom Riddle's diary had been writing back to those who wrote in it, Dumbledore did not at first explain that it had been a Horcrux, although Harry now knew that Dumbledore had privately harbored that suspicion. He had mentioned something about people being able to preserve their memories. Harry wondered whether this journal could have secrets without necessarily being a Horcrux. And, of course, there was only one way to discover that. He knew what Hermione would say if she knew he was thinking of writing in the journal and asking it for answers. But Hermione was sleeping soundly on the bed, still secure in her belief, which she had expressed before going to bed, that now that they knew RAB's full name, it should be no trouble to find out more about her in a library somewhere. More importantly, he knew what Ginny would say to what would appear to her to be a thick-headed refusal to learn from her past mistakes with interactive diaries. And yet, somehow Harry himself felt sure that this was a different situation. Something within him kept goading him to write in the journal. Ignoring the fact that some persistent urge to do something for no reason that he himself could describe would probably come off sounding like a classic case of possession if he had told anybody about it, Harry finally gave in and got out of bed. He collected his wand and the journal. He muttered, "Lumos," and searched a bit before finding a quill and some ink in his backpack. He opened up to the second page of the journal and, making a conscious effort not to let the quill scratch loudly enough to wake Ron or Hermione, wrote, "You can trust the reader. I'm out to continue your work in destroying the Horcruxes and kill Lord Voldemort." The words did not disappear as they had done with Riddle's diary during Harry's second year, but instead remained on the page. However, they were soon joined by new words, in the same handwriting as the first page had been written, which responded, "Yes, well, you'd say that even if you were working for Voldemort, wouldn't you? You'd want to butter me up and have me tell you everything I know. Then Voldemort would know how much of his secret was still safe. Just writing that I can trust you doesn't make it true. Harry puzzled over this for a second. Then, feeling rather stupid that he appeared to be arguing with a journal, wrote, "Well, what do I have to do to convince you then?" Before the journal even responded, Harry heard Hermione stir slightly in her bed. He hoped silently that she wouldn't actually wake up, because he knew he would have a hard time explaining what he was doing if she did. "Well, for starters, I would like you to tell me exactly how you came across this journal." Unfortunately, at that moment, Hermione sat up in her bed. In his wandlight, Harry could see her concerned look as she first looked over at him and said, "Harry, why are you still up? What's going on?" Then, he saw her facial expression change as Hermione's eyes fell on the journal that he had been writing in. Even as he hastened to close the journal, he knew that it was no good. His entire conversation was written out in the journal for her to see. Still, evasion was worth a try. "Nothing's going on, Hermione. I was just having a hard time sleeping, so I figured I'd try reading this page again, and, look for any clues we might have missed earlier." "Then what's that quill doing in your hand?" she asked severely as she climbed out of bed, being careful not to step on Ron as she made her way to Harry's sleeping bag. "You won't mind if I take a look at the page too then, will you?" She extended a hand to take the book from him, and Harry knew it was not worth trying to refuse. "Fine, Hermione," he said, as he gave her the journal. "I tried writing in it. I knew you wouldn't like me doing that, so that's why I didn't tell you." "Harry, it could be possessed." Hermione managed to pack all the anger of a loud shout into a harsh whisper, still trying to keep her anger quiet so as not to wake Ron up. "Hermione, I know it's not possessed," replied Harry. "And how do you know?" asked Hermione. "I just know," said Harry, knowing that this answer was not going to fly in the slightest. "So, you're telling me that the fact you have convictions and knowledge that you can't explain proves that you're not being possessed, does it? How did you even know how to find this journal? What made you run your fingers over that Rowena woman's name?" Hermione asked, apparently putting a lot of effort into keeping her voice down to a whisper in the heat of argument. "It was just a hunch, Hermione. I just kind of knew that I should do it. But I wasn't being forced to. I still made the decision to reach out and touch the name, just like I made the decision to write in the journal. And I haven't blacked out or anything. I still remember everything I've done. That doesn't sound like I'm being possessed, does it? Ginny told me how it feels." Harry finished in a rather loud whisper, but was still trying to keep his voice down. Apparently, however, he had not tried hard enough, because at that moment, Ron groggily registered, "What did you say about my sister?" "Nothing, Ron, go back to bed," said Harry, slightly irritably. He didn't need to have both his friends on his case just now. However, Hermione didn't seem to feel it necessary to keep Ron in the dark about what they were talking about, because she kept right on with the conversation as if there had been no break. "Fine, Harry, we'll go ask Ginny whether she thinks it's a good idea that you're going around having conversations with thinking journals. I'm sure she'll be thrilled to stand up for you and tell me there's no way this diary's got anything insider about it. Shall we go back to the Weasleys, now, or shall we wait until morning?" Harry remained silent for a second, which apparently gave the semi-awake Ron enough time to process her rant. He said, "Harry, mate, I don't think it's a good idea for you to go around writing in possessed journals." "It's not possessed," Harry whispered angrily. He would have shouted, just to put the proper amount of emphasis on his conviction, but he knew that the Shacklebolts were sleeping in the room right next door, and figured it would be even less convenient to have them awake and angry with him in addition to Hermione. "Fine. And you figure Ginny will back you up on that, right?" said Hermione. "I don't want to drag Ginny into this," said Harry, ironically aware that he was the one who had brought Ginny into this conversation in the first place. Still, he was quite sure that Ginny would not back him up on this one, especially after he had seen her reaction when she had found out he was following the instructions from the Half-Blood Prince in his potions book. She hadn't even heard the whole conversation and had immediately jumped to the conclusion that Harry was dealing with a possessed book. He did not want to tell her about this one. "Fine, let's talk to McGonagall about this, then." She might actually be able to test the journal to tell whether it's a Horcrux, or just a bit of helpfully interactive parchment on the level of the Marauder's map. And she could test the other Horcrux too, to see if Rowena actually did destroy it, or if it's still holding a bit of Voldemort's soul. Hermione said this reasonably enough, and he was on the point of agreeing anyway when she added with a slight giggle, "If you talk to McGonagall, then I won't tell Ginny about what you've been doing." Well, I'm not sure whether we can tell her directly about the Horcruxes though, as Dumbledore did tell me only to tell you guys. However, I could just ask her if she can find any suspicious dark magic on the locket, and then ask her whether there's anything shady about the journal, reasoned Harry. Well, if you let her look at the journal, she'll be able to tell that the locket was a Horcrux, and then she'll know that was what you and Dumbledore were looking for that night, said Ron, who now seemed to be quite awake. That's true, said Harry. So, maybe I should just take her the locket, and ask her to have a look at that. If it really isn't a Horcrux any longer, then at least that means that Rowena destroyed it, which means that she's on our side rather than Voldemort's, which should mean that she wouldn't leave behind a journal to possess us, shouldn't it? Well, said Hermione hesitantly, I still don't think we can trust the journal. Look, will you just let me hold on to the journal for now? I'm sure there are other ways to get leads on the location of the other Horcruxes than this stupid journal. Harry could tell that it would be no use arguing this point, especially as it would simply not be worth it to have Hermione be furious with him. He would try to see McGonagall the next day, have her test whether the locket was harboring any odd magic, and then go from there. Maybe it would turn out that she already somehow knew about the Horcruxes and just had not realized that Harry and Dumbledore had been looking for one on the particular night that Dumbledore died. Either way, the most important thing now, Harry reflected as he sighed heavily and gave the journal to Hermione, was to get some sleep. He yawned as he watched Hermione put the journal under her pillow, apparently to alert her if Harry tried to go for it again, and was asleep within a minute of putting his head back down on his pillow. The next day was a Monday, so Kingsley was off fulfilling his duty at the Muggle Prime Minister's office when the three teenagers rose from bed. After Aurelia, who was a stay-at-home mother, kindly provided the trio with breakfast, Harry said, "Do you guys have some flow powder I can borrow? I need to get a message to Professor McGonagall." "Sure," said Aurelia, kindly. "You know how to use it and everything, right? Just stick your head in the fire and say, 'Hogwarts, Headmaster's office,' and it should put you right in touch with her. I've heard she's been putting in long hours as of late, trying to make sure the school's ready to open on time. Apparently the governors aren't yet decided on whether they'll let Hogwarts reopen." Harry was planning on simply reaching McGonagall by flow powder, and then asking her when she could meet with him to discuss the journal and the locket. He still wasn't quite sure how he would be able to ask the new headmaster to examine the items for dark magic without revealing to her that he was searching for Horcruxes, but he figured he'd have plenty of time to think about that in between the time when he first made contact with the professor and the time when they set their appointment. So several minutes later, as he stuck his head into the warm flames, he was not quite ready for the conversation that unfolded. When his head first stopped spinning in the fireplace, he saw McGonagall with her head bent over a piece of parchment sitting on her desk. Harry hesitated for a moment, in which he realized how rude it might seem for his head to pop unannounced into somebody's office. But it was important that he talk to her, so he decided to forget about being polite, and cleared his throat loudly. McGonagall looked up with a start, and Harry could tell that she had been crying, which struck him as exceptionally odd. McGonagall was not really the type of woman who you'd expect to cry. When she recognized Harry, she dabbed quickly at her eyes, and quickly did all she could to regain her composure. She did a pretty good job of it, and when she talked it was in quite a natural voice. What she said surprised him though. "Ah, Harry, I was just about to inquire to the Weasleys about your whereabouts, actually, so it's quite lucky that you've turned up here. Saves me the trip. Would it be terribly inconvenient for you to make an appearance in my office with your full body?" No, not inconvenient at all. I had wanted to see you as well," said Harry. "As your appearance in my fireplace has made quite clear," said McGonagall with a small smile. "You will, of course, not be able to apparate onto Hogwarts grounds, but if you go to Hogsmeade, you can get here from there." I can't apparate yet, said Harry. I don't turn 17 for another 2 weeks, so I haven't taken my test yet. But you can do it, can't you? She asked. When Harry nodded, she said, well, just apparate into the back room of Madame Rosmerta's bar. She is now out from under the influence of the Imperious Curse, and I'm sure she won't tell anyone that you've been apparating underage. And even if she does, it wouldn't do much for the Ministry's image to arrest the Chosen One, right now for any reason whatsoever. Okay, said Harry, somewhat surprised by McGonagall's lack of regard for the rules, given her usually strict nature. Apparently then, Harry reckoned, whatever it was that she needed to talk to him about was rather serious. I'll be there as soon as I can. Mr. Filch will open the gate for you, and the password for my office is Tartan Plaids. I await your visit, said McGonagall, who then looked back down at the parchment that she had been examining upon his arrival. His curiosity with what McGonagall could have to say to him that was so important almost drove the thought of RAB from his mind as he pulled his head out of the fireplace. So, when can you meet her? Asked Hermione, after he had shaken his head to clear it. Right now, apparently, said Harry, who still looked a bit confused about the idea. How are you getting there? Asked Ron. She wants me to apparate, said Harry. So, I guess I'll see you guys later. Hermione looked as surprised as Harry had been about McGonagall's disregard for the law, but she recovered herself in time to say, remember to take these. As she handed him the journal and the locket which it had contained. Oh, right, said Harry. He took the 2 objects and disapparated with them. It took him about half an hour from the time he apparated in front of a surprised Madame Rosmerta to make his way all the way up to the castle and into the headmaster's office, but once McGonagall answered his knock at the door to allow him to come in, the piece of parchment was still sitting on the desk. The portraits of the previous headmasters were all awake, including the one of Albus Dumbledore. He smiled and winked at Harry when he came in. As Harry sat down, Dumbledore's portrait said, "Ah, Harry. Professor McGonagall has something important to show you. I'll let her get on with it, though." He smiled some more. McGonagall cleared her throat from where she still sat behind the desk. She motioned toward the piece of parchment. Professor Dumbledore's portrait just recently informed me of this piece of paper. He could have done so much sooner, said McGonagall. She was cut off by Dumbledore's portrait, which said, you seem to have quite enough to contend with as it was. What, with the governors and all, always were rather an unpleasant lot, I dare say. It was odd for Harry to hear Dumbledore's voice again. He reckoned that if McGonagall had not been present in the room, Harry would have been quite content to sit there for hours and talk to Dumbledore's portrait. At any rate, continued Professor McGonagall, the parchment contained a letter that Professor Dumbledore wrote on his last night alive. It seems that he realized he was putting himself in a great amount of danger by seeking the Horcrux and wasn't sure that he would make it back. Part of the reason that he brought you along was to ensure that the Horcrux would make it back here safely even if he did not. Somehow, he seemed convicted that you'd make it back no matter what. He always had a lot of faith in you, and that's another reason why he took you along. He figured you'd need to know what it was like to find one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, to realize the danger involved, because he knew that you would be the one to search for them once he was gone. Several times during this speech, McGonagall's voice cracked. Harry understood now why she had been crying when he saw her from the fireplace. Harry's mind was practically spinning at this point. Wait, you knew about the Horcruxes? He asked in astonishment. I did not, said McGonagall. Apparently the headmaster had reason to want to keep the information secret. But the letter explained it. It also, incidentally, explained that Professor Dumbledore had taken one more measure to guarantee that he would not leave any loose ends in the event of his death. He left you a memory, Harry, a final message to you. That is why I called you here. She got up from her desk and collected Dumbledore's pensieve from the cupboard where it had always been kept when the office had been in Dumbledore's charge. From the same cupboard, she also retrieved a crystal bottle of the type that Dumbledore had used to store the memories he had shown Harry during the previous year. She released the gaseous liquid into the pensieve and watched as it began to swirl around. He asked that you view this memory alone, McGonagall informed him. Harry nodded solemnly, and tipped himself headfirst into the magical bowl. Once he was within the memory, he was still standing in Dumbledore's office, except that now it was Dumbledore instead of McGonagall who sat in the headmaster's chair. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Harry felt a chill run up his spine as he realized that the Dumbledore seated in front of him was a man only hours away from his own death. Dumbledore's face, however, was ironically unconcerned, and his eyes contained that familiar twinkle that Harry had grown so accustomed to. "You are welcome to sit down, Harry," said Dumbledore, motioning to the seat across from him. "That way, I'll know where to look so that you'll think I'm looking at you." Dumbledore paused as Harry seated himself. Dumbledore appeared to look straight into his eyes. "Well, I've never made a posthumous speech before and am rather unsure of how to begin. This is rather morbid, actually, and I hope you never have to see it." But the smile that Dumbledore gave at this point was not morbid at all. "At any rate, if you're watching this, then I have no doubt met a rather unfortunately timed demise. With luck, I have managed to retrieve the third Horcrux, and perhaps you have delivered it back safely to Hogwarts. If this is the case, I would ask you to turn the Horcrux over to Professor McGonagall, who has no doubt already filled the vacant headmaster seat. She is, as I hope you have noticed already, a very capable witch, and now the most powerful magical entity at Hogwarts. She will, of course, help you in any way she can to find the remaining Horcruxes and destroy them. I have just completed a letter in which I have asked her to continue my search for memories of Tom Riddle's past, so perhaps she will be able to give you some leads as to where the other two Horcruxes may be hidden. I say, two, because, of course, the third remaining Horcrux, being AS, would be rather mobile. Unfortunately, however, the main burden to find these remaining Horcruxes will rest with you. And, of course, I am sure that young Mr. Weasley and Ms. Granger will insist on helping you as well." He smiled to show that he approved of this insistence. "And, of course, you should not resist the help of anyone else whom you believe you can trust with so great a burden, although you should still not divulge information of your plans lightly. It is unfortunately necessary in these times to operate in secret. At any rate, the new headmistress will be unable to leave the school for extended periods of time, and that is why she cannot search for the Horcruxes herself. The governors will no doubt be keeping her under close watch, and may be considering closing the school down if I have died. And I would rather not allow that to happen, which is why the new headmistress must stay at the school and keep the governors happy. However, I believe that you, although you should also search for the Horcruxes, would be ill-advised to stop attending the school. Imagine the example it would send to your fellow students if one of their greatest role models dropped out. Parents are already hesitant to send their children to school with me here. Imagine their reaction if Albus Dumbledore should die and Harry Potter should vanish. I'm afraid that in that case, there would not be much of a student body for the governors to prevent from attending Hogwarts if they did decide to close it down. At a time like this, I believe that your fellow students need you. Many of them admire you greatly, and rightly so. Although the club that Dolores Umbridge unfortunately discovered during your 5th year was styled Dumbledore's Army, I am quite sure that most of its members would have been just as contented to refer to themselves as Potter's Army. I say this not to give you a big head, as Professor Snape assures me that you need no help with that. Dumbledore smiled, and Harry felt rage bubble in him at his former potions master once again. It struck him as so strange that this memory of Dumbledore still trusted Snape, only hours before being murdered by him. The reason I am telling you is so that you realize why I want you to stay at school. Your fellow students need a leader, and I am afraid that this burden must fall on your shoulders. Thus, I believe that you should do as much of the research as possible into where Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes might be while attending school. I have instructed Professor McGonagall within my letter to her to allow you to leave the school whenever you need to, and the same privilege shall be granted to Ron and Hermione. Of course, the final decision in all of these matters rests with you. I will leave you now with a few bits of parting advice. First of all, I must ask you to have the new headmistress destroy this memory after you have viewed it. I would not want you to be tempted to revisit this memory more often than is healthy. If I am now gone, it would not do for you to dwell on memories of me for too long. At least not memories that are this morbid. I have, however, left one more memory in Professor McGonagall's charge, which I want you to view when you are ready, although not before 6 weeks after you have seen this one. I think that you should have had ample time to mourn my death before watching the next memory. The effect will be better that way." Dumbledore smiled again. "As for my remaining parting advice, I can tell you only to live life to the fullest, in spite of the darkness all around you. I would ask you to follow my example as far as that goes, but that might make me sound a bit too full of myself. Although I suppose I can afford to be full of myself if I am dead, can't I? Well, at any rate, I believe I can hear your footsteps approaching my office, and I certainly wouldn't want you to walk in on this scene while I'm still alive, now would I? With any luck, I shall return tonight and destroy this memory myself, laughing all the while at an old man's paranoia. But if not, I would just like to say goodbye, Harry, and to tell you that you were like family to me. It is too bad that we must now part ways, but I shall see you, for lack of a better phrase, on the other side. But of course, not for at least another century or so." Dumbledore smiled widely again, and the memory dissolved. Harry realized that he was crying, and simultaneously he wondered exactly how he would get back to the present. However, almost as soon as he thought that, he felt the familiar sensation that he usually felt when Dumbledore pulled him out of a memory, and was standing back in McGonagall's present-day office. He quickly wiped his eyes, as McGonagall had done when he had materialized in the fireplace less than an hour ago. As he sat back down across the desk from her, he saw her in a new light. This woman who Dumbledore had held in such high esteem truly was a remarkable witch, and Harry knew that she would be a capable headmistress. In fact, Harry reflected, as he remembered the request that Dumbledore had made of him, she would now be his new headmistress as well, as he would honor Dumbledore's request to return to Hogwarts for a final year. Rowena's journal. Professor McGonagall seemed to hesitate for a moment before speaking to Harry once he came out of the memory. However, when she did speak, it was with her usual measured efficiency, and her voice betrayed very little emotion. "Before you've announced your decision on whether you're coming back to Hogwarts for next term, I would like to have a quick word. I would advise that you should remember that even if the Dark Lord is destroyed, his followers will not immediately disband. During the decade or so between when the Death Eaters thought him vanquished and his return, there were still instances of acts that meshed quite well with his ideology. So I think that you should consider that even once you have destroyed the Horcruxes and face the Dark Lord, you would still do well to pursue your previously expressed ambition of becoming an Auror. And the best way for you to prepare for this would be to stay in school this year, and do all you can to prepare for your NEWTs while searching for the Horcruxes. No doubt, your friend Ms. Granger will be more than happy to help you along in your coursework while you look for clues regarding the Horcruxes. Although you could still possibly acquire your required NEWTs after taking a year or two off to destroy the Dark Lord, I believe that you would find studying after a year off to be almost as difficult as studying while contending with the Dark Lord." "Thanks, Professor," replied Harry, "but I had already decided that I will continue at Hogwarts this fall." Professor Dumbledore's speech convinced me. Do you mind if I ask you how you plan to keep Hogwarts running, though? You're down 2 professors in the main subject areas right now, defense against the dark arts and transfiguration. Besides which, last year's 5th years haven't even finished taking their OWLs. "I am well aware of all that," said Professor McGonagall tersely, although Harry could tell from her eyes that she appreciated Harry's interest in the matter. Her appreciation was confirmed inasmuch as she actually answered the questions which, Harry realized, had not really been his business to inquire about. "I am still in the process of filling the defense against the dark arts position, although I do have one particular applicant in whom I am quite interested. I am afraid that I myself shall have to continue to fill the transfiguration post, as there has been very little interest shown in the teaching of the subject as of late, especially among any remotely qualified candidates. It seems that many of the academic types are less than inclined to place themselves at Hogwarts, which now seems to be considered directly in the line of fire given the events that prematurely ended last term. Of course, the sad truth is that it probably will not be much of an inconvenience for me to continue to teach Transfiguration, as I do not anticipate a full student body this coming term. As for your other question, once the Board of Governors decides whether or not the school should reopen this year, which they are expected to do within the week, I will send out letters inviting all 5th years to complete their OWLs in the first week of August, so that we still have time to process the scores before the beginning of the school year. Is there really a good chance that the governors won't reopen the school? Asked Harry with some concern, hoping that Dumbledore's request would not be rendered immaterial by Hogwarts' failure to open its doors. I believe that they will reopen, as each of the remaining staff have expressed their desire to continue teaching. Also, you may not be surprised to find that there are those among the governors who are nearly as fascinated with the idea of the chosen one as is the public at large. And so, as much as it disturbs me to do so, I shall casually mention in my next letter to the board that you have agreed to rejoin the student body. This can't hurt our chances, at this point. It makes me feel almost like a Slytherin, though, using undesirable means to achieve my goal. Of course, as headmistress, I should really stop showing favorism between houses, said McGonagall with a small smile. Well, Hermione will be glad to hear that the school will probably reopen, said Harry. She will be returning as well, I assume. Shall Mr. Weasley as well? Asked Professor McGonagall. Harry felt slightly uncomfortable answering this question on behalf of his friends, but wagered it would be a pretty safe bet to assume they would, as the only reason they had been considering dropping out had been to accompany him on his quest for the Horcruxes. Since it now appeared that they would be able to do that from a base of operations at Hogwarts, Harry could see no reason that they would not be re-entering school. I believe so, yes, said Harry. Well, I'll need to get a more definitive answer from them personally, then, said McGonagall. I swear, I don't know of any other head who's had to contend with the prospect that her chosen head boy and girl might not actually be attending the school in the fall. But now there's really no telling who might feel that they're safer away from the school. Or, of course, as in the case of your friends, to determine who may feel that they are too safe at school and instead decide to participate full force in the war. So, does that mean Ron and Hermione are going to be head boy and girl? Asked Harry. There was no trace of jealousy in his voice, as there might have been 2 years ago. Since that time, he had realized that he had duties and responsibility well beyond the scope of being a head boy, and was rather more inclined to shirk any position that would call more attention to him if he could help it. He wondered briefly what kind of field day the Daily Prophet would have with a story about the chosen one being made head boy to boot. Yes, I believe so, said McGonagall nodding. I have another position that I must ask you to fill, however. Under THS circumstances, I think that it may be prudent to reinstate Dumbledore's army as a formalized school activity. It has been proven recently how unfortunately necessary it can be to have a prepared militia of students within this school. I would like you to lead Dumbledore's army, as you did when it was first created. And I would propose to make the position of leader of the DA on a level with that of head boy and head girl. Although the move is unprecedented, the times that we face are unprecedented as well, and I'm quite sure that the head boy and girl in question will not mind sharing their glory with you. Harry hesitated for a moment. It was clear from McGonagall's voice that she very much wanted Harry to take this position. But he would be busy as it was with the search for the Horcruxes. Still, there was no denying that the DA was a valuable way to teach his peers skills that they would need, and to hone their dueling skills. It had certainly worked wonders on Neville. Even as Harry searched for the Horcruxes, his friends were going to be in danger from Voldemort, and it would be useless to concentrate too hard on returning Voldemort to mortal status while allowing him to wreak havoc on the school in the meantime. Finally, Harry said, "Fine, I can lead the group, but I would ask that I be granted the power to appoint officers to help me research spells and lead some meetings, in case I'm too busy searching for Horcruxes." "That's perfectly reasonable," said Professor McGonagall, seemingly impressed with Harry's organizational instinct. "We shall, of course, speak more about all of this once term starts, although you can feel free to tell Hermione and the Weasleys of everything that's been said. However, I recall that it was in fact you who initiated this meeting. Why did you need to come to my fireplace this morning?" asked Professor McGonagall. "Oh," said Harry, who quickly searched the room for the diary and locket, which he had set down before entering Dumbledore's memory. He seemed to have placed them on the desk by the pensieve, since that was where they now were. He gestured to them. "I wanted you to have a look at these. The locket was once the third Horcrux of Voldemort, and I was hoping that perhaps you would know how to determine whether or not it still contained a piece of his soul. I also found this journal, which was written by the woman who recovered the locket before Professor Dumbledore had a chance to do so. Although it only has very little information on the first page, if prompted, it writes back to the reader. I wanted to make sure that it's not actually a Horcrux in disguise, out to possess me or something." McGonagall suddenly looked very tired. "Ah, well, you certainly do have a lot to ask of me then. Would it be possible for you to wait a few days to find out the answers to your questions? I have some important matters to attend to in order to make sure the school can reopen, and the task that you have asked me to perform would take several hours of my undivided attention." "Sure," said Harry, who was at this point simply glad to have taken the next step. He felt sure that the journal would be cleared as a benign device and would subsequently yield clues to how to find Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes. Although he regretted the fact that he would have to lose a few days without really searching for the Horcruxes, since the journal was his only real lead, he knew that he was far better off than he had been during the previous day at this point. "And if the Horcrux has not yet been destroyed, you'll know how to destroy it, right?" asked Harry. "Of course," said Professor McGonagall with a small frown, as if the question was an insult. Although not much is written in academic works about how to make Horcruxes, the art of destroying them is more openly discussed. It's still not common knowledge though, so if this one is not yet broken, the best way for you to learn how to break the rest would be for you to watch and learn from me as I destroy this one. However, at this point, I am afraid that I must ask you to be going. I have a meeting with the Minister of Magic in less than an hour in which I am supposed to discuss with him the progress that I have made toward reopening the school." "Good luck," said Harry sincerely, feeling vaguely sympathetic toward his professor, as he knew how difficult Scrimgeour could be to deal with. "Thank you, Harry," said McGonagall. Half an hour later, Harry was back in the Shacklebolt's sitting room. He quickly filled Harry and Ron in on the details of his conversation with McGonagall. Hermione was thrilled when he related his announcement that he would return to school. "I mean, I know it's not as important as the Horcruxes, but a good education is still important," Hermione explained hastily. When Harry got to the bit about Hermione and Ron being appointed head boy and head girl, Hermione looked ecstatic, but Ron looked rather torn between happiness and disgust. "Ah, at least don't tell Fred and George until we absolutely have to, all right?" asked Ron. Once he had finished telling them about what McGonagall had said regarding how long it would take her to determine the status of the Horcrux and the journal, he concluded, "So, I guess this means that we can actually go back to the burrow for now, at least for a while. Your mum will be pleased about this, anyway," said Harry with a smile toward Ron. "So will mine," said Hermione fervently. "Actually, I think I might end up going back to stay with them for a bit. They were really pretty upset when I left the other day. They're getting a bit sentimental about the fact that I'm going to be all done with school soon, and then I'll be off on my own and everything. It's almost like they think I'll stop visiting them or something." "Yeah, parents can be weird like that sometimes," said Ron sympathetically. Then, he turned to Harry. "Ah, well, guess it'll just be me and you for a while then." Ron paused. "Oh, right, I forgot, you'll probably want to be spending time alone with Ginny, won't you?" There was a look of mild disgust mingled with disappointment on Ron's face. "Don't worry, Ron, I'm sure we'll be able to stop snogging long enough to spend some time with you as well," said Harry jokingly. "Seriously though, Ron," he continued, "we wouldn't just spend time with each other and leave you out all the time." "Thanks, mate," said Ron, with a smile. "How about this?" asked Hermione. "I'll stay at the burrow assuming that your mum's all right with me staying over and everything for a couple of weeks, until Harry's birthday. After that, I'll go home for 2 or 3 weeks, and come back in time to go with you guys to Diagon Alley, and then stay the rest of the summer." "Sounds good," said Ron. Luckily, when Mrs. Weasley heard the same proposition a few hours later, her response was about the same. All of the Weasleys were quite relieved to hear that Harry, Ron, and Hermione were planning to delay their trip alone at least for a few days, and possibly postpone it altogether, although Harry had cautioned Ron and Hermione that if he got the slightest lead over the summer, he would follow it. Of course, Hermione and Ron had assured him that they would follow him as well. As soon as Harry had apparated in the Weasleys' yard late that morning, Ginny had rushed up and said him, looking just about as relieved as Mrs. Weasley did at the sight of Ron. "Harry," Ginny had gushed, after releasing him, "I just knew you wouldn't be gone for long." "Yes, well, seems like those divination classes are finally paying off, he asked jokingly. After Mrs. Weasley got control of her joy at realizing her son was once again safe, at least for the time being, she immediately offered Harry and Hermione invitations to stay for the rest of the summer. Once Hermione explained her plan to divide her time between her own family and the Weasleys, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Ginny ducked off to Ron's room, where Ginny, much to Harry's chagrin, apparently decided that the time was ripe to demand answers. "So, what were you lot up to, anyway?" asked Ginny, putting her hands on her hips. Harry found this pose vaguely amusing on Ginny, but decided that this wasn't the time to start laughing at her. "Why's it matter now? We're back, aren't we? So it would seem, but I don't know when you might decide to run off again. Before you left, I was afraid to press you for answers, 'cause I thought we might end up arguing, and I didn't want to spend our only 24 hours together for who knew how long arguing. But now that you're back, we can have an argument if that's what it's gonna take. What have you been up to?" Ginny demanded once again. Well, Harry considered for a moment whether he should tell her. In the pensieve, Dumbledore had granted him permission to seek help from anyone he thought he knew he could trust. And he could certainly trust Ginny. But Dumbledore had also advised not to divulge the information lightly, and it didn't much seem that she would be much help to him in the process of actually finding the Horcruxes. So was there really any point in risking her somehow being forced to unwillingly leak the information to some Death Eater? "Look, I can't let this information become general knowledge, but I just found out that Dumbledore wouldn't have minded me telling a select few people. But if I'm going to tell you, you have to promise not to tell anyone, not even your parents, because we don't want to risk them being forced to give up the information. And also, I don't want to just go telling anyone this without any practical purpose, so if you want me to tell you, once I do, you'll have to do whatever you can to help us in what we're trying to do. And just so you know, that will probably include you staying back at school while we go on the mission." Ginny puffed up defiantly. "Why can't I come on the mission too? Because it will be really dangerous. There's really no guarantee we'll all survive it, especially if Voldemort catches wise to what we're doing. And do you really want to think of what it'd do to your mum if both you and Ron ended up dead?" "Don't say that," said Hermione. "It's what we're dealing with, and you know it," said Harry grimly. "If you don't like it, you can turn back. I've told you that several times so far this summer." "It's not that," exclaimed Hermione defensively. "I know what we're going up against, there's just no need to be so morbid about it." Fine, Ginny conceded. "I guess it's better to stay back off the mission and at least know what the mission is than to stay back anyway and have no idea what's going on. So, fine, Harry. I'll do whatever the hell you tell me to, just tell me what's going on, will you?" So Harry gave Ginny a brief rundown of what he had learned from Dumbledore during the previous year, and what he had recently learned about the identity of RAB. When he had gotten to the point of the story that involved him, just knowing that he ought to write in RAB's journal to see if it would write back, Ginny looked to be on the point of slapping him. But when he told about his visit to McGonagall's office, her face softened again, especially when he mentioned Dumbledore's memory. After he was done telling the story, she broke her long silence to say, "So, you really are going back to school this year then? I thought maybe you were just telling that to my mum to keep her from worrying, but would really go off on some grand adventure instead." Although Ginny masked the phrase, grand adventure, with sarcasm, Harry could tell that she was still jealous at her exclusion from said adventure. "Yes, I'm really going to school. I wouldn't lie to your mum," said Harry. "Well, you certainly didn't go out of your way to mention to her about the special privileges to go off the grounds whenever you need to, did you?" asked Ginny slyly. "Of course not. There's no need to worry her, is there?" Harry asked. "I guess not," responded Ginny. I'm glad you condescended to worry me though. I really do feel better knowing what's going on. So, you promise you'll keep me up to date with anything else you find out? Yeah, agreed Harry, and with that, the topic was closed. Conversation turned to more pleasant topics, and the rest of the day flowed comfortably between the four teens. The next week similarly passed peacefully, as Ron, Harry, and Hermione relished their temporary reprieve from the search for the Horcruxes, content to trust the matter to McGonagall for now. Of course, the matter of what was in the journal never quite left Harry's mind, even when Harry was taking advantage of the warm weather to toss a quaffle around with Ron and Ginny on their broomsticks. He couldn't wait to get his hands back on the journal and pump it dry of all the information it contained, because he somehow still sensed that it could help him a lot more than it had so far. Thus, it was with a high measure of excitement that Harry greeted McGonagall when her head popped into the fire at the Burrow one morning a week after Harry, Ron, and Hermione had arrived back there. She had sent an owl the previous evening alerting Harry to await her visit at 10 a.m. that morning. "Did you find out what was going on with the journal and the Horcrux?" asked Harry without so much as a hello. McGonagall did not seem to be offended by Harry's lack of courtesy, and seemed to be in quite a hurry herself. Her response was very to the point as well. She said, "Well, the Horcrux has indeed been destroyed, and the journal is not harboring dark magic. In fact, I was quite interested to find out what was making it possible for the journal to communicate with you. It'd take me a bit of time to explain what exactly was going on with it, and I don't have a lot of time right now, as the governors are coming to my office at 10:30 to announce whether we can reopen. So, that means that it will be much more convenient for me if you would simply ask the journal to explain itself. I had to coax it a bit, especially as I didn't know how you came into possession of it, which was something that it was very curious about. But you should have an easy enough time with it. I was able to erase my conversation with it, although I dare say that it remembers me. Anyway, I must be off, so I'll just ask you to take these." She handed Harry the journal and the locket, and bid the Weasleys and Ms. Granger good day for me. "Goodbye." Goodbye," said Harry. And with that, McGonagall pulled her head out of the fire. Harry tucked the journal under his shoulder, put the locket in his pocket, and went off in search of Hermione, Ron, and Ginny. He had been sitting alone because neither Ron, Hermione, or Ginny had been awake when he got out of bed at 9:30, so he had simply eaten breakfast by himself, and went off to wait for McGonagall while perusing a Defense Against the Dark Arts book. The kitchen was still empty when Harry peeked in, so he went back to Ron's bedroom. Ron wasn't in bed, so Harry, slightly confused, took to the stairs once again, and then knocked on Ginny's door. "Come in," mumbled three different voices. Harry opened the door to see Ron standing between the beds of Hermione and Ginny. "I tried to wake them," explained Ron. "But they just wouldn't get out of bed. Anyhow, did you get the journal then?" "Yeah, I've got it," said Harry, pulling it out from under his arm as Hermione and Ginny sat up on their beds to make room for the boys to sit down. "And McGonagall said that it's free of any dark magic. And she gave me permission to write to it and ask it questions." "It's still good that you got it cleared though," said Hermione. "Yeah, it was right stupid of you to try writing in it without checking with somebody first," opined Ginny, frowning. "What about the Horcrux?" asked Ron, hastily changing the subject. "Clean and soulless. Apparently our friend Rowena knew what she was doing. And now, I think, is the time to try to figure out exactly what else she knew," said Harry. "Yeah, all right," agreed Hermione. "Fine," said Ginny, slightly more hesitantly. "Yeah, here you go," said Ron, picking up a quill and an inkwell from Ginny's nightstand. Harry opened the journal to the second page, finding his unfinished conversation with the journal from the previous week. The journal was still inquiring of him how exactly he had happened to come about it. "Well, I guess I'll just answer it then," said Harry, as he began to write. "I was at the graveyard at Godric's Hollow, and I came across the grave of Rowena Augusta Byzanti. I just sort of had this feeling that I was supposed to reach out and run my hand across the name. So I did, and a little door opened at the bottom of the grave." There was a moment of tense silence after Harry had finished scratching the message onto the paper as the four teens awaited the journal's decision. Soon, the journal had written a response of its own. "I see," So, I suppose it was you, then, who found the fake locket which I left in the cave where Voldemort had hidden his Horcrux. Harry, ignoring the irony inherent in a journal claiming to see anything at all, quickly wrote a response, as Ginny read aloud the journal's response for the benefit of Hermione and Ron, who couldn't see it as well from where they were sitting on Ron's bed. "Well, me and Professor Dumbledore, but yeah, how'd you know?" wrote Harry. "Because I couldn't figure out any other way you would have seen any writing that I wrote with Ravenclaw's quill," responded the journal. Harry had the distinct feeling that the journal was teasing him on purpose, giving him answers that it knew he would not understand. What's Ravenclaw's quill got to do with this? Why would it matter if I had seen something written with it? Harry scrawled quickly across the page. "Ah, well, this is a bit of a long story. Do you have a bit?" inquired the journal. "Yes, of course," wrote Harry. Ginny had continued reading everything that the journal spat out, and each Ginny, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were practically on the edge of their seats with curiosity, muttering under their breaths about this journal which was apparently building suspense on purpose. "Well, it was my family's most prized heirloom, a quill enchanted by Ravenclaw herself, and the only known artifact of Rowena Ravenclaw to survive the millennium between the time of the founders and the present day. It is commonly known that Rowena Ravenclaw was the most clever witch of all time, but you still might be shocked by how clever she needed to be to create this quill. The quill, of course, is the reason that this journal is able to write back to you and give you my knowledge and wisdom although I am dead. But that is not the quill's only power. You see, Ravenclaw was a very avid reader, and was amazed by the way that quills allow one person to convey their thoughts to another person. Of course, until clever Ravenclaw came around, a quill could only communicate thoughts which had been expressly written by the author. But one of the most unique features of Ravenclaw's quill is that if the author concentrates on a bit of wisdom or information while they write out their message, the reader will take that information into their subconscious. So when you read the note that I had left to Voldemort, you were instructed subconsciously to go to Godric's Hollow, where you would find my grave, and run your hand across my name. Harry read through what was written so fast that the was already whipping through a response by the time Ginny was halfway through reading it aloud. Hermione's facial expression one of utter amazement mixed with admiration as she heard of the complex magic with which Ravenclaw had endowed her quill. Harry, however, had spotted a hole in the story. "But why would you want to communicate that information to Voldemort?" asked Harry. "You wrote to me earlier that you wanted to be sure I wasn't one of Voldemort's supporters before you told me anything." "Well, I held out hope that someone other than Voldemort might find the note. And I knew that neither Voldemort nor any of his followers would be able to get their hands on the journal. See, you didn't know it, but to get the journal out of the headstone, you had to do more than simply run your fingers across my name. Before I passed away, I enchanted the name on the headstone to be able to sense things about anyone who touched it. I designed the headstone so that it would only open if touched by a person who contained a sufficient amount of certain noble emotions, such as love, humility, and independence. Qualities which Voldemort's supporters would never have. That way, if one of Voldemort's supporters got hold of the note, even though they would be compelled to go to Godric's Hollow, all they would find was a gravestone that they had an inexplicable desire to stroke. But if someone more worthy came across the headstone, they would be able to find this journal and use it, hopefully, as a means of coming across the other Horcruxes," responded the journal. "You mean you know stuff about the other Horcruxes? Tell us," wrote Harry, speedily. "Ah, you're a Gryffindor, aren't you?" asked the journal, at which point Harry nearly threw it across the room in frustration at the fact that it refused to simply answer his question. Unfortunately, the journal was apparently firmly in control of the conversation, as it was Harry who ended up answering the question posed to him, instead of having his own question answered. "Yes," Harry responded tersely, having no idea why this should be important. "Figures. You see, a Ravenclaw would realize that too much knowledge at once can be a dangerous thing. Whereas a Gryffindor, I suppose if I told you my hunches on where 2 of the remaining Horcruxes are hidden, you'd be off there within the hour, without any further preparation," asked the journal. By this point, Ginny was speed talking to keep up, as the journal's answers were so much longer than Harry's, and she was still several sentences behind. "Yes, this is important. responded Harry, almost tearing the paper in frustration. Then it's important enough to go into with full preparation, responded the journal. I will tell you my hunches once you are ready. Until then, you will find little use in me until you start thinking less like a Gryffindor and more like a Ravenclaw. Harry threw his hands up in frustration, tossed the quill harshly back onto Ginny's nightstand, and shoved the journal toward Ginny so she could bring the others up to speed. Harry wondered angrily why the answers to finding 2 of the remaining 3 Horcruxes had to lie in the Journal of Ravenclaw's heir rather than a journal written by the heir of Gryffindor. After shoving the journal from him in disgust that morning, it took quite a while for Harry to summon the patience to have another go at it. He was having a bit of difficulty getting over the humiliation of being insulted by a journal, and also wasn't entirely sure how comfortable he was with the fact that this Rowena woman had been using an enchanted quill to influence his actions. As hard as he had fought with Hermione to prove that there was nothing sinister about his urge to write in the journal in the first place, he had to admit to himself that it was rather creepy to realize that his thoughts had not been all his own. Of course, he was still under the influence of Ravenclaw's quill, whose last subliminal message to him, he now realized, had instructed him to write in the journal. The only difference was that now, he was taking a bit of pride in holding out against this urge, mostly to prove that he was in control of his own search for the Horcruxes, and not acting as the pawn of some deceased heir of Ravenclaw. Unfortunately, he was having a hard time coming up with any better ideas of how to find the Horcruxes. Still, he refused to concede defeat to the frustratingly conceited journal and come crawling back to it with promises to be more like a Ravenclaw in his search. He would not do something so humiliating. At least not until he had thought long enough about his situation to determine whether he had any other viable options. In the meantime, Harry had quite enough else to occupy himself with, especially now that he had been given the task of running the DA as a formal club this year. He had given the matter a lot of thought, and realized that he was going to have to put a decent amount of effort into this task. It was quite clear that McGonagall felt she needed his help, and he sympathized with his Transfiguration professor, who had been forced into the position of headmistress despite the fact that she would have willingly remained in Dumbledore's shadow for the next decades if that had been possible. Beyond his personal sympathies toward McGonagall, Harry felt a personal allegiance to the institution of Hogwarts, which, if nothing else, had rescued him from the mundane world under the Dursleys' staircase. Of course, he had been aware of his new position of authority ever since he had visited McGonagall's office with the journal and the locket, but the urgency of the situation was brought home by a letter which arrived at the Weasleys' house on the first morning after Harry had temporarily given up on the idea of searching for answers in Rowena Byzantine's journal. The letter was delivered by a Hogwarts owl, and after Ginny read it, she swore and exclaimed, "Yes, well, guess I'll have to take my OWLs after all then." "But that's good, though, isn't it?" asked a confused Hermione from her spot opposite Ginny at the breakfast table. "I suppose," responded Ginny in a defeated voice. "But I've only got another week to study the material now. The exams are being held during the first week of August." Hermione, more stunned than before, chimed in with, "But why haven't you been studying for the entire time, then? Especially since Harry warned you last week that this letter would probably be coming soon. This should have given you more time to study, not less." "Well, I've had a hard time concentrating, you know. Aside from the simple fact that it's hard to get anything done when the weather's so nice, I've had to scan the headlines to find out what Voldemort and his followers are up to." "Not exactly an environment conducive to studying, is it?" asked Ginny defiantly. "Well, we'll help you study," resolved Hermione, who then turned on Ron and Harry. "Won't we?" Yeah," agreed Ron with exactly the amount of enthusiasm which would be expected of someone who was agreeing to hours of studying simply because his girlfriend wanted him to. Harry, however, had other concerns. "So, that means Hogwarts is definitely reopening, then?" he asked, reaching for the letter, which Ginny promptly extended to him, seemingly quite glad to be rid of the parchment which had brought such bad news. The letter confirmed what Harry had expected. The governors had agreed to reopen the school to anyone who was willing to attend and would therefore need to administer the tests which had been missed due to the premature ending of the term brought about by Dumbledore's death. The OWLs would be administered the first week of August while the NEWTs would be held during the second week. The results of the NEWTs could wait longer considering that they would not impact anyone's course schedule during the upcoming school year. I wonder how many people will still attend, asked Ron, who had returned to shoveling cereal into his mouth. Harry was wondering the same thing, but he was willing to take more direct action than eating cereal to find out. Thus, after Hermione, Ron, and Harry quizzed Ginny for a couple of hours in preparation for her upcoming charms test, Harry grabbed a piece of parchment and a quill from his trunk. "Whatcha writing?" asked Ron, who was biting into a chocolate frog. He had been the reason for the study break, as he had kept whining about how hungry he was. "You'll find out in a moment," revealed Harry. "But it's not worth explaining it when you can just read it when I'm finished." Ron, not in a mood to argue, simply sat down on his bed, where he was soon joined by Hermione, who had been getting her potions book so that she could quiz Ginny in that, and Ginny, who had just finished making some aid. After scribbling on the paper for about a minute, Harry offered the paper to Ron, and took the aid that Ginny offered him. The bit of parchment turned out to contain the following note. "To all members of Dumbledore's army, although the namesake of our group has now passed on, we now have more reason to continue as a group than ever. Although we may still hold out hope of finally having a decent defense against the dark arts professor this year, this club can help not only in training a student militia for self-defense, but can also strengthen inter-house unity. Having said this, I would like to gauge how much interest there will be in this group continuing at school next year. As a side note, I suppose I should also ask how many of you are actually going to be showing up at school this year. I would ask that each of you send me a letter to let me know if you are coming back to rejoin the club this year. Also, please send this letter on to another member by neatly crossing out your name on the front, and writing their name underneath it. If we keep things neat, then everyone should be able to tell who has already gotten the letter and who has not. Oh, and there's no need to forward this to Ginny, Hermione, or Ron, as I have already informed them of my plans. Thanks, Harry." Ron read the letter, gave a slight nod of approval, and passed it to Hermione. "That's a good idea," she said, after reading the note, which she then passed to Ginny. "I kind of reckon that the kids in the DA would be more likely than average to be brave enough to come back to Hogwarts," said Harry. "But that doesn't take into account their parents, who may keep them at home." Hermione shook her head concernedly. How anyone could think their kids would be better off at home than at Hogwarts. Harry, however, was busily scratching out another note, speaking as he did. "Anyway, I'm going to send the note with Hedwig to Neville's house first, then he can send it to Luna. I'm sending them a special attachment to the letter. McGonagall gave me permission to appoint, sort of deputies to help out with the leadership of the DA, for when we're looking for the Horcruxes or just need some extra help. I was thinking Neville, Luna, and you, Ginny, could help out." "A deputy, asked Ginny, with a small smile. "Of course, if we're keeping the name Dumbledore's army, shouldn't we be generals, then?" Harry grinned slightly. "Sure," he responded, making a small modification to the letter he was writing. A moment later, it read, "Neville and Luna, each of you have shown yourselves to be among the bravest students ever to attend Hogwarts. I know the two of you were especially displeased when we didn't continue DA meetings last year. So, first of all I would like to apologize for my bad judgment in letting the club stop. However, under Professor McGonagall's approval, the club will be back in existence this term. However, for reasons that I don't feel comfortable discussing in a letter, I may not be able to attend all the meetings, and may not be able to put as much time into planning the meetings as I should. Thus, I need a few generals to help in the administration of Dumbledore's army. I was hoping that the two of you would please join with Ginny to fulfill this requirement. Please respond as soon as is convenient. If you decide to take this post, there will be an organizational meeting at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes in Diagon Alley on the 3rd Saturday of August at 3 p.m. Harry, as he reread what he had written before passing the note to Hermione to proofread, he was struck at how casually he had used the title, Dumbledore's Army, even using the name as justification for the generals joke. He wondered briefly whether such levity would be considered irreverent in light of Dumbledore's death. But then Harry considered that Dumbledore was not the kind of man who could be remembered by grief alone. He was a remarkable man, and had been known for his humor among his many other positive attributes. So, it seemed, the general's joke was not quite out of line, and it would be all right to continue to use the name, Dumbledore's Army. It seemed fitting that the name of their fallen headmaster would be a banner under which his best students could unite to stand against the Dark Lord, never forgetting to keep up a proper sense of humor about the task whenever possible. Once Hermione had read the letter, she pointed to the line which mentioned things that Harry wasn't comfortable discussing in a letter. "Does this mean you're going to tell them about the Horcruxes too?" "I think so," said Harry, nodding thoughtfully. "Unless you guys think it's a bad idea." "I think you'll be all right," said Hermione. "They've both proven themselves loyal time and again. They'd die before telling a Death Eater anything you told them." "Well, at least Neville would," chimed in Ron. "And no one would believe Luna if she told them about the Horcruxes anyway." Although they all laughed at Ron's joke, each understood that, strange as she was, Luna was just as trustworthy as any of them. The next morning, Neville's response arrived, followed by Luna's the morning after that. Each of them had been quite eager to accept Harry's offer of a position, and each confirmed that they would be able to meet them in Diagon Alley on the suggested date, which was when the Weasleys were planning to go to Diagon Alley for school supplies. Over the next few days, responses to the letter continued to trickle in from other members of Dumbledore's army. By the time Sunday, which also happened to be Harry's birthday, rolled around, several of the members had responded. The Pottles were the first among the DA to inform Harry that they would not be attending Hogwarts that year. "Sorry, Harry," their note had read, "but our parents really want us here. We're going to study on our own as much as we can, and maybe we'll be able to convince our parents to let us go and sit for the NEWTs at the end of the year. Barring that, we've written McGonagall and she's agreed to let us complete our 7th year whenever things calm down again. He who must be named has got to be defeated sometime, right? After all, he can't be immortal, can he?" When he was done reading this letter, it struck Harry once again how much more he knew about Voldemort than most of his peers. However, the other responses to his letter had been more on the encouraging side. Ernie Macmillan was quick to promise that he would most definitely be attending both Hogwarts and whatever DA meetings may occur there. Susan Bones had affirmed that she'd be there as well. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas had responded jointly because, as the letter explained, Seamus was staying at Dean's house for the summer after having left his own. Once he had come of age in early July, Seamus had announced to his mother that he would be attending Hogwarts that fall. She had expressly forbidden him to do so, and so Seamus responded that since he had passed his apparition test, there was really nothing she could do to enforce that rule. She had agreed that this was in fact the case, but apparently still felt the need to prove that she was in control over some part of the situation because she subsequently kicked him out of the house. "I know she'll come to her senses eventually," Seamus had wrote in his letter to Harry, "but I'm not going to hold my breath. In the meantime, both Dean and I will come to the DA meetings. Anyhow, say hi to everyone at the Burrow for us. And, Dean says he wants Ginny to know that he's now going out with Lavender Brown, and so there's no hard feelings. He's going out with Lavender." Ron grinned after Harry had read this letter out loud on the morning of his birthday, when it had arrived. "Apparently," said Harry, glancing at the letter again. "Well, good luck to him then," smirked Ron. Another letter which arrived that morning was from Gringotts, which informed Harry that he had now passed into full possession of his inheritance from his parents, having now come of age. He had not read this letter out loud, seeing as he was still embarrassed by the fact that the Weasleys continually refused to let him help them out financially, although their lot had been improving as of late owing to Mr. Weasley's promotion at the Ministry and Fred and George's financial windfalls. Harry's birthday was a pleasant occasion, as several Order members, as well as Fred and George, came to wish Harry a happy birthday. There was a small dinner party in honor of Harry's coming of age in the Weasleys' backyard, where several tables were set up. After a picnic-style dinner, Harry was encouraged to open his presents. The Weasley twins' present had been by far the most entertaining. They had gotten him what at first seemed to be a pack of normal, unfilled Muggle water balloons. However, once he opened the package and removed a balloon, it magically filled itself with water and tied its own knot. This would have been impressive enough to satisfy Harry, but George was grinning widely at Harry's amazed expression. "You haven't even seen the best part yet," he said. "Go on, throw it at somebody." Everybody got up out of their chairs, and backed away from Harry a couple steps. "Oh, fine, throw it at me then," said Fred with an overly dramatic sigh. So, Harry threw it at Fred, splattering him with water as the balloon broke on his shoulder. The spent plastic encasing fell to the grass in front of Fred, but as Harry watched, it began to mend itself. Within about 3 seconds, it had repaired itself to the status of being a filled and knotted water balloon, although Fred's clothing remained wet. The balloon then floated itself back into Harry's hand. "We present to the public, Weasley's reusable water balloons," exclaimed Fred. The next hour passed in pretty much of a blur as Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Fred, George, and even Bill, Fleur, Tonks, and Lupin grabbed balloons from Harry's pack and began chasing each other around the Weasleys' backyard with them. However, at about 7:30 p.m., Mrs. Weasley had the unfortunate duty of calling the fun to a stop. "I'm sorry, but we've really got to get going. Ginny, you know the Hogwarts Express leaves in an hour and a half." The Hogwarts Express was making a special run from London to Hogsmeade in order to allow for the transportation of the fifth years, who needed to take their OWLs but had not, of course, passed their apparition tests as of yet. "I should probably get going too," said Hermione apologetically. "I told my parents to expect me this evening." As Mrs. Weasley bustled off into the burrow in order to check to make sure Ginny had properly packed all of her school books, everyone said their goodbyes to Hermione and Ginny. Each Harry and Ron's farewell to his respective girlfriend involved an intricate bit of snogging which the author feels is best left to the reader's imagination. 10 minutes later, Hermione had disapparated and Ginny and her mother had flowed to a location in London from which they would walk to the train station. The other visitors left in turn, soon leaving Ron and Harry alone at the house with a rather sleepy Arthur Weasley, who soon excused himself to bed. "So, game of wizard's chess then, do you reckon?" asked Ron, after the pair of them had made their way back up to Ron's room. "Maybe in a bit," responded Harry distractedly. "Why, what's up?" asked Ron, who was mentally cursing Hermione for leaving just before Harry decided to get all distracted and complicated. Decoding people's emotions was most definitely Hermione's territory, not Ron's. "Nothing," Harry sighed. "I just think maybe I ought to have another go at cracking that Rowena woman's journal." "Oh, that?" asked Ron, relieved. "Sure, by all means, have another go. Just stop sighing like that. Why's it got you so worked up, anyway?" "I dunno," said Harry, honestly. "It's hard to describe. That Rowena woman just seems to be such an abrasive character. A bit conceited too. It's just I'd rather not get too dependent on a journal for answers, especially one that's been so uncooperative. But it seems it's our only hope." "Yeah, I suppose it does," agreed Ron. "Do you mind if I read what she's got to say, though?" "Course not," said Harry, reluctantly pulling the journal out from where he had been keeping it tucked into his trunk, well hidden from his own view. A sudden inspiration struck Harry, who had been wondering how he was going to start this conversation with Ravenclaw's deceased heir. He wrote, "So why did you call Voldemort, the Dark Lord, in the note that you left him in the fake Horcrux? Couldn't you just write his name out?" The journal's response was quick, as if it had not been ignored for the last 7 days running. "Force of habit, mostly. I had been calling him that any time I saw him, when I was pretending to be a Death Eater. I had already written it out like that before I realized what I was doing. Once I did, I considered changing it to Voldemort, or even using his given name, Tom Riddle. But in my final analysis, I determined that it would be deliciously ironic if someone who was revealing that they had just duped him and stolen one of his Horcruxes would address him in such a tone of respect. So, I kept it how it was. I always have been a big fan of irony." "Right," wrote Harry irritably, rather disappointed that he had not been able to find a concrete fault in the journal writer's judgment. "So, are you going to tell me where the Horcruxes are then?" "Of course not," responded the journal. "You're not nearly prepared for that yet. But, I do have a story for you, if you're prepared to do a bit of reading. I want to tell you of my time at Hogwarts, which, as you'll know if you have been doing your homework, happened to be contemporaneous with Voldemort's time at Hogwarts. When they read that bit, each Ron and Harry gave a slight gasp. So, you hadn't realized that either? Asked Harry with a slight grin. Nah, responded Ron. Betcha Hermione had it figured out though. Yeah, well, she could have told us, Harry said. Then he wrote, all right, I'm all ears. Or eyes, rather. Whatever. Just tell me what Voldemort was like at Hogwarts. Surely, if you're half as clever as you seem to think you are, you must have saw through him even then. The journal responded, I can assure you that I am quite fully as clever as I seem to think I am, and indeed much more clever than you seem to think I am. Indeed, myself and 2 friends, each fellow Ravenclaws, had our suspicions about Riddle. Of course, the headmaster at the time, a fellow named Dippet, was not quite trusting of us. Riddle had a way of winning people over to his side. What was it that tipped you off about him, then? Asked Harry, now grudgingly allowing himself to become interested in what the journal was revealing. It could be useful indeed to learn things about Riddle's time at Hogwarts from a student's perspective. Especially from the perspective of a student as inquisitive as Rowena Byzantine seemed to be. Harry could not help but admit to himself that Rowena's relationship with Riddle sounded similar to Harry's own relationship with Malfoy and could not help but wonder whether Rowena and her 2 friends had spied on Riddle like he, Ron, and Hermione had on Malfoy. If so, perhaps her account of Riddle could offer enlightenment which had not been offered by the scant memories which Dumbledore could find about the young Riddle. Well, I must admit that even upon my arrival at Hogwarts, I was quite biased against the House of Slytherin, the journal responded. My family had, of course, been Ravenclaws for as long as anyone can remember, and my mum claimed we'd been an unbroken chain of Ravenclaws all the way back to Ravenclaw's granddaughter, who had been among the first students at Hogwarts in the time of the founders. Anyway, Ravenclaw had never much cared for Slytherin, and neither did I. The Sorting Hat hadn't even touched Riddle's head before declaring him a Slytherin. Of course, Hannah, she was one of my 2 best friends whom I've already mentioned. The other, for future reference, was named Mary, opined that the reason for that was that the Sorting Hat hadn't wanted to defile itself by touching that foul head of his. Just to clarify, of course, it wasn't that his head looked foul. He was not bad looking, as I recall. Of course, he did have that odd hungry look about his eyes. Even Minerva McGonagall noticed that, and she was a Gryffindor. You knew McGonagall, wrote Harry. Yes. Not well, or anything. But we spoke a few times. She was 2 years my senior. She started school in 1936. Riddle and I started in 38. You know, I applied for the Transfiguration Professor post against her, and she got it over me. Imagine, a Gryffindor getting the post of Transfiguration Professor over a Ravenclaw. Transfiguration is an art that requires intelligence and concentration. I've never heard of anybody turning a salt shaker into a rabbit by impressing it with her bravery. Honestly, McGonagall's a great Transfiguration Professor, wrote Harry, who was slightly surprised to see himself do so. But what else can you tell me about Riddle? I can tell you a lot about Riddle. But you have obviously not followed my advice to become more Ravenclaw-esque in your search for knowledge. You'll have to think of more intelligent questions if you want answers from me. I think I'm done with you for the night, in fact. Put me down for a bit, and pick me back up when you've worked out exactly what it is that you want to know. I want to know where the bloody Horcruxes are hidden, wrote Harry in large letters. However, the journal did not respond. Harry looked at Ron, who shrugged. Maybe we should make sure Hermione's here next time we write to it. I've sometimes wondered why she's not a Ravenclaw, you know. For the next several days, Harry did what he could to stop thinking about the journal. He had enough else to concentrate on, as it was. First off, he had a DA club to figure out how to run. It looked like a decent number of the club were coming back. Justin Finch-Fletchley, for one, was coming back. As was Hannah Abbott. The Creevy brothers were staying home, though, which somewhat upset Harry. Even if they were rather annoying sometimes, they were really loyal, and at least had their hearts in the right place. But their Muggle parents had heard bits and pieces of the events that were going on at Hogwarts that year. Apparently, the Ministry had felt it to be its duty to keep the parents of Muggle-borns at Hogwarts informed of events in the wizarding world just enough, apparently, to decide that it was an unfit place for their children to attend school. Harry hoped that whenever the war was resolved, they would be able to come back to Hogwarts like the Pottles were planning to. Lavender planned to come back to the club as well, a revelation that Ron had not been overly thrilled about. She had at least been civil in her letter, though. Apparently, the fact that she was now dating Dean allowed her to put Ron behind her. At least that was how Harry had read the message, and tell Ron that, you know, I hope it won't be awkward for him to see me there. 'Cause I think he's an alright guy, most days. Eloquent, that one, Ron joked, when Harry showed him what his previous girlfriend had wrote. Zacharias Smith would not be returning either, although Harry hadn't been able to get himself too worked up over that revelation. In fact, he hadn't even heard it from Smith himself, but instead from Anthony Goldstein, who had been another member of the original DA. Apparently he was still in sporadic communication with Smith, and informed Harry that he wouldn't be attending school instead of actually forwarding the letter to Smith. Harry found the move to be a wise one, as he reckoned Smith may not have forwarded the letter. Anthony Goldstein, on the other hand, was returning to school, and would continue with the DA. Another problem Harry was trying to work out was exactly what he was going to tell Neville and Luna when he met with them at Weasley's Wizards' Wheezes later that month. He figured he was at least going to have to tell them that he was off on a mission to try to thwart Voldemort, but he wasn't too sure whether he should tell him about the Horcruxes, and if so, how much he should tell them. He strongly believed that they were trustworthy, but if they did end up getting captured, then they could be forced to reveal more than they wanted to against their will. Of course, if Luna or Neville were to get captured, then Harry reckoned he would have bigger problems than whether Voldemort knew that Harry knew about the Horcruxes. Still, it might be best if they didn't know any of the specifics. For instance, it was conceivable that if Voldemort knew that Harry knew that Nagini and Hufflepuff's cup were Horcruxes, he might at least go about making the Horcruxes harder to find. So, maybe he would just tell Neville and Luna that there were some things that he needed to look for in order to beat Voldemort. Harry tried running this plan by Ron, but he wasn't much help. Harry had the feeling that Ron probably would have agreed with most anything Harry said so as to avoid an argument. As soon as Ginny got home after a week of taking her OWLs, Harry asked her opinion as well. That is to say, he consulted her right after he was done assuring her that he was sure she must have done a great job on her OWLs. She seemed to think that Harry's planned explanation for Luna and Neville seemed reasonable. But Harry still felt that he needed Hermione's assessment before he made his plans final. It wasn't that he felt he wasn't an effective leader on his own or anything, but he still valued Hermione's opinion. She was, after all, the cleverest student in all of Hogwarts, and had been with him from the beginning. She got back to the Burrow on a Friday, on the day before they were set to go to Diagon Alley. After exchanging formal greetings in front of the rest of the Weasleys at the dinner table, Hermione, Harry, Ginny, and Ron went off to Ginny's room to have one of their increasingly popular four-person conferences. "So, did you get any leads while I was gone?" asked Hermione, as soon as the door was shut. She had been kept in the dark about anything regarding the Horcruxes or the DA while she was at her parents' house because it wasn't worth risking the message being intercepted. "No. That Rowena woman really doesn't seem all that eager to help us out. Besides, she seems to be such a show-off know-it-all that if she did know something about the Horcruxes, I don't much see her keeping it to herself," said Harry. Hermione looked for a second as if she was considering being offended by the reference to a show-off know-it-all, but decided against it. "You're sure you got all the information out of it that you can?" "Well, no," admitted Harry. "But I can't really think of how to convince her to help either. So I've been giving that a rest and thinking more about the DA. I've been doing loads of research on defensive spells and stuff, and I was thinking of distributing some spells to each Neville, Luna, and Ginny to have them teach the rest of us. My main issue right now is how much we really ought to tell them. I've been having some doubts about whether I should tell them all about the Horcruxes. I think that maybe if I'm just vague about where it is that the three of us will be going, that might be best." That's probably not a bad idea, agreed Hermione. Especially as Professor Dumbledore himself limited the number of people he told, so it seems that it would be best for you to do the same. And there were certainly a lot of people that Dumbledore thought he could trust that he didn't tell about this. Like Snape. And it's good he didn't. You're not suggesting that Neville or Luna might be a traitor, are you? Asked Ginny. Of course not, said Hermione. I'm just saying that there were things that even Dumbledore couldn't foresee, and so he was wise to be cautious. And we should follow that example. Motion seconded, said Ron, grinning. And so the stage was set for the next day's meeting with the other leaders for the upcoming year of the DA. Harry woke up in a fairly good mood, and ate breakfast in a more cheerful manner than he normally would have done. He was rather looking forward to seeing Luna and Neville, not to mention the Weasley twins, who were always good for a laugh, at least. Still, something happened during breakfast that morning that rather caught him off his guard. An official-looking owl came through the window. Ginny had been looking up to the window out of habit. She had had a tense time waiting for her OWL results during the past couple weeks, but by the time the owl had gotten there, she remembered that she had already gotten her OWL results. The results, incidentally, were good enough to allow her to continue in herbology, potions, charms, defense against the dark arts, and transfiguration, which was good because not only would it allow her to get a good general education considering that she was not yet entirely sure what she wanted to do after Hogwarts, but it would also mean she could use Hermione's old notes to help her study, since Hermione seemed to save all the notes she had ever taken. It turned out that the official-looking owl had a letter for Harry instead. It bore the Hogwarts crest and when opened read as follows. The late headmaster's portrait has cordially reminded me several times today, actually, that you still have not seen the other memory which he left to you. He's quite insistent that it's rather important and should be shown to you at your earliest possible convenience, preferably this weekend. If you could just pop into my fire to let me know when you'll be coming, that would be helpful so that I can deactivate the nastier security precautions to allow you to enter safely. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Headmistress, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry promptly asked Mrs. Weasley if he could use some flow powder, and stuck his head into the fire, assuming that McGonagall would be up and in her office, in spite of the earliness of the hour, considering that she had not specified a more appropriate time in her letter. It turned out that Harry was correct in assuming that the headmistress would be present, but she was apparently not in a very talkative mood, as she simply nodded and said, "Yes, that will do," when he informed her that he would have to put the meeting off until the next day considering that he was going to Diagon Alley that day. Unsure of what else to say, Harry simply said, "Right then, well, I'll just go do that then, shall I?" and pulled his head back out of the fire. Harry reckoned that the tension surrounding her new position as headmistress must be giving McGonagall a lot of stress to make her that laconic. He cringed slightly at the thought of transfiguration lessons with the woman, which were set to start in less than 2 weeks. 6 hours later, after Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, along with their order chaperones, had hit all the necessary spots in Diagon Alley, they made their way to the twins' shop to meet with Luna and Neville. When Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny entered into the twins' shop at about 10 till 3 that afternoon, they were greeted by Fred and George themselves. "How much of a hurry are you in?" asked Fred, no sooner than they had let themselves through the door. Harry had, of course, requested their permission to hold the meeting there, so Fred knew that Harry had an appointment. "Not too much," said Harry after glancing at his watch. "Why, what's up?" "Well," said George, as he and Fred approached the group to a distance at which none of the other customers could catch what they were saying, "we've got a new product we thought you might want to, sample." Harry surveyed their faces and noticed a pair of malicious grins with which he found himself not entirely comfortable. "This isn't another line of skiving snack boxes or something, is it?" "Of course not," said Fred, allowing his grin to widen. "We've got paid employees to test that kind of thing on." With their expressed consent, of course, George hastened to add, after catching a rather nasty glance from Hermione. "Of course," agreed Fred. "But anyway, here it is." He surprised Harry by pulling from the pocket of his robe something that looked like a Muggle lighter. You see, what this does is, you point it at something, said George, pointing the end of the object which contained a button toward a package of Tung toffees. Then you click it, explained Fred, as George clicked the object, and the object becomes invisible. He grinned with pride as the package of toffees did indeed become invisible. You click the button a second time to make the thing visible again, so you can only use it for one object at a time. And of course, the object never really vanishes, it'll still be there if a person touches it, but it's still worth a few laughs, you know. We call it an enshrouder, by the way. We figured that since you're going back to school with dear old Filch this year, we'd give you the prototype so that you can mess with him and anyone else you like really, said George, handing the enshrouder to Harry, after having first clicked its button to allow the package of toffees to reappear. But especially Filch, specified Fred. Not that we hold a grudge or anything. We're far too mature for grudges, said George. It just strikes us, clarified Fred, that even though we're currently in a large-scale war with he who must not be named at the moment, doesn't mean we should forget the small-scale villains of our world. Course, without him, we never would have found the Marauders map, conceded George. Ah, the good old days, said Fred with a reminiscent smile. Harry, meanwhile, was pointing the enshrouder half-heartedly in various directions trying to decide what he would test it out on first. When he happened to point it toward Ginny, George spoke up again, "Oh, and we probably ought to tell you that it tends to work best on smaller objects. For instance, it won't work on people. But it does tend to make their clothes disappear," said Fred, with a grin. Then, he made quite an effort to straighten his face into a more serious expression with which to look at Hermione when he said, "Although that is in no way the kind of behavior we would endorse." "But seriously," said George, thoughtfully, "no pointing it at our sister, mate." "Oh, right," said Harry, his face reddening slightly as he shoved the enshrouder in his pocket for safekeeping. At that moment, Neville walked into the shop, followed by his grandmother, who looked decidedly out of place surrounded by joke equipment. However, she made an ardent attempt to browse the items on sale as her grandson made his way over to Harry and the others. Apparently, Neville had already told his grandmother that he was there to discuss matters which could only be discussed in private with Harry Potter. No doubt, his grandmother had been pleased enough with the prospect of Neville meeting on any kind of important business at all that she had swallowed any complaints that she might have had about waiting for him. Luna floated in a few moments later, and Fred and George led them back to the storage room. "Not exactly a conference room," said Fred. "But you know, our main investor seemed to think that jokes were more important than conferences, so what can you do?" asked George, with a grin at Harry. With that, Fred and George exited the room, Fred calling, "We'll make sure to keep our staff busy out here, nobody will be back here to bother you." Hermione quickly put up an imperturbable charm on the door to prevent eavesdroppers as Harry wondered whether it was paranoia or wise caution that would prompt fear of eavesdroppers at a joke shop. Harry surveyed the group before speaking, conscious, as he always was when he was in a formal leadership position, of the habit of everyone's eyes to focus on him. He shook this self-conscious feeling off fairly quickly though. After all, it wasn't as if people's eyes didn't tend to gravitate toward him even when he wasn't trying to lead them. Hermione, Ron, and Ginny were sitting comfortably on some boxes. Confident that they had probably heard everything Harry was going to say already anyhow, they were mostly there as a formality. Neville, however, looked fairly excited to be included in the meeting in the first place. Luna looked as if she was not entirely aware of her surroundings at all. "So, as you all know, I've been asked to continue Dumbledore's army this term. However, I've got some other pressing matters that I will need to attend to next school year as well, including a search for certain objects which I need to find before I can face Voldemort." Harry had perfectly crafted this statement to be as ambiguous as possible. He hadn't actually lied, but had still managed to make it sound more as if he was trying to find weapons to fight with rather than to destroy Voldemort's defense strategy, which was much closer to the truth. When faced with this tantalizing tidbit, Neville gaped a bit, almost falling off the edge of the box he was sitting on. Even Luna looked mildly interested. Hermione and Ron will probably be coming with me on my searches, so I'm going to need some people to lead the DA if I ever happen to be absent during a meeting, or an emergency like we had at the end of last term. Everybody in this room performed spectacularly that night, and you've proven yourself capable of handling anything the Death Eaters can throw at you. Harry found his voice rising a bit, quite independently of his own willpower. Also, it wouldn't be fair to the DA to only have me teach them. If we combine our resources and time, we can come up with far better meetings than I could do on my own. So, Ginny, Neville, and Luna, in addition to filling in as the leadership of the club when Ron, Hermione, and I are gone, you'd also help lead the group while I'm there. You can also help out with publicity and stuff like that, to replenish the numbers of the club now that fewer people will be attending the school this year, not to mention the numbers we've lost to natural graduation. I think Ernie Macmillan was right 2 years ago when he said that learning defense against the dark arts is the most important thing we can do at school, and I can't think of any people better than the three of you to help teach it, Harry concluded. So, now that you know the details, are you still in? Neville nodded fiercely, and Luna nodded in a more calm manner, while Ginny simply gave a half nod which was unnecessary as Harry had already known her answer. All right. Unfortunately, then, the first thing I'm going to have to do is give you a bit of homework. Why don't each of you pick one defensive spell that we haven't yet covered in the meetings that you think you could learn and teach to the rest of the group? Then, at the first couple meetings, that's how we'll start things off. Sound good? Asked Harry. Sure, said Neville quickly. Works for me, said Luna quietly. Sure, whatever, said Ginny in a mock passive-aggressive tone. She was able to keep a straight face for a good 2 seconds before breaking out into a grin. Harry, I know we're not, like, official generals or whatever, started Hermione. But do you reckon Ron and I should look up spells too? Well, I kinda thought that once we got back to school, you might be more occupied in using the Hogwarts library to try to do research on the stuff we're searching for, but if you think you'll have time, feel free, responded Harry. I'm sure we can make some time, said Hermione. Sure thing, mate, agreed Ron with a grin. The next day, early in the afternoon, Harry found himself facing McGonagall at her desk, upon which Dumbledore's pensieve sat once again. Before putting Dumbledore's memory into the pensieve, McGonagall surveyed Harry across the desk. She had a tired look on her face that somehow reminded Harry of Dumbledore. Have you put any thought into how you're going to run Dumbledore's army this year, then? Asked McGonagall. Yes, in fact, I met with Neville and Luna yesterday. They and Ginny have each agreed to be sort of stand-in leaders for when Hermione, Ron, and me are away searching for the Horcruxes, and to help research spells and stuff while we're busy doing research, said Harry. Very good. And has Rowena's journal been much help in that search? Asked McGonagall. Not so much as I had hoped, no. She's a very hard person to get along with, said Harry. She was worse in person, replied McGonagall. I remember in my 5th year, being a prefect and trying to keep her from mouthing off to me. Thought she was so clever, that one. Of course, I never expected her journal to be a cure-all solution, and I'd be surprised if she knows much more than we do. Of course, I couldn't get her to give me a straight answer on that, when I was looking at the journal. She'd just keep asking me if I really thought that I, being a Gryffindor, had figured out more than she, a Ravenclaw. But frankly, I'm surprised that she was even able to find one Horcrux, so I wouldn't put too much hope in finding out much more from her. Still, if you continue to find yourself at a dead end, you've got one source that you can always go back to, in whatever doses you can handle her. Harry smiled at his headmistress, vaguely amused to recognize in her voice the irritation that had reigned within himself during his brief encounters with Rowena. At any rate, said McGonagall, frowning slightly, why don't we let you see this memory so that you may be on your way? All right, agreed Harry as McGonagall took a file full of Dumbledore's memories from the cupboard and poured it into the pensieve. Now, the letter with my instructions on it mentioned that this was actually a string of memories, so you may be in there for a while, warned McGonagall. Okay, said Harry, as he tipped himself once more into Dumbledore's pensieve. He found the old man sitting once again at his desk. Ah, Harry, back again, said Dumbledore, with a small smile. Ironically, I actually recorded this memory before recording my final message to you, so for me, you'd actually be back a first time. But, be that as it may, I have something rather important to show you. I have no idea at present how far along you will be on the quest for the Horcruxes when you view this memory, but I hope that you will have, at most, 3 left to find, as the locket will hopefully be destroyed later on tonight. It may seem like the final Horcruxes will take forever to find, but you have Professor McGonagall there to help you, as well as Ron and Hermione, so I'm sure you will find them somehow. Your resourcefulness has not stopped amazing me yet. With this in mind, we would do well to look forward to a time when you have destroyed all of the Horcruxes and find yourself ready to seek battle with a fully mortal Voldemort. I am not sure that you will be fully prepared to use unforgivable curses at that time, and I am also not entirely sure that I would want you to be, considering the types of emotions required to cast such spells, and the emotional scarring that can go along with them. With this in mind, I would like to show you another option, although I would never presume to deny you of your right to deal with your parents' murderer in whatever way you see fit. What you are about to see is my battle with the Dark Wizard Grindelwald back in 1945. You will probably not understand all of what you see at first glance, but I am about to create another memory in which I shall explain it to you. So, I'll see you in a bit. Or, you'll see me, at any rate. Dumbledore's office dissolved around him, and momentarily, Harry found himself in the midst of a battle. He heard the sounds of screaming, of walls cracking, and of curses being mumbled before he was able to place where he was or what was going on. He realized that he was indoors, and as he looked around some more, he realized that he was in the atrium to the Ministry of Magic. The Fountain of the Magical Brethren had not yet been installed, but Harry still recognized the area due to the magical elevators lining its sides and its high ceiling. At the moment, no less than 100 wizards and witches were crammed into the space. Harry searched around for one he could recognize, and found himself unable to do so until his eyes fell on Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore and his opponent were standing toward the center of the room about 5 paces from each other. Everyone else was scattered around, though everyone seemed to maintain a respectful distance from Dumbledore and the man who Harry was now sure was Grindelwald, although he had never seen a picture of the man. Grindelwald looked to be about 50, and had long black hair which was showing signs of graying. He was clothed in robes of black and red. He was moving his wand quickly through the air, no doubt making the appropriate movements to go along with spells which he was performing non-verbally. Periodically, jets of light would fly out of his wand. Dumbledore, however, seemed to be defending himself quite capably, swishing his own wand back and forth as well, also not needing to say his spells out loud. Harry was reminded of the time just over a year ago when he had seen Dumbledore do battle with Voldemort in this very room. However, Harry noted, Grindelwald was not quite as skilled as Voldemort, while Dumbledore, if anything, was even more skillful than he would be when he faced Voldemort. Perhaps age had affected the great wizard after all. While the people around the atrium dueled, and screamed, and fought, and died, leaving their surviving opponent to find another enemy, Grindelwald and Dumbledore remained locked in their bitter struggle, each seeming to have an answer to the other's spell until Dumbledore finally spoke a spell out loud. Pathe Emo, said Dumbledore in a strong voice which seemed to carry throughout the hall. The spell, which was a beam of gold-white light, hit Grindelwald, but seemed to have no physical effect. He stood still for a moment, gazing at Dumbledore, but his wand had stopped moving. Slowly, his wand arm dropped. He fell to his knees, the battle still raging around him. Dumbledore, with a look of grim satisfaction, lowered his own wand as the dark wizard Grindelwald let out a wail. Slowly, one by one, the supporters of Grindelwald throughout the atrium lowered their wands in confusion, shocked by the behavior of their leader. Those fighting on Dumbledore's side began to cast stunning spells on their disheartened enemies. The battle had been won. But Harry had no idea how. The battle dissolved around him, and he found himself once more in Dumbledore's office. "What happened there?" asked Harry, forgetting for an instant that Dumbledore could not hear him. "An odd spell, that one," commented Dumbledore airily. "You see, what it does is, it allows the caster to force an emotional memory on their opponent. The memory involved is on a different level than one that can be stored in a pensieve, though. You see, a memory stored in a pensieve is objective, anyone can look at it, and they see it from a third-person perspective, much as you are doing now. But if you use the spell that you just saw me use, you make the person live the memory, just as you did, full of emotions. Grindelwald, like Voldemort, was sadly deficient in the ability to love. It was his greatest weakness, but in some ways, his greatest strength. He was able to kill anyone he wanted without any thought of the love that others could feel for the person he was killing. So what I did was, I forced a memory upon him of how I felt for the woman I had once loved. In that instant, he understood for the first time in his life the beauty of love, quite against his own will, of course. And a sorcerer finds it impossible to properly perform dark magic while overcome with the emotion of love. Of course, this does not mean that all Death Eaters have never loved, it simply means that they are able to force the emotion out of their mind for long enough to perform their dark magic. But with Grindelwald, I had forced the emotion upon him, bringing it to the forefront of his mind. He lost the will to fight, and beside that, he was tormented psychologically by the concept of love. It went against everything he had done in the past several years. I am not sure what made him wail as if in pain during the memory that you just saw. It could have been guilt for all the atrocities he had committed, or it could have been immense hatred and disgust for the emotion that he was being forced to feel. Either way, he was taken out of the battle on a psychological level, and so he and all of his closest supporters were rounded up. He was administered the Dementor's K.S. less than a week later. You know how I feel about that form of punishment, but although I attempted to plead for imprisonment for the man, his case was lost once the effects of the spell wore off and he started spouting off about how much he hated everyone and how he would kill us all if given half the chance. In case you were wondering, by the way, about the woman who I loved, she was a woman who I had known when I was much younger, in my 30s. We had fallen in love, and we had gotten married, but unfortunately, she was fated to die young. And yet my love for her had been so strong that I was able to call up a memory during which it had been particularly strong, and use that to defeat Grindelwald. I believe that such a spell may work for you as well, given Voldemort's usual reaction when forced to feel love, so I would ask you at least to have McGonagall teach you the spell or have someone else teach you. That way, you can use it if you see fit. And now, once again, Harry, I must bid you farewell. Dumbledore smiled serenely and then he waved at Harry as the memory dissolved around him and Harry found himself back in the headmaster's office of the present day, finding himself once again emerging from Dumbledore's pensieve with tears welling up in his eyes. Harry was having, quite understandably, quite a wide range of emotions run through his mind at the moment that he was ejected from the pensieve. First off, he was feeling a bit of new respect for Dumbledore. Although he had always known that Dumbledore had been a great wizard, it was rather impressive to see Dumbledore in the act of vanquishing the greatest dark wizard of 2 generations previous. Not only that, but he felt a sympathy for Dumbledore to an extent he had never done before. Dumbledore had never seemed like the type of person who would need sympathy, but to think of him losing his young wife gave Harry a new perspective on the man. But another emotion which was registering in Harry's mind was hope. Until now, he had had little idea of how he would be able to defeat Voldemort. Often during the summer, thoughts of when the 2 rivals had dueled in the graveyard on the night of Voldemort's return had flashed through Harry's mind, and it was clear to him that he would need an alternative to an all-out duel with Voldemort. Of course, this new spell would not cure everything since it would still be necessary to get this spell across without Voldemort disarming him first, but it was still a better plan than trying to cruciatus him or something, as Harry still wasn't sure that he had much of a handle on that spell. Still, he would obviously have to find out more about this spell before he was able to know for sure how useful it would be. Harry glanced across the desk to Professor McGonagall, the existence of whom Harry had temporarily forgotten as he wrestled with his own thoughts. "Did you find what you saw to be of interest?" asked McGonagall as she noticed Harry looking at her. Her manner was still distant, and Harry reflected that although Dumbledore himself seemed to be confident in McGonagall's competency to take on his role as headmaster, she hadn't quite gotten down the knack of being a mentor. "Yes, very much so," said Harry, who assumed that McGonagall had been informed of what Harry would find in the pensieve by either Dumbledore's letter or his portrait. "And he encouraged me to ask you to teach me about the spell." Could you do that? Certainly, said McGonagall, smiling slightly. I don't think we have much time to practice the spell or anything just now, but I can at least answer any questions that you might have about it. I can actually teach you the spell at some point during the school year, which seems to be approaching at rather an alarming rate. Harry could once again sense that McGonagall was somewhat nervous about beginning her duties as headmistress, and couldn't help but smile slightly as he reflected that this meant that the stern Transfiguration professor must have a bit of human in her after all. Yeah, I do have some questions. First off, what exactly does the spell do? From what Professor Dumbledore said, it forced Grindelwald to feel love, and therefore made it impossible for him to perform dark magic. More or less, agreed McGonagall. But it's not quite that simple. You see, the spell can force other emotions upon people than love, depending on the memory the caster is focusing on at the time. For instance, if instead of wanting to stop someone from fighting, a wizard wanted to force another wizard to fight by his side, he could force a particularly angry memory on the other wizard, which could raise the victim's anger against the caster's opponent. That sounds pretty complicated, said Harry. In that case, wouldn't it just be easier to use an Imperious Curse? Oftentimes, yes, admitted McGonagall. But there are certain advantages to this spell, which I shall explain shortly. But first, I want to explain what happened when Professor Dumbledore cast that particular version of the spell on Grindelwald. You see, once Grindelwald was forced to recognize the emotion of love, particularly love felt by Professor Dumbledore, he was forced to fully recognize Professor Dumbledore's humanity. It has often been said that people dehumanize their enemies, and I think that in order to want to hurt a person, one must temporarily put that person's humanity out of their mind. This was now impossible for Grindelwald, and that is why it was impossible for him to work up enough hate toward Dumbledore to cast a killing curse on him, or in fact to continue fighting at all. So, he lost his ability to do magic? Asked Harry. Not quite, answered McGonagall. He simply lost his ability to do harm to Dumbledore. For instance, if another wizard from his side had attempted to take his place dueling Professor Dumbledore, Grindelwald would have been able to cast an Imperious Curse on him to protect Professor Dumbledore. It would still have been nearly impossible for him to cast a Cruciatus Curse or Killing Curse on anyone, though, as the love he was being forced to feel would have made it hard to feel the requisite hate to do that. Harry nodded slowly, processing this new information. Why wasn't Grindelwald able to block the spell? Asked Harry. There are certain spells that are not able to be simply blocked. For instance, Avada Kedavra is unblockable. This spell is also unblockable, so if you are able to get this spell out, with the proper amount of emotional force behind it, your opponent will be unable to counter it. Of course, the difficult part will be to keep alive and holding your wand for long enough to cast the spell. Besides which, the spell requires a good bit of concentration. It is similar in some ways to Legilimency, which may make it easier for you to cast it on Voldemort than it otherwise would be, considering the mental link you two previously shared. But I believe I have kept you here long enough. We shall discuss the spell further toward the beginning of next term. Harry processed what McGonagall said, and then, with slight surprise, noted, Professor, you said Voldemort's name. You didn't used to, did you? No. But I figure I'm the headmaster of Hogwarts now. I can't afford to be afraid of anyone. McGonagall smiled, and rose to accompany Harry to the door. The final 2 weeks of vacation passed by a bit too fast for Harry's liking. Harry, Hermione, Ginny, and Ron had much more school-related work to do than seemed to be justified during any part of the summer. Aside from preparing plans for the DA, they had last-minute homework assignments to finish up. After it had been determined that Hogwarts would remain open, several of the professors had sent their students letters to notify them of what work they should have done before the school year began. But still, Harry was somewhat looking forward to the beginning of the school year for a few reasons. First of all, he wanted to actually put his plans into action and get the DA back off the ground. Also, Hermione assured them all that the library probably had some information that could help them track down the Horcruxes. Although Harry was not quite so sure that he shared this faith in the library, he was looking forward to being in closer contact with McGonagall, who he was now hoping might be able to help research for the Horcruxes. Also, he was looking forward to finding out who the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher was. He had not ruled out the possibility of the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher having a part in the leadership of the DA, assuming that the professor in question was competent and willing to help. On the first day of term, the borough was abuzz with activity as usual at summer's end. Once Harry, Hermione, Ginny, and Ron were shaken awake by Mrs. Weasley at 7 in the morning, they only had 2 more hours to get ready before they needed to get in the ministry-provided cars to get back to school. Ron was busy trying to get his head boy badge back to normal after discovering only that morning that the twins had modified it during their last visit, much like they had done to Percy's 4 years before. Keeping the original initials, the twins had charmed the badge to read, Half-Brain. Upon discovering this, Hermione had giggled slightly and offered to fix the badge. Ron had gotten inexplicably defensive and insisted that he could fix his own bloody badge. He opined that it would be emasculating to need his know-it-all girlfriend to perform simple bits of magic for him. Hermione let out a HRMPH, and shot back that he should keep that in mind next time he felt the urge to copy her homework. Meanwhile, Ron dug in his already packed trunk to find his charms book, in which he hoped would be instructions on how to get his badge back to normal. Trying to keep from laughing at Ron and Hermione's argument, Harry headed down to the kitchen, in which Arthur Weasley was talking with Remus and Moody, both of whom were going to accompany the students to King's Cross, along with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Ginny was in the room too, and during a break in the conversation, she asked Lupin, "Why isn't Tonks coming with us as well?" "She's beginning her new job today, as a matter of fact," explained Lupin, with a small smile. "What's that, then?" asked Ginny. "She's taking over Shacklebolt's old position at the Muggle Prime Minister's office," revealed Lupin. "Why's Shacklebolt leaving?" wondered Harry. "He's off to fill a more dangerous post," said Lupin, with a slightly guilty look on his face. Actually, Tonks was angry that she didn't get the post. "Tonks thinks that her getting passed over might have something to do with our budding relationship," said Lupin, looking slightly uncomfortable as he trailed off. "But Shacklebolt's got a kid, doesn't he? He's not going to be in too much danger, will he?" asked Harry. At this point, he looked up and noticed Hermione, who still looked a bit flushed from her recent argument with Ron, enter the room. Lupin looked a bit more uncomfortable at this question, but Moody jumped in to answer. "He's more than qualified to take the job. Everybody's just too superstitious is all. Need to get over themselves. The main problem with the job is that the person has to be away for a while, and that's part of the reason why they chose someone who wasn't just beginning a romantic relationship. But there's no denying that Shacklebolt's a bit more qualified for the position than Tonks is anyway," said Moody with a wise smile. "Tonks would disagree with you there," Lupin registered with a small laugh. "Yes, well, the decision's up to McGonagall in the end, isn't it?" asked Arthur. "What position are we talking about anyway? Why's Professor McGonagall the one to choose?" asked Hermione curiously. "Hasn't anybody told you McGonagall's the head of the Order of the Phoenix now that Dumbledore's gone?" asked Moody. No," admitted Harry. He had been so wrapped up in his own personal quest to find Voldemort and his Horcruxes, not to mention organizing the DA, that the topic of the Order of the Phoenix had nearly slipped his mind. Whenever he had thought about it, he had always assumed that the organization had probably fractured upon Dumbledore's death. He was relieved to hear it was still going on. "Well, there was a vote on it at the first meeting after Dumbledore died," explained Lupin, who seemed to have overcome his embarrassment from earlier in the conversation. "And it came out almost unanimous that since Dumbledore trusted her enough to make her his deputy headmistress, that should be good enough to transfer leadership of the group as well." At this point, conversation was cut off as Molly rushed into the room. "Everybody bring your trunks down to the kitchen," she commanded. "And where's Ron?" "I'll let him know we're getting ready to leave," promised Harry, as he made his way up the stairs. When Harry entered Ron's room again, Ron was tapping furiously with his wand at his badge while muttering counter charms under his breath. Harry grinned as he said, "We've got to bring our stuff down to the kitchen, Honorable Half-Brain." "Funny, Harry. Downright hilarious," said Ron disapprovingly as he tossed the badge back into his trunk. "You know, you look a lot like Hermione when you get angry." You two really do make a good couple, said Harry. Why's she got to be such a know-it-all? Asked Ron. It really is frustrating sometimes. Because, Ron, if she weren't such a know-it-all, you'd never get your homework done, and you'd have to walk around wearing badges that say, Half Brawn, explained Ginny, as she walked into Ron's room. It was for Ginny's benefit that they were taking the cars over to King's Cross in the first place, as she was now the only one of the 4 students who did not have their apparition license. Harry and Ron had taken the test the week after Harry's birthday, and had both passed, even though Ron noticed later that night that he had left 2 of his toenails at the spot from which he had apparated. Shouldn't you be getting your trunk downstairs? Asked Ron irritably. Hermione offered to levitate it down for me. And I, unlike some people, am not so full of myself as to not let people help me. And by the way, I would just like you to know that Hermione told me about how you said it'd be emasculating for her to help you. It sounds like you still buy into the whole idea that the man is supposed to be the protector of the family. Ginny asked severely. Ron raised his arms in a peace-offering manner as he said, No, I didn't mean it like that, although he was not too convincing. Geez, Ron, what were you thinking? We all know I'll let Ginny protect me whenever she wants, if that's what it takes to keep the relationship going, said Harry with a smile. Ginny stuck her tongue out. And don't you forget it, she ordered, as she led the way down the stairs as Harry and Ron levitated their trunks behind them. All right, everyone in the cars, commanded Mrs. Weasley. We've only got just enough time to make it to the station. About 2 hours later, the group was securely packed onto the Hogwarts train. Lupin and Moody were staying on the train to patrol the corridors, since much like a few months ago, it had been determined that it is no longer wise to trust a handful of teenage prefects with keeping the corridors secure. However, there was actually very little chance of incident on the way to Hogwarts, as many of the people who were normally known to cause trouble, particularly the Slytherins, were conspicuously absent from the train. Ron and Hermione still had to head up the prefects' meeting, even though the prefects were not patrolling the corridors this year, leaving Harry and Ginny to find a compartment. It would have been exceedingly easy to find an empty compartment, as the train was nowhere near as crowded as it normally was on the ride back to Hogwarts. But Harry got an odd sort of depressed feeling from the empty compartments. It was a testament to how strong Lord Voldemort's reign of intimidation really was to see how few people were on the train. The Slytherins, of course, had not been kept out of Hogwarts due to fear, but presumably Voldemort had instructed his Death Eaters not to send their children back to Hogwarts. Indeed, there was little point now in the Death Eaters keeping their children in a ministry-approved track of education, as they were all hoping for the downfall of the ministry anyway. So it seemed that from now on, all threats to Hogwarts students would come from outside of the school rather than within. Of course, that did not exclude the possibility that Voldemort would try to invade Hogwarts again. But that was what the DA was going to prepare for, Harry reminded himself, as he led Ginny down the corridor to what sounded like a cheerfully noisy compartment. Harry opened the door to find Dean, Seamus, and Lavender talking with none other than Neville and Luna. Hey, Harry, greeted Neville excitedly. I was just telling everybody about the spell I was researching for our first DA meeting. Do you have any idea when the meeting will be yet? Harry reflected that only a few years ago, neither Neville nor Luna would have had much to do with Dean, Seamus, and Lavender, as Neville and Luna had each been somewhat alienated socially. But due to the realities of war and their positions within the DA, Luna and Neville, neither of whom had previously seemed to belong, were earning themselves a bit of popularity. Well, Harry answered, we might as well give ourselves a little bit of time to get back into the swing of classes first. How about this Saturday, though? Today's Monday, right? Asked Seamus. I kind of lost track at some point during the summer, he explained. Yeah, today's Monday, said Harry, grinning. All right, said Dean. Saturday should work then. Everyone nodded their consent. The topic of conversation devolved into various bits of small talk until Ron and Hermione entered the room. We looked into a bunch of the compartments on the way here, announced Ron to the room in general, and I'd be surprised if there's more than 150 of us on this train. Harry did some quick mental math and then whistled softly to himself. That's less than half of normal, isn't it? He asked. It sure is, affirmed Hermione. Usually there's about 400. You know, about 10 students per year in Gryffindor, about a dozen in Slytherin per year, about 15 per year in Ravenclaw, and almost 20 per in Hufflepuff. Almost 60 per year, multiplied by 7. Of course, we've lost the majority of Slytherin, and a good chunk of Hufflepuff as well. Even 2 of their prefects didn't show up. And only 2 of Slytherin's prefects did show up. Well, the Slytherins are no great loss, opined Dean. And I bet Gryffindor's the best represented, said Seamus. We've got 7 from our year back. It'll make Quidditch a bit pointless though, won't it? Asked Ginny. Actually, from the letter that Professor McGonagall sent us to read at the prefects' meeting, it seems like there might not be any Quidditch at all this year, revealed Ron heavily. No Quidditch? Asked Harry. We'll have to at least organize some pickup games or something. I can't go a whole year without a decent match. Conversation continued in that vein for a while, and then naturally turned to other topics, as the train made its way toward Hogwarts. Hours later, the students pulled on their robes as the train began to travel in darkness. Just as Ron's growling stomach was becoming audible to the rest of the compartment, the train pulled into Hogsmeade. As they made their way onto the carriages, Harry glanced warily at the Thestrals. He wondered in passing how long he would be the only one of the trio who would be able to see the morbid beasts. Hermione and Ron had still been lucky enough to never witness death firsthand. Last year, Harry would have said with confidence that they would at least not see anyone die before they encountered the Thestrals again as they left for Christmas break, but Hogwarts no longer seemed unbreachable after the events of the previous year. Hermione, Ginny, Harry, and Ron all got into the same carriage. There can't be too many new first years this year, can there? Ron wondered aloud. They'd probably be the ones least likely to show up, admitted Hermione. Their parents would be the most protective. Plus, they wouldn't really be sacrificing too much. If they end up having to start a year late, at least they aren't leaving off part way. Of course, I don't know if many people really think the war will be over in a year. Oh, let's hope it is, said Harry earnestly. I don't know whether I can stand it for more than another year. I'm sure we'll have defeated Voldemort by then, responded Ginny. And the odd thing was, she really did sound sure. It was so nice to hear how confident she was that Harry didn't even have the nerve to ask what she was talking about. When they got up to the Great Hall, the 4 took their spots at the Gryffindor table. It turned out that Seamus had been right about Gryffindor being fairly well represented, as it seemed like at least 3 in 4 of the students who should have returned to the house this year were present. Once the group was seated, they glanced toward the front of the room as McGonagall led about 15 first-year students into the Great Hall. She placed the Sorting Hat on its stool and the whole room became silent. The Sorting Hat began to sing. I know that in previous years my advice you did not heed. You took the path down which enmity and division led. But since I've been proven right, I hope you now shall see that the way to victory can come only from unity. So although now I will divide students into the houses 4, I hope that the houses will not be truly divided anymore. Into the house of ruthless and mighty Slytherin, I put students who will do whatever it takes to win. Into the house of the sly and witty Ravenclaw, I put those whose intelligence is the subject of much awe. Into the house of the Honorable Helga Hufflepuff, I place people who will work hard even when it's tough. And into the house of kind and noble Gryffindor, I place students who can experience great fear but still endure. You will need the talents of those students who take after each founder. Or else this school may be destroyed, and the whole wizarding world flounder. So if you are wise this year you will all finally take my advice. And those students that remain will to one another be nice. To stand unified against a dangerous and shared threat. For these words of wisdom, you are now all in my debt. There were only brief spurts of applause from the student body, which could not help but feel as if it had just been reprimanded by the talking hat. Harry supposed that he would do what he could to make sure that Dumbledore's army was welcoming to any of the remaining Slytherins who wanted to come, as it seemed that those who had supported Voldemort had left the school. Perhaps this year they would be getting on the job training in subjects like Muggle torture, and sing up to the Dark Lord. Harry glanced over to the Slytherin table and noticed that there were only about 20 students there. Within 10 minutes, the first-year students had been distributed amongst the houses. Before dinner began, Professor McGonagall stood up. Before we begin, I would like us to all observe a moment of silence in recognition of our late headmaster, whom we all wish could have been with us this coming year. For the next minute, the great hall was as quiet as Harry had ever heard it, and Harry reflected that this was by far the most somber start of term feast he had ever attended. At the end of the minute, McGonagall cleared her throat and began to talk again. Our new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor should be joining us any moment. I believe he is currently checking the grounds to make sure that no stragglers got locked out of the building due to our new security devices. Ah, here he is now, said McGonagall as one of the doors to the great hall opened slowly. None other than Kingsley Shacklebolt entered the room and made his way up to the staff table. I introduce to you all, Kingsley Shacklebolt. He is an Auror at the Ministry of Magic, and was also a close personal friend of Professor Dumbledore. The Ministry has consented to allow him to fill this post, as they have committed a few Aurors to protect Hogwarts as it is, and they see no harm in allowing one of them to teach. At any rate, I will have more announcements at the end of the feast, but I have kept you from your food for long enough. So, go to it, advised McGonagall as food appeared on the previously empty tables. As they ate, the four talked about Shacklebolt's appointment as the new professor. I kind of thought that's what they were talking about when I walked in, revealed Hermione. Oh, of course you knew, said Ron with mock irritation in his voice. I see you let Hermione fix your badge, Ginny noted approvingly, glancing at his now repaired head boy badge. Ron rolled his eyes. Why do you automatically assume I didn't fix it myself? He asked. It makes sense though, said Harry, later on in the conversation. Moody mentioned that everybody was superstitious. Although something Dumbledore said last year kind of made it sound like Voldemort really did curse the dark arts position when he was turned down for the job. Yes, well, that won't be a problem if you get rid of him this year, will it? Asked Kingsley as he sat down beside Harry. Why aren't you up at the staff table? Asked Ron. I still don't really feel like a member of the staff, said Shacklebolt with a grin. Besides, the headmistress tells me that you probably want to talk to me about this defense club you're running. He asked, as the desserts appeared on the table. So they discussed the plans for Dumbledore's army as they ate. Then, after a few closing remarks from McGonagall, the student body got up and made their way toward their respective common rooms. As he drifted off to sleep in a room with the same four roommates he had started school with, it was almost possible for Harry to forget for a little while how depleted the student body was. But even with this little bit of normality, there was no denying that this would be anything but a normal year. Harry's first Defense Against the Dark Arts class of the semester was not scheduled until Wednesday afternoon. By the time he made it to that class, however, it seemed like he had been at school for a week and a half rather than a day and a half. He was rather anxious to see exactly what Shacklebolt was made of as a teacher, to see if he would be able to help the trio in their continuing quest to destroy Voldemort. The day in question started off with a curious event even before Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor McGonagall, who had made no mention of her meeting with Harry over the summer before then, had walked over to him at breakfast and requested a meeting with him after dinner that night. By the time class rolled around, it became apparent that Harry wasn't the only one curious about the new professor. As usual when a new professor showed up, Shacklebolt was greeted by the class filing in several minutes early to survey the situation. Upon seeing this welcome, Shacklebolt surveyed the room with a slight smile. Well, since you all appear to be here early, I believe I might as well start the class a while. While we will begin working on defensive spells shortly, I feel that I should start off the class with a lecture. But only a short one. Nothing like one of Bin's lectures. There was a slight laugh from the class from this. If nothing else, this professor had already proven that he had more of a sense of humor than their last two professors of Defense Against the Dark Arts put together. Not that that said much, necessarily. Yes, laughter's good, said Shacklebolt, waving a hand dismissively, but unfortunately, at the moment, we are obligated to focus on more serious issues. The subject of Defense Against the Dark Arts is, under the present circumstances, clearly the most important subject any of you will take this year. Of course, there are important things that can be picked up from your other subjects, some of which can even be applied to combating dark wizards, but in a time of war against the dark arts, it is wise to focus as much as possible on undistilled defense. With Voldemort out on the prowl, it is necessary to be as much on guard as we can. Harry registered with slight surprise that Shacklebolt said Voldemort's name, apparently being one of the few wizards who was not frightened to do so. But then again, Harry reckoned that it wasn't too surprising considering that Shacklebolt was a member of the Order of the Phoenix, as were most other wizards whom Harry had heard use the name. Besides which, after hearing McGonagall say the name as well, it seemed possible that, at least among braver witches and wizards, the name was becoming less intimidating. Harry thought that on some levels, this signaled an increasing strength to fight against Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Even though it still seemed as if circumstances would get worse before they got better, some people were proving to be brave enough to fight back. At any rate, Harry's opinion of Shacklebolt had improved once again. Now, in spite of your unfortunately disjointed string of previous defense against the dark arts professors, your OWL results reveal that most of this class was up to scratch at least as of the end of 5th year. And in spite of all the other things that Snape apparently was, he was definitely a good actor, and if he was trying to act like a good defense against the dark arts teacher, I assume you all would have learned a good deal from him. So, in order to test your skills at this point, I'm going to teach you a shielding charm, and I want you to get into pairs and practice it. After a few minutes of practicing the spell, it was easy to pick out the students who had been in Dumbledore's army in 5th year from those who had not been, as those who had been in the club were doing quite well in performing the spell, which they had already learned. Harry felt a small surge of pride mixed with surprise that so many people had remembered how to do the spell so well. He had sort of assumed that since only Neville and Luna had answered the call that Hermione had put out on the Enchanted Galleons at the end of last term, that those two students had been the only two who had been consistently thinking about the club and the things that they had learned there. Apparently, this assumption was wrong. As Kingsley made his rounds, correcting those students who were having a hard time performing some aspect of the spell, he came to Harry, who was paired with Neville. One less pleasant upshot of Ron and Hermione's newfound relationship was that they normally paired with each other when a class assignment called for partners. "It seems someone's beaten me to teaching this spell," said Shacklebolt with a smile, as Harry cast a stunning spell to test Neville's shield charm, which had apparently been successful judging from his general lack of being stunned. Harry grinned back. "Yeah. I'm a little surprised so many people remembered so well, though," he added in an undertone, not wanting anyone to mistake his sentiment as a lack of faith in his peers. "Well, it would seem that you're not the only one taking defense seriously. Speaking of which, have you set a date for your first Dumbledore's Army meeting yet? I was kind of thinking that I could help you advertise the meetings, if you wanted to attract a lot of new students. I'd be able to reach basically all the students below 5th year, and most above. Almost all 6th and 7th years who are still here have opted to take this class, showing that you lot are quite a bit smarter than many adults give you credit for most of the time," revealed Shacklebolt. "Oh, yeah," said Harry, who had not even thought of having Shacklebolt advertising, but was quite open to the idea. He was eager to teach as many people as possible, and there was now no need to keep the club secret. "I've been telling people Saturday afternoon. About 2 p.m. Haven't really figured out where we're going to hold it though. Well, depending on how many people you're actually able to get, it might be best to see if the Great Hall could be cleared out. I don't think you'll get most of the students in the school to join. Most are probably nervous enough about simply attending the school and may be unwilling to draw more attention to themselves by joining such a club, in case this would draw unwanted attention from any Death Eaters who may still be in our midst. Not that I believe there are still any Death Eaters here, but some of your fellow students might. And, understandably, many will feel that they have enough going on with preparing for classes and whatnot. But the club will naturally draw the bravest and most willing students to it, and we wouldn't want to do much to combat that." At that point, Kingsley walked off and allowed Harry and Neville to get back to practicing the shield spell. At the end of the class, Kingsley announced, "There will be a voluntary supplemental defense club on Saturday afternoon at 2 p.m. in the Great Hall. It will be student-led, and you are all encouraged to attend." At the Gryffindor table during dinner that night, the conversation was dominated by talk about the defense against the Dark Arts Club, which many people were very eager to get back to attending. Harry was starting to get really animated in the discussion when Professor McGonagall caught his eye from up at the professor's table. This reminded him that he only had a few more minutes before he ought to be heading off once again to the headmistress' office. It wasn't an event he was necessarily looking forward to, as he was aware that the topic of conversation would probably be the Horcruxes and how to find them. Harry didn't really like to think about the Horcruxes any more than he had to. It wasn't that he was scared of the prospect of going to find them or anything, it was just frustrating to think about how little he knew about them and to ponder over the possible ways that he might find them. So far the outlook still seemed bleak from his perspective, since it seemed that if Dumbledore had not been able to find any more Horcruxes before his death, doing so would be more of a job than Harry would be able to handle. However, McGonagall seemed to have some ideas of her own up her sleeve, as Harry was to find out during his meeting with her. When he entered the office, McGonagall looked rather harassed and tired-looking, as she had a tendency to do as of late. Harry was about to express concern about her appearance when she abruptly stated, "Harry, I think I know of a way that you can get to Nagini in order to kill her and deactivate the third Horcrux." Harry just stared at her blankly, and continued to do so as she revealed her plan, which turned out to be something just as bold and crazy as the plans that Dumbledore had suggested, on the level of telling Hermione and Harry to attempt time traveling in third year. Harry was shocked, but he certainly took it a lot better than Ron did, when he relayed the plan to Hermione, Ginny, and Ron later on that night. "So, wait, you're saying that you want to use my girlfriend as bait to catch a deadly dark creature?" asked Ron, incredulously. "First off," said Hermione, trying to hide the slight irritation in her voice, "I think it's sweet that you're trying to protect me, but it's unnecessary. Harry will be able to do this just fine, and I'll get out of it alive. We've all got to take risks. This is war." Ron looked aggravated. "How do you know Harry can do this, though?" asked Ron. Harry, who was having trouble gaining full confidence in himself to begin with, was not quite sure how he could convince Ron that Hermione would be safe. Ginny attempted to leap to his defense. "Harry's a damn good wizard, Ron. Do you think that you're more able to protect Hermione than Harry is?" Harry watched Ron's face, knowing Ginny's comment would be taken as an insult on his masculinity. Ron's face contorted in anger for a moment, but then he looked at Harry and, seeming to decide that Harry was a great wizard after all, took a deep breath before saying, "Look, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that this is some really complicated magic we're talking about here, and we don't really know that Harry can do it." "Were you paying attention at all when Harry was explaining this?" asked Hermione, who was having a harder and harder time hiding her exasperation. Harry and Ginny, of course, had caught onto it some time ago, but it seemed that now even Ron could tell that she was irritated. "It is complex, but Harry will be able to do it because he's a parcel tongue. Parcel tongues, besides just being able to talk to SS, can sometimes influence their wills like Voldemort is doing to Nagini. Harry could do the same thing if he practices occlumency and legilimency with Shacklebolt for a while. As long as he clears his mind and focuses on the S, he'll be able to suggest actions for it as well as Voldemort can." "That's just the thing, though," argued Ron. "First of all, I've never heard of parcel tongues being able to communicate mentally with SS before tonight. And even if it is true, why would Nagini listen to Harry instead of Ron sputtered as he obviously struggled to master himself and say Voldemort's name, "You know who?" sputtered Ron, reddening. He was obviously angry at himself for still being unwilling to say Voldemort's name, but it was also clear that he was going to take his anger out on his friends, as they were the closest available target, and his nerves had apparently been stretched to the breaking point. "Calm down, Ron," said Hermione carefully, putting a hand on Ron's shoulder. Ron backed away. Ginny answered the question. "Harry already explained this, too. It's like Dumbledore said last year, it's dangerous to put a part of your soul into another living thing. The reason for this is that the living thing has its own will. Nagini's no ordinary S. After all Voldemort's put her through, she's become dark in her own right. She herself wants to kill people, especially Muggles or Muggle-borns. And Voldemort must have had her under tight control lately, especially if Snape had caught on that Dumbledore was after the Horcruxes and told Voldemort. Voldemort is keeping Nagini close to him, and so if Harry suggests to Nagini that she escape and kill a mudblood, she'll be open to it. And no one else sees how this is a problem? Asked Ron loudly. Harry reflected that it was a good thing he had waited to tell his friends all of this until everyone else in the common room had gone off to bed. However, he was beginning to wonder whether those who had already gone to sleep might be awakened if Ron didn't calm down and quiet down a little. Harry hadn't said anything since he had finished disclosing the plan that McGonagall had suggested, of Harry luring Nagini to attack Hermione in the Riddles graveyard, where Harry would then kill the animal. Hermione would have to go into the graveyard without her wand, and Harry would be able to focus on the image of her doing so to send it to Nagini and communicate to her that she should come and kill the Muggle-born. Unfortunately, while doing this, Harry would fall into a trance. McGonagall said that Hermione would have enough time to snap Harry out of the trance before the S got there, but Ron seemed to be having a hard time believing this. "No, it won't be a problem," insisted Hermione. "Even though I personally won't have a wand, Harry will have his, and when I wake him up, he'll be able to kill the S once it gets there. And there won't be any psychological side effects to communicating with the Dark S." Asked Ron. "What if while he's channeling the S, the Dark Lord gets into his mind and makes him kill you?" Voldemort hasn't been trying to get into Harry's mind recently, and even if he was, Harry's always been able to fight off Imperius curses. Why wouldn't he be able to fight it off this time? Besides, I don't think that even Voldemort can control someone from that far away without first having been close enough to cast an Imperius curse, said Hermione. "I still don't like the idea," responded Ron stubbornly. "Don't do it." Hermione bristled. "Are you telling me what to do?" she asked. "Not smart enough to figure that out on your own?" asked Ron shortly. "You can't tell me what to do. I need to do this," countered Hermione. "Fine," said Ron, who then got up and left the room in a huff. After Ron stormed off, Hermione looked from Ginny to Harry, then toward Ron's retreating form, then she started to look as if she might cry. She ran up the girls' staircase. "Well, I had certainly hoped that would go better," said Harry. "Ron'll come around," said Ginny reassuringly. "This won't happen right away, right? You'll need to practice first and everything, won't you?" "Yeah," McGonagall suggested that we might want to wait until as late as early November to do this, to give me some time to work on my occlumency and legilimency, said Harry. "That sounds like it'll work. It's good that Shacklebolt knows. Legilimency, though, I'm kind of surprised, I thought it was really rare," commented Ginny. "It is, but you know, Aurors tend to be very talented in general," said Harry. "Tonks isn't an occlumens," countered Ginny. "Yeah, but she can turn her hair pink, which I think is more useful anyway," said Harry with a grin. Ginny laughed as well. Harry reflected that it was good that he could still laugh, even in such a difficult situation. He supposed that when he stopped laughing, that's when he would have to worry. When Harry went up to bed that night, Ron stayed coldly silent, although Harry could not imagine that he had yet fallen asleep. Indeed, once Harry settled in, he was able to hear a good amount of tossing and turning from Ron's bed, indicating that he had not yet cooled off enough from the argument to actually go to sleep. Harry wondered briefly whether he should suggest to Ron that they go down to the common room to talk some more and possibly resolve their differences. However, he eventually determined to trust Ginny's theory that Ron would come around in his own time and decided that it was best not to rush the process. Still, Harry had enough trouble of his own in trying to get to sleep. He was having a bit of a moral dilemma over the idea of willingly putting Hermione into such a dangerous situation as the one that had been proposed. Hermione was, of course, correct in saying that in a time of war, everybody needed to take risks, but it still scared Harry when it was his own best friends taking those risks. But the plan seemed basically foolproof. Once he lured the S there, Hermione could break him out of his trance, and then it should be easy enough to kill Nagini. She was only a S, after all. She couldn't even wield a wand. As Harry slipped off into the realm of sleep, the ridiculous image of AS carrying a wand in its mouth flickered across his mind. Hermione, Harry, and Ginny each seemed to make a conscious effort to give Ron his space over the next couple of days, and Ron didn't seem to mind. He spent a lot of time talking to Dean and Seamus and basically ignored Ginny, Hermione, and Harry. Naturally, Hermione was upset about this action, but she was also the one who got closest to diagnosing its cause. Late Thursday night in the common room, when Ginny, Harry, and Hermione were discussing Ron's unfortunate new behavioral pattern. Well, he sees that he can't prevent us from carrying out this plan, so he seems to be trying to avoid being a part of it. And he knows if he hangs out with us, we'll expect him to help us plan it. Talking to us now would only imply his consent for this whole thing, which he won't do, said Hermione. You're probably about right, although Ron probably would phrase it differently, said Ginny, as she giggled slightly at the thought of Ron using a phrase like, imply consent. Yes, well, I still wish he'd stop being a prat and talk about it. Maybe if he understood the plan better, he'd see that the risk is very small, said Hermione. You're a bit more confident about this than I necessarily am, said Harry hesitantly. He himself was still having doubts, and didn't want Hermione going into the mission overconfident. He couldn't think of anything specifically that could go wrong in McGonagall's plan, but he couldn't help but think that if luring Nagini to her death was as easy as McGonagall seemed to think, then Dumbledore himself would have suggested the plan long ago. But Dumbledore clearly wasn't infallible, as the previous spring had revealed. Harry shook his head to clear it of this internal dialogue as Ginny responded. He was having such internal dialogue a lot lately and frankly found it a bit annoying. Look, said Ginny, we're not saying it's something that you could go out and do tomorrow or anything. You've never even attempted to use the killing curse yet, and you need to figure out how to use legilimency to bait Nagini. But this is something you can do. Look at all the amazing stuff you've accomplished so far. Killing AS is well within your reach. Ginny gave him a quick little comforting hug, and kept one arm around him as she continued to sit beside him. As he put an arm around her as well, Harry realized how much he enjoyed this closeness and was, not for the first time lately, very glad that she had convinced him to get back together with him. Hermione gave the pair a strange look for a second and then said, I guess Ron and I are still dating, technically, even though he doesn't talk to me anymore. Ginny responded, yes, Hermione, he's just being a prat. That's just something you're going to have to get used to. But he really does care about you, and even he's not dumb enough to make this whole argument even worse by going back to Lavender or something. Ginny paused, and then added, and if he does, I'll kill him. Oh, yeah, that would solve everything, said Hermione with a slight laugh. The three laughed together for a bit. Then Hermione continued, yeah, well, I should probably be heading to bed. I'll leave you two alone, she said with a small smile. The two were now the only two left in the common room. Ginny drew Harry a bit closer to her, and they somehow ended up in a nice long kiss. Harry still found himself somewhat surprised at the way that such things turned out. As Ginny drew away, she caught a look of concern on Harry's face. What's wrong? She asked, now wearing a similar look of concern on her face. It's just, I really am a bit worried about Ron. I mean, aside from being my best friend, he is a great wizard, and as bad as it might sound to talk strategically about my best friend, we'd really be better off if all of the people on our side would quit arguing and stand together, said Harry. It doesn't sound bad to talk about your friends strategically, assured Ginny. We're in difficult times right now and it seems like everything's about costs and benefits. It doesn't make you a bad friend. What I am concerned about is that I just got done seeing you and you're thinking about my brother. You aren't gay or anything, are you? Ginny joked. No, of course not, said Harry, after he and Ginny had each had a good laugh at the idea. But even if I were, I don't think Ron would be my type. Really? Asked Ginny. Who would be then? Well, Dean's pretty good looking, registered Harry. Ginny giggled. We've got similar tastes then, apparently, said Ginny, batting her eyes. Yeah, said Harry after chuckling for a bit. But, seriously, do you even think Ron will show up for the Defense Club meeting? Of course he will, said Ginny. He's still on our side, and he's still brave. He might be a headboy like Percy now, but he's certainly not a turncoat like him. When Saturday afternoon rolled around, it proved Ginny correct. Although Ron didn't arrive early with Ginny, Hermione, Neville, and Luna to help set up the Great Hall for the first meeting, he did show up with Dean and Seamus. He carefully avoided Ginny, Hermione, and Harry's eyes as the early arrivals waited for a bit to let any stragglers wander in. Kingsley, although he was planning on helping out with the club throughout the year, had decided that it would be best for him not to come to all of the meetings, just to make it clear that Harry was in fact the leader of the group. Shacklebolt believed that Harry was sort of the glue that held the group together, and it'd be best to capitalize on that by making him the undisputed leader of the group. Harry, who was anything but power-hungry, agreed to this arrangement only because he reckoned that Shacklebolt was correct in assuming that his fellow students would prefer the group to be led by Harry than by their full-time defense against the dark arts professor. A few minutes after 2 o'clock, Harry decided it was pointless to wait any longer. There had actually been a pretty good turnout, with 40 people showing up, including almost a dozen seventh years, and a couple of intimidated-looking first and second years. Right, said Harry, who still had trouble keeping from getting a little bit nervy when he was expected to speak in front of large groups. Dumbledore's army is back, and now we've even got permission from the school to be running it. Now, before we go any further, shall we vote to figure out whether I'm still going to be the leader of this little group? Asked Harry. There were a couple of murmurs when Harry said this, but nobody spoke up. Finally, Ginny said, Harry, nobody suggested that you shouldn't be the leader. Yeah, but we can't just assume it. Is there anyone who wants to run against me? He asked. There was silence in the Great Hall, which Harry actually found to be somewhat amazing considering that he had never heard the Great Hall this silent with so many people in it. After waiting for a few moments, Harry continued. Okay, then. If I'm going to be the leader, then I have to have a few deputies. I've already asked for help from Neville, Luna, Ginny, Hermione. He cut himself off. He had forgotten for a second that he and Ron weren't technically on speaking terms. He let the sentence hang unfinished. He glanced at Ron, and saw that there was apparently quite a conflict going on within his mind. After another moment of hesitation, just as Harry was about to continue, Ron stepped forward. And me, right? I mean, I've already got a spell picked out that I was going to teach people and everything. Unless you don't need my help? He asked tentatively. There was an awkward silence for a second, but Harry broke it as soon as he had gotten over the shock of Ron coming back to their side so suddenly. He wasn't like Percy after all. Yeah, of course we could still use your help, Ron. And he brought up my next point, incidentally, which is that at this meeting, I think that we should have a couple of our deputies teach everybody a spell. Ron seems ready to go this meeting. Is anybody else ready to present? Neville volunteered sheepishly. All right, good, said Harry. 2 spells should keep us occupied for a bit. Although these are probably going to be fairly advanced spells. How about while Ron and Neville teach the rest of us, Hermione and Luna can teach the first and second years about Expelliarmus, and we'll catch you up on the spells that you miss later. Dead useful spell, Expelliarmus, explained Harry, looking at the first and second years, who had apparently managed to bunch themselves together in one corner of the room. The first meeting of Dumbledore's army went rather well, with Ron teaching a spell that would render a wizard's wand slippery and rubber-like, so that it would be difficult to grasp or pick up once the wizard was disarmed. Neville taught a spell which caused the victim to be struck blind and deaf for 30 seconds, which would be quite enough time to lose the upper hand in a battle. The students were rather quick in making progress with the spells, and although not everyone was perfect at either of them before the meeting disbanded, Harry was impressed that Ginny managed to use each spell on him rather quickly. At about 4 o'clock, Harry suggested to the group that they ought to wrap up the meeting because the house elves would be putting out the dinner selection rather soon, and they needed to put the Great Hall back into proper order before that could happen. Harry told Neville and Luna they could go a while as well, even though they each offered to help Ron, Hermione, Harry, and Ginny get the room back in order. Neville and Luna didn't seem at all offended at being shunted from the room, apparently cottoning on that the 4 of them were about to start talking about matters which it was safer for Luna and Neville not to know about. I'm glad you're back on our side, Ron, said Harry, as Neville and Luna left. Ron had a hard time answering immediately, as Hermione had just run over and given him a huge hug. It was apparent from the ferocity of this hug that it had been something that she had been waiting to do through the whole meeting. "Apparently she's glad too," said Ron, returning the hug after moving his head so that Hermione's hair wouldn't get stuck in it as soon as he opened his mouth. "We all are," said Ginny earnestly. "And we knew you'd see sense eventually. Now don't go jumping the gun, here," said Ron, jokingly. "I haven't admitted to seeing anything yet. And I'm not saying I like what you're planning to do any more than I did when you first told me. But, Harry, I trust you, and if you think this is the best way to destroy the fourth Horcrux, then I'm not going to do anything to stop you. But please, Harry, don't go getting my girlfriend killed." He said it with a light enough air, never quite losing his joking tone the whole way through what he was saying. It was as if it was easier to deal with what he was saying if he went out of the way to pretend that they weren't really discussing matters of life and death here. Harry was at a loss, not knowing how to answer this vote of confidence from his best friend, and not sure how to assure him that Hermione would be okay. But he was spared answering by Hermione, who had finally released Ron from the hug after capping it off with a short but passionate "K.S. and now had a contribution of her own to make to the conversation. "Thanks for coming around on this one, Ron. It means a lot that you respect me enough to respect my decisions on something like this. And I understand that you're worried, but this is something that I really have to do. It's like during first year, when you knew you had to sacrifice yourself in the chess game so that Harry and I could continue. But you turned out to be okay, and so will I." She said this with such a certain finality that no one could think of anything to say for the next couple of minutes. As they moved the tables and chairs back to their correct positions, the only sounds that could be heard in the room were the soft mutterings of incantations to mobilize the furniture. Starting the following Tuesday night, Harry began to have weekly meetings with Kingsley Shacklebolt to prepare Harry for his upcoming mission. They started off with reteaching Harry occlumency, which Harry turned out to be reasonably competent at now that his teacher wasn't actually a Death Eater. He wasn't exactly a natural at it, however, so it took a few meetings before Harry got well practiced enough at occlumency to begin taking a stab at legilimency. However, their first meeting in October started off with Harry's first legilimency lesson. "Now you won't necessarily have to be a pro at legilimency in order to do what we're preparing you for. Because you're a parcel tongue, you have a natural ability to influence SS, we just need to hone that ability a bit. Still, a lot of the basic principles that apply when you're trying to get into another person's mind will also help you when you're trying to get into Nagini's mind. The first step is to concentrate your whole mind on the person whose mind you're trying to lock into. This also piggybacks on the skills that you learned in occlumency. You need to clear out your mind of all thoughts other than those related to the person whose mind you are trying to read. Now when you're trying to influence Nagini, it will be different because she won't be there with you, so you won't be able to simply point your wand at her and say an incantation to activate the connection. That's why you'll go into a trance that Hermione will have to wake you from. But for at least this practice, we'll focus on pure legilimency. I'll let you practice on me, as I've got nothing to hide from you," finished Shacklebolt with a slight smile. Harry nodded, and that practice went as smoothly as the ones before it had. Harry reflected on how selfless it was of Shacklebolt to allow Harry to read his mind for the purposes of practicing legilimency, and realized how dedicated this man must be to the cause to allow his very mind to be intruded into for it. Harry was gaining more respect for Shacklebolt all the time. The second Tuesday of October was the one in which Shacklebolt explained to Harry how exactly a parcel tongue was supposed to sway S's will from far away. Or rather, he explained approximately how it was supposed to work, as it was rather hard for anyone who was not a parcel tongue to understand exactly what was going on. But I think that from what I've explained to you, you'll have a general idea of what's going on and will be able to work the rest out on your own when the time comes, explained Shacklebolt apologetically, seemingly frustrated by his own inability to tell Harry all that he might want to know about the upcoming task. On the third Tuesday of October, Shacklebolt wrapped his cloak around himself once Harry got in the room, and handed Harry a cloak as well. "You'll need this, it's a bit cool outside at the moment, and we're going out to Hagrid's hut." "What for?" asked Harry. He was glad at the excuse to see Hagrid, as he hadn't been to visit him in a few weeks. Professor McGonagall had appointed Hagrid as the head of Gryffindor House at the beginning of that year, and between preparing for his Care of Magical Creatures classes and fulfilling his head duties, he had not had much time for visitors. But Harry was suspicious that Shacklebolt wasn't proposing to interrupt their weekly meetings simply to visit the half-giant groundskeeper. Shacklebolt gazed gravely at Harry. Hagrid's gathered some animals of various sizes that are expendable. Today, Harry, I need to teach you the killing curse, so that you can use it on Nagini once you lure her to the Riddle's grave. Harry swallowed heavily. Somehow, he sensed that this evening would be somewhat of a turning point in his life. He knew somehow that learning the killing curse would change him ever so slightly. He wondered briefly whether Dumbledore would have consented to him learning such a dark spell. The pair trudged in silence down to Hagrid's cabin, and after Hagrid had given them an unusually terse greeting, he showed them to the small pen where there were a couple of caged rats, a creature that looked a bit like an overgrown groundhog, and a really ugly thing that looked like a 2-foot-long cockroach. Harry judged quickly that Shacklebolt had been correct in saying that no one would actually miss these creatures once they were dead, but he still felt a slight pang of guilt that he would have to kill them. They were, after all, ugly as they were, still technically completely innocent creatures. Shacklebolt broke him out of his train of thought by speaking up. He was still speaking in a subdued voice, and it was absolutely clear that he took no pleasure in teaching one of his students the killing curse. Harry reflected momentarily on how much more eager a Death Eater would be to teach someone Harry's age such a spell. Obviously, everyone knows the incantation for this spell, but the point is putting hate behind the spell. It's easier to kill smaller animals than bigger ones, but in some ways, it will be harder for you to kill these animals than it would be for you to kill a Death Eater, or Nagini for that matter. That's because if you were actually facing an enemy of yours, such as Bellatrix Lestrange or Severus Snape, you'd have a pool of personal animosity for that person to take your hate from. With these animals, you'll have to go through the effort of concentrating on your hate for Voldemort or someone else in order to put the force behind the spell. Do you think you can do that? Harry agreed that he probably could, and Shacklebolt instructed him to kill the rat first. He attempted to do so. The rat didn't so much as squeak to acknowledge the spell. As a matter of fact, no light escaped from Harry's wand. Didn't quite do it that time, said Shacklebolt. Harry reckoned he knew why. It was hard for him to concentrate on his hate for Voldemort because he was thinking about how simply by performing this spell he would be becoming ever so slightly more like him. Harry tried again, trying to clear his mind. Once again he failed to cast the spell. He failed a third time. Shacklebolt smiled slightly. Well, I guess I'm sort of relieved to find that you're not a natural at unforgivable curses. But you can do this. Just use your occlumency skills to clear your mind of whatever's distracting you, and then focus on your hate for Voldemort. Harry did as instructed, and finally, this time, when he uttered, Avada Kedavra, a green light emanated from his wand, and the rat twitched and fell dead. Harry shuddered slightly, but steeled himself. He had crossed a threshold. He was able to kill the next 3 animals with no problem. Shacklebolt muttered a quick spell to vanish the bodies, and then gestured toward the castle. The two walked solemnly in silence back up to the castle. Once they got back to Shacklebolt's office, the professor looked at Harry meaningfully. I believe you've learned everything that you need to in order to carry out the plan. Professor McGonagall and I believe it to be wisest to carry out this plan on a night when most wizards will be thinking of other things than monitoring Harry Potter's actions, so we chose a night of celebration for wizards. You shall carry out the plan on Halloween night. Hours later, once the common room had cleared out again, Harry relayed to Ron, Hermione, and Ginny that the plan was almost ready to be put into action. When Harry announced that the night to carry it out would be October 31st, Hermione bit her lip silently, Ginny gave a confident little nod, and Ron frowned. But there was no argument this time. There were only 8 days between the time that the date for the expedition had been decided and the night when it would be carried out. These days passed by quickly for Harry as he and his 3 best friends all grew a bit quieter. There was a palpable nervousness about them, and it just so happened that their nerves about the task at hand coincided with a rash of bad news from outside the castle. There had been a few particularly nasty mass Muggle killings lately, and there was speculation in the press that the Death Eaters might be working on an even bigger event for Halloween night. When he read an article suggesting this one morning, Harry gritted his teeth and after looking around him muttered quietly to Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, "Well, we might not be able to stop that, but we should at least be able to rob Voldemort of his favorite pet that night." And suddenly, the night was upon them. Harry and Hermione had decided to leave at 6 o'clock that evening, so they could apparate to the graveyard while it was still light, just to get their bearings before they carried out their plan. Ginny and Ron each said their respective romantic interest goodbye in the entrance hall. Then Ginny hugged Hermione and said that she knew everything would be okay. Ron shook Harry's hand and said, in a voice less confident than it could have been, "I know you can do this, mate." Then he paused, and smiled, saying, "Kill that damn S." "I will, Ron, I will," said Harry. Then, Hermione and Harry walked down across the grounds by themselves, making their way off the grounds to where they could apparate. Hermione was going to have to ride side along, as she had herself never been to the graveyard in question and thus could not properly envision it to apparate, and also didn't have her wand. "You look nervous," Harry commented as they walked. "No," Hermione lied. "I'm not." "Oh come on, Hermione," said Harry, slightly annoyed. "I've known you for more than 6 years, I can tell you're nervous. You've got the same look on your face as you always do whenever you think you haven't properly studied for an exam. Of course you always end up acing it anyway, so maybe it's actually a good omen that you're making that face." "Really, it's nothing. It's just I kind of feel helpless without my wand. I wish we could have just had me hide it in my robes or something, that way you still would have been able to show Nagini the picture of me helpless in a graveyard, but I'd still have the wand. But I guess your eyes might automatically wander to where the wand was hidden or something and it might give it away. But I know I shouldn't be worried. All I've got to do is wake you up. And I don't need a wand to do that. I can wake you up just as easy by poking you with a finger as I could by poking you with a wand, right?" she asked with a small smile. "I think so," said Harry smiling back. "Anyway, we can apparate now," said Harry as they crossed the gate which signified that they were off the grounds. Harry thought for a moment that it was somewhat odd that there were no professors or anything patrolling the area to make sure no students wandered off the grounds, but Harry reckoned that McGonagall had instructed that no professors should interfere with Hermione and Harry that night. They arrived at the graveyard as dusk was coming, and they looked around. "Well, I suppose I might as well start all this now rather than later," Harry reasoned, after they had walked around the graveyard for a few moments. "It'll take the S a while to get here anyway, and it's already starting to get dark." "Okay," said Hermione, sounding nervous again. This was reasonable, Harry supposed. Even if she had complete confidence in him, he was getting ready to slip into an unconscious daze and leave her as the only conscious being in a darkening graveyard. That was quite creepy in its own right. Harry sat down with his back against a gravestone, and worked hard to concentrate simultaneously on Nagini and the image that he was trying to send her, that of Hermione, who was currently sitting at a gravestone opposite, feigning sleep so that Nagini would consider her even more helpless. He thought about the S and Hermione's helpless-looking form, and focused on the command, "Kill the mudblood." He repeated the command in his mind several times, like an incantation. He felt himself turning drowsy, and suddenly he somehow knew he was inside Nagini's mind. This, according to what Shacklebolt had told him, was exactly what was supposed to happen. Still, the sensation of switching minds still caught Harry a bit off guard, and it took him a moment before he was able to call the image of Hermione's helpless form sitting sprawled against a gravestone back to his mind. And again he rehearsed the command, "Kill the mudblood. Kill the mudblood. Kill the mudblood." Through the S's eyes, he was able to see the room around him. To his surprise, he recognized the room that the S was in. It was the same room he had seen the S in during a dream 3 years earlier, when Voldemort had killed the gardener in his parents' old house. That must be where the S was now. This meant that it was right near the graveyard which contained the bones of the Riddles as well as Hermione and Harry's unconscious form. The S had, for some reason, been much closer than they had assumed. Voldemort was nowhere to be seen, which McGonagall had expected to be the case. They assumed that Voldemort would not keep any of his Horcruxes with him, because he'd want to keep the different bits of his soul apart from each other to make it more difficult to destroy at once. But even if he had been present, McGonagall had assured Harry that the S was powerful enough a dark creature in its own right by now that it would be able to sneak out, especially since Voldemort obviously expected nothing but unswerving loyalty from his creature and thus would not be watching too closely. But Harry was able to tell right away that the S was receptive to his idea of attacking Hermione. And indeed, almost immediately, the S began to move toward the door of the room it was occupying. However, Harry didn't get to see any more of the house, because Hermione chose that moment to shake his body in the graveyard back to consciousness. Her face was concerned. "I hope I gave you enough time to do what you needed to," she said apologetically, "but I got nervous." "Yeah," said Harry, "it's coming. Actually, it's probably good you woke me up so soon, because the S is actually in that house up there," said Harry, gesturing vaguely toward the Riddles' house. Hermione gave a slight gasp, but then recovered herself. "Well, that's good, then," she said, "that means we'll be able to go back really soon." "Yeah," said Harry. And then they waited. Even though the house was relatively close, it still took 5 minutes before they saw the form of the S on the ground creeping toward them in the distance. Harry tensed up, knowing that the moment had come. He began to think about his hate for Voldemort and was tracking the progress of the S, trying to decide how close was close enough for him to aim a spell at the S. Harry reflected for a second about how easy this had turned out to be. He had been successful in calling for the S to come to him, Hermione had woken him up without a hitch and in plenty of time, and they would get back to Hogwarts before anyone noticed they had ever been gone. And then he heard voices. Hermione apparently heard them too, because she gasped in fright. Harry looked up from the S's position on the ground, and saw that there were 3 hooded figures following it, which meant that now Harry was facing 3 wizards and a S without any prospect of help from his wandless friend. Perhaps this wouldn't be so easy after all. Soon after Hermione and Harry left the school, the Halloween feast began. Ron and Ginny skipped it. "I just don't think I'd be able to enjoy it properly knowing that Hermione and Harry were out there in danger at this very moment," explained Ginny. "What do you mean?" asked Ron skeptically. "You're the one who's been so confident this whole time that Harry can do all this." "Well, I'm confident because I know he's the best man for the job. And I'm confident because that's what he needs from me. But I'm also not stupid. I know that anyone who's going to mess with Voldemort has a good chance of getting hurt," admitted Ginny, as she and Ron ascended the steps to an empty common room. They started a game of wizard's chess, just to keep themselves distracted from worrying too much about Harry and Hermione. "I just wish I were out there with them," mused Ron, once the game had progressed for a few minutes. "Yeah, me too," agreed Ginny. "But they're doing what they need to do, and they'll be back soon. I'll just be so relieved when this whole war's over and we can live like normal." "Well, that's just the thing, isn't it? Hermione and Harry, they just aren't normal, are they?" asked Ron. "If only we dated normal people, life would be a whole lot easier, wouldn't it?" Ginny joked. And as if to answer her question, a loud crack filled the common room as the ugliest house elf either of the red-headed teenagers had ever seen entered the room. "Creature," gasped Ginny. "What are you doing here?" "Creature is on urgent business from his master," said Creature in a way that made it clear that he himself did not see the matter as urgent at all. "Harry sent you?" asked Ron incredulously. "Why would he send you?" "He got into trouble. His plan didn't work. Even though he got where he intended to go, some Death Eaters found him and now he needs your help," said Creature slowly. "That doesn't make any sense," said Ron. "How would you know what was going on with Harry? You're supposed to be in the kitchens." "He summoned Creature and Creature went to him, just like a good house elf," said Creature. Then, apparently forgetting Ron and Ginny were still present, he continued, saying, "And if that filthy half-blood was a good master then Creature would not have to deliver messages to Muggle-loving teenagers." "Do you think he's telling the truth?" asked Ron. "It doesn't matter," said Ginny urgently, already getting up from her chair. "We've got to assume that he is. If he's lying and Harry's really not in trouble, then there will be no harm in going to make sure that that's the case. Besides, how would Creature even know what Harry was doing if Harry didn't summon him?" she asked. Ron looked to be considering this for a moment, but looking at Ginny's panicked expression robbed him of his will to argue with her, and he said, "Okay, fine, let's go get McGonagall and she can alert the Order and we can have a full-scale assault in no time." "We don't have time for that," Ginny said, and started over to the portrait hole. "We'll send Creature to get McGonagall and we'll head down a while. If he's in trouble now, we need to help him now." "Fine," said Ron. "Creature, go get McGonagall and tell her we need to go to the place where Harry's at." He had consciously declined to actually tell Creature where Harry was, just in case Creature was somehow working on someone else's orders and would tell them where Harry was if he knew. "Creature does not have to follow any instructions given from anyone but his master," explained Creature in a slow, patient voice. "Fine, then we'll just have to go without reinforcements," said Ginny with a frightened but determined look on her face. "We need reinforcements. We don't know what kind of odds we'll be facing once we get there. We want to make sure we have enough people to help," Ron reasoned. "To help what? Retrieve the bodies?" asked Ginny, already running through the corridors on the way to the entrance hall. Ron was running to keep up. If she was going to go, he couldn't let her go alone. "If we don't go now, the battle will already be decided by the time we get there. Besides, if Harry sent Creature to us, he probably sent Dobby to McGonagall." "Maybe," said Ron, hopefully. But he didn't have a very good feeling about any of this. He couldn't help wondering whether this might be a trap or whether the odds might be impossible even with Ginny and Ron present. But he kept running because the chess strategist part of him told him that if this was a trap then it meant the Death Eaters knew what Harry was doing and were after him as well. And considering the prophecy, it seemed that Harry was much like the king in a game of chess. If Harry was killed, Ron reflected, it wouldn't much matter in the long run, whether Ron and Ginny were killed in action. Because if Harry was killed, their side had as good as lost. And once that happened, it wouldn't be long before Ginny and Ron were dead anyway. So Ron followed Ginny across the grounds as she made her way toward the gate. They were almost at the gate now, and once they were on the other side they would be able to apparate. Ginny would have to ride side along though, as she had not yet learned how to apparate herself. So all Ron would have to do would be to concentrate on the cemetery where they were heading. "Wait," said Ron, as Ginny crossed the threshold of the gate. Ginny did not stop, but looked over her shoulder to indicate that she was listening. "I can't apparate there, I've never seen it to be able to concentrate on the place." "Shit," said Ginny, stopping about 20 yards beyond from the gate. Ron was having a hard time believing that he hadn't thought of this before running from the castle. He wished Hermione had been there. She would have caught that mistake in a second. Ron stopped too, he being only 10 yards beyond the gate. He clutched a stitch in his side and looked back up toward the castle. "I guess we'll have to get McGonagall to come with us after all, then." Ginny nodded, and they turned back toward the castle, only to find the gate blocked by 3 of their least favorite people on the planet. Draco Malfoy, along with Crabbe and Goyle, each had their wands trained on Ginny and Ron. Malfoy was wearing a disgustingly triumphant expression. Judging from Malfoy's face, one might have expected that Christmas had come early and had happened to coincide with Voldemort's inauguration as King of the World. Malfoy was clearly relishing the situation as he spoke to Ron in his characteristic drawl. "We shall not be requiring your services, Weasel. You are free to go, if you are wise enough to know when you're beaten in a battle." "I'd rather die fighting than surrender to you, Malfoy," said Ron, as he quickly reached for his wand in his pocket. Ginny reached for hers as well, but they were both so slow. Crabbe and Goyle each looked menacingly as if promising that they could fulfill Ron's death wish, if that's how he wanted it. "Aim to disable, not to kill," Malfoy commanded, before shooting a spell at Ginny. Thus, before either Ron or Ginny had fully drawn their wands, Malfoy had used Petrificus Totalis on Ginny and Crabbe and Goyle had both aimed stunning curses at Ron. Fortunately for Ron, being Crabbe and Goyle they had awful aim and each of their spells decidedly missed the mark, giving Ron enough time to draw his wand. Unfortunately for Ron, he was now facing 3 fully armed wizards, and even if 2 of these wizards were Crabbe and Goyle, such odds would be rather hard to pull off under the best of conditions. Of course these were not the best of conditions given that Ron had just jogged for almost a mile to get down to the gate in the first place, while Crabbe, Goyle, and Malfoy each seemed to be quite well rested. Still panting, Ron pointed his wand at Malfoy and performed the disarming spell. He was successful, but each Crabbe and Goyle had aimed spells at him again during the meantime, and it seemed that one of them had found their mark because Ron had been petrified. He cursed himself mentally, wondering why he hadn't gone to get McGonagall before running all the way down to the gate. If he had, she probably would have brought several other faculty members with her and the odds would have been substantially against Malfoy and his cronies. As it was, Ron and Ginny were petrified and Harry was still in trouble, assuming that Kreacher had been telling the truth in the first place. "All right, let's go," drawled Malfoy calmly, picking up his wand and grabbing onto Ginny, apparently so that he could take her side along to wherever he was apparating. "Can't we kill Weasley first?" asked Goyle hopefully, striding over toward Ron to make sure aim wasn't a factor and pointing his wand between Ron's eyes. "No," said Malfoy in an oddly urgent voice. But then he recovered himself and his voice returned to its characteristic drawl. "The Dark Lord did not tell us to kill the King Weasel and therefore we shall not. Perhaps our Lord has plans for him. If he can be coaxed to join our side, then his position near Potter could be very helpful. Besides, someone has to be here to tell Potter what happened to his precious girlfriend so that he can start hatching a suicidal plan to come rescue her." Goyle grumbled restlessly, but it was clear that Malfoy was still quite in control of Crabbe and Goyle. "Can't we at least practice the Cruciatus curse on him for a bit?" asked Crabbe hopefully. "No," answered Malfoy firmly. "We've got to get out of here before anyone comes looking for him." With that, a very disappointed Crabbe and Goyle disapparated along with a very smug and satisfied-looking Malfoy. Ron had never paused in his mental tirade of self-damnation since he had lost the battle, but he had been paying enough attention to the conversation to understand that Malfoy seemed to think there was a chance that Harry was coming back. That meant one of three things. Either Kreacher had been sent by Malfoy just to get Ginny and Ron to come down to the gate, or Kreacher had been acting on Harry's orders and Malfoy just happened to be present to take advantage of the situation, or Malfoy knew that Harry was in trouble but still thought there was a chance Harry could get out of it. Ron hoped desperately that whatever was the case, Harry would return soon. It was becoming more and more apparent to Ron that everybody was right when they said Harry was a better wizard than him. Yes, Ron had been outnumbered, yes he had been out of breath, and no he had not had his wand drawn. But it seemed to him as if somehow Harry would have been able to get himself out of such a difficult situation. Elsewhere in the country, Harry was trying to prove just that. When he had seen the 3 Death Eaters tailing the S, he had almost immediately started calculating his odds and weighing his options. He was certainly cursing the fact that Hermione didn't have her wand on her. If she had, it would have been 2 on 3 Death Eaters and AS. And in his experience, it seemed as if each he and Hermione were worth about 2 Death Eaters in a battle. But Harry could not necessarily take on 3 Death Eaters by himself. And Harry definitely could not think of a way that he could protect Hermione from all 3 Death Eaters at once, let alone the S. So there was nothing for it but to disapparate. "Come on Hermione," said Harry quickly, while the Death Eaters were still too far away to use their wands. "Grab on so we can disapparate." "Are you sure?" asked Hermione, although Harry could tell she was relieved. "We're going to leave Nagini alive. Killing the S isn't worth getting myself captured and being forced to battle with Voldemort while he's still immortal. And it sure as hell isn't worth letting you get killed for. But if we disapparate now, we might still be able to get your wand back and come back here with reinforcements before Nagini gets back inside." Hermione nodded. "Okay, that sounds good." Harry glanced at the Death Eaters, who had now passed the S. They weren't quite close enough to aim their wands with accuracy yet, but they were close. Hermione grabbed onto Harry and Harry concentrated on the gate in front of Hogwarts. He attempted to apparate, but it didn't work. He tried again, and then swore. "What's going on?" he asked Hermione. "Maybe somebody put up an anti-apparition charm," said Hermione nervously. "Damn," said Harry. "What are we going to do?" Hermione looked at Harry desperately as if she was thinking that he was the one who was supposed to have these kinds of answers. "Fine," Harry responded to her unstated thought, "you're going to have to take cover." Don't go too far, 'cause you're not going to make it far enough on foot to get out of the Death Eater's grips anyway, and if you get outside of the anti-apparition charm, then somebody could apparate right in front of you and kill you. If you stay close, then they'll have to get by me first. Hide behind a gravestone to guard yourself from any rebounding spells, and make sure you keep away from Nagini." Hermione nodded silently, apparently too terrified to talk. Of course, Harry couldn't blame her. He'd be scared too if he were wandless on a battleground. But as it was, he had a wand, and instead of terror, he was feeling a rush of adrenaline. If he was going to go down, he was going to go down fighting. As Hermione ducked behind a gravestone, Harry glanced back up at the Death Eaters, and noticed that one had moved out in front of the others, and all had stopped just a little bit further away than Harry reckoned he could accurately cast a spell at them from. The Death Eater removed his hood to speak to Harry, as another Death Eater placed a spell on Nagini to immobilize her and prevent her from moving any closer. Well, at least that would keep the S from attacking Hermione. When he saw the now hoodless Death Eater, he was somewhat stunned. It was Severus Snape. He shouted to Harry, "You'll find yourself unable to disapparate, as I trust you have already discovered. However, we would be willing to make a deal with you. If you surrender now, we promise to kill your mudblood friend quickly and painlessly." The other Death Eaters laughed. But Harry could tell it was nervous laughter. It must be. The Death Eaters weren't sure that they could take him on, even though he was outnumbered 3-1. So they were stalling. That probably meant they had reinforcements coming, reckoned Harry. They certainly would have had time to send for them if they had time to put up an anti-apparition charm. But why would Snape be afraid to attack Harry? He was usually so cocky. But then again, maybe Snape wasn't certain that there weren't other Order of the Phoenix members present, or maybe he was frightened that if there was a full-scale battle, Nagini might get injured. And it certainly wouldn't do for a Death Eater to wound Voldemort's favorite pet, even if they weren't aware that she was actually a Horcrux. Whatever the reason for Snape's caution, Harry knew he would have to milk it for all it was worth, despite the fact that time was probably an important factor. Harry responded in a shout. "I'll come quietly if you let me give Hermione my wand and give her safe passage out." Snape actually seemed to be considering this. He turned his back on Harry, only for a moment, to confer with the other Death Eaters. It was the opportunity Harry had been waiting for. Harry took a few running steps forward, so that he could get a shot off with confidence, and petrified the Death Eater to Snape's left. Snape raised his wand, but instead of cursing Harry, he levitated Nagini's body and began moving it out of the field of battle, removing it as a target. Meanwhile, the other still mobile Death Eater aimed a disarming spell at Harry. Harry successfully deflected the spell, and it rebounded on the Death Eater, who Harry immediately petrified. It was now just Harry and Snape, who had just gotten done moving the S to a safe distance. Remembering Snape's taunts during the last time they had done battle, Harry focused on clearing his mind so that Snape would not know what spell Harry was about to perform and would be unable to counter it. Snape cast a spell first, but Harry had been expecting him to cast one, and so he had time to duck. Although Harry was successfully practicing occlumency, he still had enough bottled-up rage against Snape to know that the spell he cast would have to be a particularly nasty one. And he was aware that he would probably only get one shot. But he wasn't quite sure that he could bring himself to practice Avada Kedavra on a person, even a person as foul as Snape. But he certainly could treat him to a round of Sectum Sempra, given that Snape had created that spell and therefore rather deserved to have it used against him, at least by Harry's logic. So before Snape had time to cast another spell, Harry waved his wand while thinking, Sectum Sempra. A rather satisfying gash began to make itself apparent on Snape's chest. Snape fell to the ground. "The Dark Lord will get you for this," yelled Snape, in excruciating pain. But Harry didn't have time to deal with Snape just now. He did have enough time to grab the wand which Snape had dropped in pain. He tossed the wand in Hermione's general direction and instructed her to grab it. Hermione emerged from her hiding place behind a grave and ran toward the wand. Harry started off to the place where the still immobile form of Nagini had been relocated. But as he looked in that direction, he noticed nearly a dozen more hooded figures in the distance. And whether Hermione had a wand or not, Harry did not much relish 6-1 odds, especially if Harry were to kill the S first and take that bargaining chip out of the question, and especially now that Harry was tired from the battle he had just won and Hermione was using someone else's wand. "We're going to have to kill the S and then run to get out of the anti-apparition field," said Harry decisively. "You start now, I'll deal with the damn S." "No, I'm not leaving without you," replied Hermione. "Fine, then just wait a second," Harry said. He took a few more running steps toward the S, aimed at it, and yelled, "Avada Kedavra." "How can I tell whether it's still alive?" "It was already frozen immobile," yelled Harry. "Finite incantatem," yelled Hermione, casting a spell at the S from a position beside Harry, which she had taken up apparently having misinterpreted his instructions to wait. "There," she explained. "That should have ended the petrification charm, and it'd be moving now if it weren't dead." The S didn't move, but Harry pointed his wand toward it and recast the Avada curse from point-blank range just to be sure, watching with slight satisfaction as the green light from the spell made contact with the foul creature's skin. "All right, now let's go," yelled Harry, and they ran in the opposite direction from the dozen hooded figures still in the distance, passing a Snape who was still writhing in pain on the ground. Harry reflected viciously that it was somewhat of a pity that it was almost certain that one of those dozen Death Eaters would be able to help Snape to recover his health. They ran across the graveyard. "How far do you reckon this charm covers?" asked Harry once they had entered a sparse forest on the outskirts of the graveyard. "I don't think it could hurt to try now, do you?" asked Hermione. "Well, I wouldn't suggest that you try apparating using Snape's wand, but if you ride side along, we can try," suggested Harry. So Hermione grabbed onto him again and Harry attempted to apparate again. This time, it worked, and Hermione and Harry apparated right in front of the gate. The first sight that greeted their eyes was a petrified Ron. After quickly releasing Ron from the effects of the spell, Hermione and Harry listened in terror as Ron recounted the story of what had happened. "But I didn't call for creature," said Harry, who was at this point too tired from the stresses of the previous battle even to fully comprehend what Ron was saying. Without thinking about what they were doing, the three teens began to trudge back up toward the castle. "Then why would he have come?" asked Ron. "I don't know. Shall we ask him? Maybe he knows something about where Malfoy took Ginny at least," said Harry, grasping at any shred of hope that this might be something that he could still fix. "Well, it can't hurt anything, can it?" asked Hermione dispiritedly. "Okay, I'll call him now, and we can take him with us up to McGonagall's office." "We're not going into this one without reinforcements," said Harry, who was not planning to let impossible odds make him run from a battle again anytime soon. "Creature, come here," shouted Harry angrily as the trio passed near Hagrid's cabin. Creature appeared with a pop at Harry's side. His ugly face was locked into an expression which could be described as nothing other than a smirk. "Master called Creature," he asked with a mock innocence in his voice. "Who the hell told you to lure Ginny and Ron into danger?" growled Harry. "None other than the pure-blood Draco Malfoy," bragged Creature. "Well, that wasn't much of a surprise. Why were you obeying orders from Malfoy?" asked Harry furiously. Master never told Creature not to obey the noble Master Malfoy. Creature thought Master would be happy to lend his elf to a wizard so superior to himself. After all, Master told Creature to follow Malfoy just last year. And you never really told Creature to stop. So Creature assumed that you wanted Creature to keep checking up on Malfoy. And last time Creature checked up on Draco, kind Master Malfoy had a task for him. He wanted Creature to use his position in the kitchens to slip a potion into Ginny Weasley's drink at dinner tonight. Malfoy told Creature that the potion would make Ginny come to him, and then he could deliver her to the Dark Lord. But then Draco saw Master and the mudblood pass through the gate and knew that there would be another way to get the girl to come to the gates. So Creature did his part to help. Mistress would be so proud if she could see Creature now. Finished Creature. It was apparent that to Creature, this treachery was an even more glorious moment than the one that had ended up killing Sirius. "Can I kill the damn bastard elf now, Hermione?" Ron questioned savagely. "How would that help anything, Ron?" asked Hermione sadly. The trio entered the castle, still being tailed by Creature, who had not become disheartened at all at the proposition of being killed by Ron. It seemed that Creature had just had the type of pinnacle accomplishment after which one could die with happiness. Left to his own devices, Harry probably would have killed the elf, out of sheer rage at what he had done as well as for his complete lack of shame at his actions. But both for Hermione's sake and because he knew it wouldn't actually help anything anyway, he figured he could let the elf live, at least until he had calmed down enough to determine whether his actions were coming from a thirst for justice or simple rage. At any rate, there was one practical thing that had to be done, so Harry said, "Creature, from this point forward, you are to obey orders from no one but me. Furthermore, you are not to willingly perform any action that would in any way help Voldemort, or hurt me, my friends, or any other member of the Order of the Phoenix. The only actions which you may take without an explicit order from me are breathing, eating, and other bodily functions to keep yourself alive." There, thought Harry, that should pretty well cover it. They made the rest of their way up to the entrance to the headmaster's office without speaking, being at a loss for words which could properly express their anger, dismay, and panic. Meanwhile, Creature combated the silence by keeping up a running commentary of mutters which described how the half-blood, the Muggle lover, and the mudblood had all been thwarted by the great pure-blood Draco Malfoy. Tartan plaids, Harry announced to the gargoyle, and was relieved that at least the password hadn't changed. The three teens and the elf made their way up to the headmaster's office. After Harry knocked on the door, he heard McGonagall say, "Come in," and hastened to obey the command. Apparently, she had been expecting them, because the first words out of her mouth were, "How did it go?" That, of course, was before she actually saw any of their facial expressions or the excitedly bouncing elf. "What happened?" she asked, her voice almost as concerned as Harry felt. But at that very moment, before even Creature had the opportunity to respond by recounting his life's most glorious moment, Draco Malfoy's head appeared in the fireplace. "Potter," he drawled, "you may want to hear what I have to say if you want to save your girlfriend." The truce spell. There was stunned silence in the room for about 3 seconds after Draco made his announcement. That is to say, rather, that there was stunned silence from the humans concerned. Creature had once again taken up his ecstatic muttering at the sight of Malfoy. Harry was on the point of drawing his wand on Malfoy, but reckoned that he would have time to take his head out of the fire once he saw the wand being drawn. And since he couldn't curse the man, he might as well listen to him. "Fine, I'm listening," said Harry irritably. He was not, at this point, harboring any hope that Malfoy may make the process of finding Ginny any easier. As Harry reckoned, Malfoy must simply have been the pawn Voldemort sent to tell Harry where Ginny was being held prisoner. Once he went there, there would obviously be a duel between him and Voldemort, which could obviously not end well considering that Voldemort was still immortal. Two of the Horcruxes were still at large, even though Nagini was now most definitely dead, after being Avada Ed not once, but twice. Malfoy laughed coldly. "No, Potter, I need to talk to you alone. And it needs to be some place where I don't have to have my head stuck into a fireplace. So we shall need to meet somewhere." "What, you expect me to meet you somewhere so that you can set up an ambush for me?" "I'm not stupid, Malfoy," Harry said. "I have neither the time nor the patience to argue that point with you at the moment," retorted Malfoy. "But I'm sure that a negotiating session could be worked out on terms which you would be comfortable with. Or at least on terms that you can't refuse considering that your girlfriend Ginny Weasley is currently standing petrified in the room behind me." "You haven't turned her over to Voldemort yet?" asked Harry incredulously, trying to figure out whether this was simply another ploy. Malfoy, of course, shuddered at the mention of Voldemort's name, but Harry had grown fairly used to getting this response from people when he said that name, so he essentially ignored it. "We shall discuss this at our meeting, Potter," said Malfoy, who was getting rather impatient. "Fine, you come to the gates at Hogwarts again, and I'll bring enough reinforcements so that you won't try to pull anything funny," demanded Harry. "Not quite what I had in mind, Potter, and you should remember that I've still got a bit of bargaining power here. I propose that we meet in a neutral location, just the two of us." Harry was about to open his mouth to counter this proposition, but Malfoy continued. "I know that you don't trust me, Potter, and I don't trust you either. Fortunately, there is an ancient spell that can soothe both of our minds and give us the chance to discuss our terms." "Oh," Hermione squeaked. It was clear that she knew what this spell was, and even in the depths of her worry for Ginny and the situation in general, she apparently could not help but be excited about the prospect of witnessing such exciting and obscure magic as the spell in question seemed to be. Harry reckoned that if Hermione was that excited about it, then it must be a legitimate spell, so he figured he'd follow along, although he definitely strongly resented allowing himself to be led by Malfoy. "Fine, Malfoy, what spell are you talking about? It's called a truce charm. If we have it cast on the two of us, then neither of us will be able to harm the other one until we both agree to call the charm off. If either one of us attempts to do anything to harm the other person before we both agree to call off the charm, then the violator will be killed before even carrying out the harmful action. For instance, if I were to attempt to get you hurt by telling some Death Eaters where we were meeting so that they would be able to kill you, I would die before I even had the chance to fully divulge the information," explained Malfoy slowly, apparently taking great pride in knowing something that Harry was so obviously ignorant about. It reminded Harry forcefully of his first encounters with Malfoy prior to the start of term in the first year. Between his encounter with Malfoy in Madame Malkin's and his encounter with him on the first train ride to Hogwarts, Harry had discovered Malfoy to be a cocky little kid who knew a good bit about the wizarding world but was too arrogant and prejudiced for his own good. Harry reflected that Malfoy hadn't really changed very much from who he had been during those first few encounters. "Is he telling the truth?" Harry asked Hermione. "Yes," answered Hermione and McGonagall in unison. Oddly enough, Harry had quite forgotten that McGonagall was in the room. She had been letting him do all the talking since it was so obvious that Malfoy wanted to talk to him. Harry realized how ironic it was that the headmistress of Hogwarts was deferring to allow a 17-year-old to control the conversation in her own office. Hermione seemed to have forgotten that McGonagall was present as well. "Oh, I'm sorry, Professor," she said hastily, "you can explain." "No, that's all right, you seem to have it under control," said McGonagall politely. "Well, Harry, basically he's telling you everything you really need to know about the spell," said Hermione. "It really is such an interesting piece of magic. If it weren't for this spell, medieval Europe would never have had a moment without wizarding wars going on. All the medieval wizards were too paranoid to trust each other, and they never would have been able to get to the negotiating tables if it hadn't been for this spell. Frankly, I don't see why you shouldn't talk to him if he's willing to do this spell. It can't hurt to at least hear him out, and maybe he'll be able to tell you something that could help you find Ginny." Hermione finished with her voice in a hopeful note, but her facial expression was a skeptical one, as if she was not willing to accept that Malfoy could possibly have anything helpful to say. Harry basically saw it the same way, figuring that Malfoy would still probably simply just tell him where Voldemort wanted to have their rendezvous. Still, Harry couldn't quite figure out why Malfoy would go to the trouble of bringing up such an old ritualistic spell to do that. "Fine," agreed Harry. "What do we need to do?" "We cross our wands and each say, in unison, Fido Bellicum. Now, obviously, the catch is, we have to trust each other enough to allow the other to draw his wand without trying to cast a spell. But the spell also requires the each of us to point our wands at ourselves, so we'll never actually have to have the prospect of having the other person's wand pointed at us. Are you ready?" Harry was still somewhat confused about just exactly what was going on, but figured that Malfoy would not try anything with 3 other people in the room. Harry drew his wand, pointing the back end of it toward Malfoy. Malfoy shifted his head in the fire, and his wand hand poked out of the fire, his wand also pointed toward himself. Harry knelt down beside the fire to bring his wand to a level with Malfoy's. Hermione craned her neck from behind Harry, not wanting to miss seeing such a spell being performed. After crossing their wands, Malfoy and Harry each pronounced, Fido Bellicum. After the spell was complete, Malfoy continued. "Okay then. Now you just have to ask everybody else to leave so that you can tell me where we're going to meet." Harry would have felt rather awkward asking McGonagall to leave her own office, so he was relieved when Ron, McGonagall, and Hermione each left of their own accord. Kreacher stayed put. "Kreacher, I order you to follow Hermione and do whatever she tells you to do until I see you again. Once you see me again, you are to go back to following only my orders." Yes, sir, said Creature, who was seeming a little bit dejected that Harry had become more adept at closing any loose ends in his order-giving. Within seconds, Malfoy and Harry were alone in the room. Or, that is to say, Harry was alone with Malfoy's head in the fireplace. But at any rate, the stage was set for a private conversation which would allow the two enemies to determine a place to meet to discuss the terms of what? Was Malfoy expecting Harry to simply surrender himself to Lord Voldemort in exchange for Ginny's life? Or would there be other options put on the table? It seemed to be too early for Harry to get his hopes up about such a prospect. So, Potter, Malfoy drawled, it's only fair to let you decide the place that we meet, wouldn't you say? Harry was aggravated by Malfoy's tone of voice, which betrayed absolutely nothing about his emotional state or what he might be planning to say at the meeting. Then, as Malfoy had obviously caught an oversight of his that even Harry had not spotted, and write it down, instead of speaking it out loud. If you say it out loud, the portraits on the walls will be able to hear, and they could tell your friends where to go. And we certainly wouldn't want them to interrupt our little chat, now would we? Harry wasn't so sure that he wouldn't rather his little chat be interrupted, especially by people from his side, but he figured that it wouldn't do to aggravate Malfoy at this point, on the ever so remote chance that he might actually be willing to make Harry an offer that was somewhat useful. So, he wrote down on a slip of parchment, picking the most neutral location that he could think of, Ollivander's wand shop. The building had been deserted the previous year, when the world-famous wand maker Ollivander had suddenly disappeared from his normal headquarters in Diagon Alley. When Harry showed Malfoy the piece of parchment, Malfoy gave a small nod of assent, and said, "Okay. I'll meet you there in 10 minutes, as you've still got to walk off of Hogwarts grounds to disapparate. I'd suggest that you flow there, but I imagine that it would have been taken off the network now that his shop's been abandoned." What was this? Malfoy was actually talking to Harry civilly for once. True, he had been smug throughout this whole encounter, but he was less offensive than normal. Harry's curiosity continued to mount after Malfoy withdrew his head from the fire. Harry left the headmistress's office, telling the others that he was going to have to meet Malfoy personally. McGonagall and Hermione nodded their assent, although each looked quite as curious as Harry himself felt. Ron was not quite as pleased. "I don't trust him. I've never heard about this Fido Bellicum spell, but I have heard of Draco Malfoy, and I have a feeling that he'll figure out a way to dodge the effects of the spell and hurt Harry anyway, if given the chance." "Well," said Hermione rationally, "if he does, he's a much better wizard than any of us thought. No one in the history of magic has ever figured out a way to break a true spell, and it'd be rather impressive if Malfoy was the first one to pull it off." "Yeah, Ron," said Harry, attempting to reassure Ron. "I don't know why, but Malfoy really wants to seem to talk to me, and I don't think he'd give up the opportunity by scaring me away if he tried to curse me. And he could pretty easily have killed you while you were paralyzed in front of him, but he didn't. Malfoy's acting rather strangely lately, and maybe that will act in our favor tonight. At any rate, if he tries to curse me, I still think that I'm better at him in dueling. And if he broke the truce first, I don't see why I shouldn't be able to break it." Ron was still reluctant to trust Malfoy, but could see that Harry was set on going. "Well, anyway, you'd better hurry if you're going. If Malfoy's using this extra time before you get there to set some kind of trap, you don't want to give him any extra time to do so." So Harry walked with a quick pace back down to the gate of the Hogwarts grounds. As he walked, he fumed about what an eventful night this had been so far. He had accomplished quite a lot. In his duel with Snape he had proven that he was up to snuff in occlumency and was capable of defeating a wizard whom, as substandard a person as he might be in other ways, was quite good at dueling. Beside that, he had succeeded in the original goal of the evening, which had been killing Nagini. But he had not had time to relish in either of these victories given the fact that Ginny was now in mortal peril even as he walked. As the words, "mortal peril," flashed across his mind, Harry's mind was drawn irresistibly to the clock in the Weasleys' house, on which all the hands representing the different Weasleys were already pointed at mortal peril. The one benefit of that was that at least Mrs. Weasley wouldn't know that her daughter was at this moment in more danger than she normally was. Harry knew, of course, that someone would soon have to notify her, but he thought that any extra moment of relative peace that Mrs. Weasley could grab was worthwhile. She was a very nice woman and did not at all deserve the stress which she had already been subject to over the past several years. This train of thought carried Harry clear to the gate at the edge of the grounds, and once on the other side of it, he did not waste any time in apparating to Ollivander's abandoned wand shop. Upon arriving, he found himself looking at Malfoy by the light of a self-contained levitating fire that Malfoy had apparently conjured while waiting for Harry. "So, what do you want?" asked Harry shortly. "No need to be so impatient, Potter," taunted Malfoy calmly. "We'll come to that in good time. I want you to know, first of all, that Ginny is still safe. She has not been turned over to the Dark Lord. I am here to make an offer concerning how she may be able to avoid that fate." "So you're willing to release her, for what?" asked Harry, who was torn between anger and curiosity. He was leaning toward anger, of course, but felt that anger was not an emotion which was proper to display in a negotiation session. Especially one in which the stakes were so high. And besides, why hasn't Voldemort come looking for her yet? Isn't he wondering why you haven't turned her over? "He would be," said Malfoy calmly, tossing and catching his wand in his hand, "if he had ordered me to capture her in the first place. But he had not. Of course, I will hand her over if you don't accept my terms." The Dark Lord would certainly not turn down such a gracious offering as a young girl as important to you as Ginny is. And I suspect that he would be pleased to have her company for other reasons than pure strategy as well. "She is rather good-looking, I must admit," sneered Draco. It took all the restraint Harry had not to attack Malfoy at this point. He might even have foregone the magical route and simply punched Malfoy repeatedly in the nose. But the small part of Harry's mind which was still thinking rationally was quite aware that such action would undoubtedly be counted as breaking the truce spell, and would therefore result in his own death. So he took a deep breath and, struggling to keep his voice from turning into a shout, said, "What are your terms, Malfoy?" "When I was about to kill Dumbledore, he offered me protection from Lord Voldemort for myself and my family if I were to refrain from killing him. I was on the verge of accepting the offer at that moment, but I was prevented by that idiot Snape and the other Death Eaters," Malfoy started. Harry was rather stunned at how quickly Malfoy's loyalties had turned. In years past, he had always been firmly loyal to Snape. And although Harry knew from certain eavesdropped conversations that during the previous year their relationship had become a bit strained, he had not expected Malfoy would call him an idiot. But then, Slytherins were certainly not known for their loyalty. Malfoy continued, "Once Snape and I reported to the Dark Lord, he was furious at both of us because I had not proven my worth, and Snape had not allowed me to. I was under the Cruciatus curse for almost a half-hour total, over that night." Harry cringed in spite of himself. Harry had experienced the Cruciatus curse a couple of times over his life, but he knew that suffering for a half-hour, even in smaller chunks, over the curse of a night, would have been quite enough to break most wizards. Harry was rather surprised that Malfoy had not ended up in St. Mungo's. "I'm not looking for pity," spat Malfoy, who was obviously quite more offended by Harry's pity than he tended to be by his insults. "I'm simply explaining myself here so that you can understand why I'm attempting to switch my loyalties. I realized at some point during the torture that being forced to submit to such torture was the ultimate sign of subordination. Every man under the Dark Lord's regime is no better than a bloody house elf. And I'm not even sure that the Dark Lord can even win this damn war. I mean, sure, Dumbledore's dead now, but that was as much my doing as it was the Dark Lord's. He had never figured out a way to get his troops into Hogwarts Castle. And since the connection I made had been broken in the aftermath of Dumbledore's death, there has not been another attack on the bloody castle in spite of the fact that it's now being run by McGonagall. And in the 16 years since he's first attempted it, neither him nor any of his other troops have been able to kill you. And I don't much fancy myself playing the house elf to a Dark Lord who can't even kill a half-blood Gryffindor who didn't even know he was a wizard until he was 11 years old." Harry was perplexed. Was Malfoy attempting to surrender here? "Why are you so confident that we can save you from Voldemort? How do you know you're not already in too deep?" asked Harry. He had two motives for posing this question. First, it was really starting to make Harry angry that Malfoy still seemed so secure in his position. He wanted to cause Malfoy to squirm. Merlin knew the little brat deserved it. But his other motivation was that Harry himself wasn't quite sure how he would deliver on these terms even if he wanted to. Well, Dumbledore mentioned something about making it look like my mother and I were killed. And I'm sure that your lot could still pull that off now, even without the doddering fool Dumbledore. And I also happen to know that your lot has a headquarters that the Dark Lord's side has not yet been able to infiltrate. Snape was able to get himself in there, since Dumbledore trusted him, but since he wasn't the secret keeper, he still can't let anyone else in. I suppose Dumbledore had been the secret keeper, but I'm sure that you could figure out who the current secret keeper is, and you could get me there. My mother and I could spend the rest of the war there, as Dumbledore had suggested. And if it looks like your lot is about to lose the war, I can kill myself before I'm captured. I have no intention of withstanding the Cruciatus curse ever again if I can help it. And, of course, if your lot do win, I imagine that I'd be in a better position having surrendered now than if I waited until the Dark Lord was killed to do so, explained Malfoy. Malfoy seemed to be sincere. And what was stranger was that he seemed to be being a complete Slytherin about all of this. He was acting not out of nobility, but simply weighing his options. He could live as under Voldemort's regime or as a free man on the other side. It was almost enough to make Harry believe he was actually serious in his will to surrender. It didn't do much to help him believe that Malfoy actually deserved their protection though. But, of course, there was still the question of Ginny. If what you were aiming to do was surrender, why didn't you simply do that, instead of going to the trouble of kidnapping Ginny first? Asked Harry. You really are stupid, aren't you, Potter? Asked Malfoy. I needed to prove to you lot that I still had something to offer you. Even the supposedly kind Dumbledore didn't bother to offer me amnesty until I was threatening his life. I couldn't expect you lot to let me off scot-free without my offering something in return. So my proposition is that your side gets Ginny and holds me prisoner in a secure location until the end of the war. At that point, I should gain amnesty from any prosecution after the war. But once we agree to hide you, how would we know that we could trust you? You obviously have no qualms about bartering your loyalty for your own gain, countered Harry. Bloody hell, Potter. Sometimes you are so stupid. You'd swear that hanging around that filthy mud-blood Granger so often, you'd have picked up at least some of her intelligence. I could simply make an unbreakable vow to not leave the premises of wherever the prison is. Then if I'd leave, I'd die. Really, Potter, there's no reason for you not to take this deal. Unless you're too full of yourself to accept an offer from me, or if you're not really as attached to your girlfriend as everyone seems to think. You are, said Malfoy. And as much as Harry hated to admit it, Malfoy was right. Although Harry was not necessarily convinced that the Order would not have agreed to hide Malfoy had he not first kidnapped Ginny, it was certain that he could not now refuse to help. Why did you need to talk to me about this instead of McGonagall or someone else in the Order? Asked Harry. 2 reasons. First, Snape mentioned at one point that you technically owned the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, so I knew that if I was to stay there you'd have to be consulted eventually anyway, so you were the one to convince. Also, I figured you'd have more vested interest in Ginny than McGonagall would. And if I convince you, I know that no one will have the nerve to oppose letting me surrender, even if they might otherwise. They'd be so impressed by your nobility in reconciling with me that they wouldn't have the nerve to contradict it. Malfoy's tone made it clear that he thought this fact to be somewhat ridiculous, even if it was helpful to him. I suppose you're right, said Harry slowly. Well, then, Potter. What'll it be? I shall take you to Weasley if you recommend to McGonagall that I be granted amnesty and safe haven in Order of the Phoenix headquarters for the duration of the war, along with my mother and my father if he ever gets out of prison, said Malfoy. I can't necessarily guarantee the amnesty of your father, Malfoy, said Harry reasonably. He's already been prosecuted for crimes he has committed. You may still be able to get off scot-free, as you didn't technically kill Dumbledore and have not been formally prosecuted for anything. Same goes for your mother, said Harry. Yes, well, you could be right about my father. But you should at least be able to offer that your lot will attempt to protect him from Voldemort if he tries to retaliate against him for my defection, assuming that the killing ruse doesn't work, bargained Malfoy. Fine, said Harry, with some difficulty. It was costing him a great deal to bargain with such a conniving wizard, but he really had no choice. I accept your terms. Now take me to Ginny. Give me your wand, and I'll apparate us there. You will be able to take Ginny with you back to Hogwarts, along with me. I'll give you your wand back once you fulfill your end of the bargain. I still can't bring myself to fully trust you, but I reckon that your wand should be a sufficient deposit as you seem to think yourself too noble to break your word. And don't worry, even if I have your wand, I still can't hurt you before we end our truce, which would after all require you to have your wand back. Harry obeyed, hating himself all the while for following Malfoy's orders again. He swore to himself that he would never again allow himself to fall into a position where he was forced to bargain with a Death Eater, albeit a defecting one. Harry grudgingly grabbed onto Malfoy, and was immediately transported along with him into a dimly lit room. "Where the hell are we now?" asked Harry, feeling uncomfortably out of his element. "We're in Malfoy Manor," said Malfoy. "And I'm not sure that I like letting you be in here, so let's get out, quickly." "There's Weasley," finished Malfoy, pointing over to a wall where Ginny was chained, dungeon style, though she was clearly conscious. "Leave it to the Malfoys to have a dungeon in their manor. She can't talk, at the moment. I got tired of her complaining, so I silenced her. You can undo that once you get your wand back. For now, let's just get this over with and get back to Hogwarts. If you grab onto her while you're apparating, the chains will stay back here and she'll be freed." So Harry did so, and soon enough, the three of them had materialized once again in front of the gate at Hogwarts. "Oh, right," said Malfoy. "I suppose I'll have to wait on this side of the gate. When I tried to walk through them earlier, there was an invisible wall there. I suppose the gate is trained to recognize students and let them through, but not anyone else." "Could I have my wand back?" asked Harry. "No, you have to come back here with McGonagall and advise her to take me and my mother to the headquarters first," said Malfoy. "Fine. But first reverse your spell on Ginny, I want to be able to talk to her," said Harry. "Oh, fine," said Malfoy. "She can go with you, but she's not getting her wand back either until you bring McGonagall back here." Malfoy gave Ginny her voice back, and Harry and Ginny walked together until they were a bit away from Malfoy. At that point they took a brief stop to enjoy their reunion. Harry hugged Ginny close. "I was so worried, Ginny. Please never scare me like that again," advised Harry. "Well, maybe if you'd take me along on your important killing missions, I wouldn't have time to get myself in trouble," said Ginny with a sly grin. Harry found it amazing that this girl who had just moments ago been a prisoner in Malfoy's manor was apparently none the worse for wear and still in good humor. But then, Harry remembered, Ginny had been through considerably worse experiences in her day. After a brief reunion they made their way back up to the castle. Within another 10 minutes, a very confused McGonagall, Hermione, Creature and Ron were following Harry and Ginny. "Wait, you mean he's defected?" asked Ron, on their way back down to the gate. If nothing else tonight, Harry thought with a bit of humor, which was possible since Ginny was safe again, he was getting quite a workout tonight. "Yes, apparently," said Harry. "He's got a couple of conditions though. Although I suppose we could take him by force now. He just knows we won't. Something about our nobility or something. Can't we kill him?" asked Ron, who apparently still hadn't gotten over the emasculating feeling of having his sister kidnapped right under his nose. "No, Ron, we've got to have principles. If we give up on things like that, then Voldemort's principles will win even if he himself doesn't," said Hermione impatiently. "Would you guys mind arguing some other time?" asked Harry impatiently. "Professor McGonagall, do you know who the secret keeper for Grimmauld Place is now?" "Yes, it's me," said McGonagall. "Why?" "Well, that's the conditions of Malfoy's surrender. He wants to be kept prisoner at Grimmauld Place along with his mother for the duration of the war, and then be released without charges once the war is over." "I suppose that could probably be arranged," said McGonagall thoughtfully. "At least we could house him in Grimmauld Place with his mother. But the charges wouldn't really be up to me." "Well, He's not in much of a position to quibble at the moment, said Harry. He can't refuse the terms anymore. I think he knows that even with some charges he'd be in a better position now than if he waited until the end of the war to surrender. That's probably true, agreed McGonagall. The conversation on the rest of the way down to the gate was basically consumed by each of the others asking Ginny about how her ordeal had been and whether she was okay. Once they all saw Malfoy, McGonagall talked shortly. Yes, we'll allow you safe haven until the end of the war, and although we cannot technically offer a plea bargain at this point, I will personally attest that your defection at this stage should be taken into account. You come with me now, and I'll take you to Grimmauld Place where you shall make an unbreakable vow to neither leave nor do anything destructive while you're there. Within the next few days, we shall retrieve your mother and create a farce to make it appear that both you and she were killed while trying to resist an order raid on your house. Okay, agreed Malfoy. He handed Ginny and Harry back their wands. As a formality, though neither would really have a chance to hurt each other in the foreseeable future, they also ended the truce spell. All right, then, the rest of you are free to go, said McGonagall. I believe a celebration is in order, as I learned from Hermione that our mission tonight was ultimately successful. Wait a second, said Harry thoughtfully. Why don't we have Creature go with Malfoy to keep the house livable and whatnot? That sounds like a good idea, said McGonagall. All right, fine, said Harry. Creature, you are to take care of Malfoy. You may follow whatever orders he gives you just so long as none of these orders will cause harm to any person or any of my possessions. He knew that Malfoy would not even be able to give orders of this type given that McGonagall's unbreakable vow that she would make with Malfoy once he got to the house would prevent him from causing any harm. After that, the 4 teens began walking back toward the castle, McGonagall and Draco disapparating with a pop behind them. Well, said Harry with slight amusement as they walked. That was one interesting night. That night, the 4 teens relished their victory. They had one more Horcrux taken care of, and they had come off without any casualties in spite of a few close shaves. They had much to be proud of. But as the next days went by, that feeling faded, and Harry once again began to be eaten away at by the question of whether he was doing quite enough to find the other Horcruxes. Apparently, he was becoming rather withdrawn from Ginny, Hermione, and Ron, which was something that Ginny brought up with him one day when he, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny were putting the dining hall back into order after another of their Saturday Dumbledore's army meetings. The club had been meeting every Saturday since the beginning the term, and there was a special meeting on Wednesday evenings for 3rd years and up, so that they could get some extra practice on the spells which the 1st and 2nd years weren't ready for yet anyway. But after this particular meeting, on the 3rd Saturday in November, Ginny looked at Hermione and Ron meaningfully before addressing Harry. Harry, we've been a bit worried about you lately. You're not talking as much as usual. We all figure that you're probably thinking about the Horcruxes, but we don't know why you won't discuss the stuff with us. Well, I'm sorry you guys noticed, said Harry, although his tone made it clear that he was actually thankful that his friends were looking out for him. I was trying to spare you from it, as it seems you guys aren't quite as worried. But you might have noticed that we haven't made any progress in finding either of the remaining 2 Horcruxes, in spite of our best efforts in the library over the past few weeks. I'm starting to wonder whether we're actually going to be able to do this, or if Voldemort's going to remain immortal forever. Bloody hell, Harry, stop being such a downer. We can do this, said Ginny. Or, rather, you can do this, and we'll do as much as you let us do to help you. Yeah, mate. We've just hit a rough patch in our search. Don't you remember how long we were looking for any clue on Nicholas Flamel during 1st year before we found him on a chocolate frog card? All those hours in the library didn't end up meaning a thing. Maybe we ought to think about trying other tacts, but it's not going to do to give up hope. Remember, not too long ago, Malfoy defected from that side. You're not telling me you have less faith in yourself than Malfoy does, are you? Asked Ron. I think Ron could be right, said Hermione hesitantly. About trying the new tacts, I mean. Harry couldn't argue with the logic that they ought to try a different approach since the one they were using was so clearly failing. But he was a bit confused about Hermione's tone of voice when she agreed with him. He looked at her skeptically. What's on your mind? He asked. "Oh, nothing," she said with an affected airy tone. But she wasn't fooling anyone. Except maybe Ron, but he can be downright daft sometimes when it comes to emotions. Oddly, though, it was Ron who first responded to her fake tone of ease. "I reckon maybe you might as well tell him now," said Ron. Harry was completely caught off guard by this, and by the looks of it, so was Ginny. "Tell me what?" asked Harry, beginning to get irritated in spite of himself. Why did people always seem to want to keep things from him? "No, Harry, please don't be mad," pleaded Hermione. "I won't have the chance not to be mad unless you tell me what the hell's going on," said Harry, trying very hard to keep his voice calm. "We would have told you sooner, but you seem so stressed out as it is. We didn't want to worry you about this unless it works, but it seems like we might be making some progress now," said Ron, talking quickly, apparently so that Harry would not have time to interrupt. "Making progress on what, damn it?" asked Harry, generally failing to keep his voice even. Hermione was clearly struggling to get this out. Harry almost felt sorry for her, but was having a hard time doing so considering that she was obviously keeping something from him. Back during the summer before 5th year, it had been different. Ron and Hermione had kept things from him because they had no choice. But now it seemed that they had taken to keeping secrets from him of their own accord. Hermione suggested that we take another look at Rowena's diary, Ron blurted, apparently relieved to get the secret out into the open. "But it's in my trunk," said Harry slowly. "You were nicking stuff from my trunk." Harry really was trying not to get too angry here. He knew that his friends had the best of intentions, but he was having a hard time not feeling a little bit betrayed here. If he couldn't trust his two best friends to tell him what they were up to, then who could he trust? Well, he could trust Ginny. It was easy to tell by looking at her that she was quite as surprised about this new development as he was. "Look, we understand that you're mad," said Hermione. Well, she didn't get the reputation for being the smartest witch in their year for nothing then, did she? "But you seemed stressed out enough already, what with leading Dumbledore's army, and working on the research in the library and everything. And we were pretty sure that this wouldn't even work. But we've taken to asking the diary questions again. And it seems to be coming around. It did get a bit suspicious when we started writing to it in different handwriting. Wanted to know how we had come across it. We told it and everything, and it seems to believe us. Started giving us a few tidbits of information, mostly because we got it on the defensive by saying that the reason that you had put it down for so long was that we didn't really believe that Rowena had known anything about the Horcruxes other than the one she had managed to break. So, she told us about how she suspected one of the other Horcruxes was Slytherin's ring. And we remembered you told us about that. And so we gained a bit of her confidence by telling her what we found out from you about the House of Gaunt and how young Riddle came across Hufflepuff's goblet. She told us that she knew about the cup, and she claims that she has a pretty good idea where it is. And she says that she won't tell us anything else until you write in the journal again. She trusts you more than either of us, 'cause you were the one who actually pulled her from the gravestone, and that means you had the qualities she was looking for: love, humility, and independence, as she put it. I've read over your conversations with her several times. Practically have it memorized. But anyway, we were considering telling you soon anyway, we just needed to find a decent time to bring it up." Harry considered all this. It was fairly reasonable, and it seemed like they might have found a lead. But it was ridiculous that they felt it necessary to creep around behind his back to do so. He understood why they did it, but didn't like people trying to protect his emotions. He shook his head. The room had been put basically back into order, as Ginny had continued putting things back during Hermione's speech, apparently feeling awkward in this conversation. "How long have you guys been writing in this thing without telling me?" asked Harry. Perhaps if it was a small amount of time, the transgression would be easier to forgive. A week," said Ron. His tone of voice betrayed that he knew how bad this sounded. But it was only Wednesday night when it actually started telling us anything, and wasn't until yesterday that it said anything about the goblet. We spaced out our conversations so as to keep ourselves from getting frustrated. "That little journal certainly is an arrogant brain teaser," answered Hermione. Wait a second, I remember on Wednesday night, you guys skived off the DA meeting, telling me you needed to work on a transfiguration essay. You're telling me that was a lie? Asked Harry. Said Ron. Bloody hell. This is getting ridiculous. I can't even talk about this right now, said Harry, and he left the room. Harry, wait, called Ron and Hermione in unison. Ginny exchanged looks with both Ron and Hermione after Harry had left the room. Right, I'll try to talk to him then, shall I? She asked. Tell him it was all Hermione's fault, instructed Ron. Ron, said Hermione, just tell him that we really were trying to help him. Right-o, said Ginny as she made her way out of the room. She was about to decide whether she thought Harry would have gone back toward the common room or walked out toward the grounds. She was just thinking that he probably went back toward the common room considering how chilly it was outside when she saw him sitting on the stairs leading down to the grounds. She opened the door and went down to sit beside him. It's cold, she commented. I like the cold sometimes, explained Harry. Helps me think. Without saying anything else, he got up and began walking. Ginny followed, walking beside him. He put an arm around her and drew her close. The walking hug made movement a bit difficult, but did help a bit with the cold. So, you're thinking again, are you? Asked Ginny. I'm not really sure whether you're qualified to do that, but go on if you must. Just try not to hurt yourself. I won't, Harry assured her with a slight grin. Then he got serious again. Have I really been that dark and brooding lately that they'd have to go behind my back? No, said Ginny. At least, I don't think so. I mean, I'd have told you, but they didn't tell me either. But you do understand that they weren't trying to be meddlesome or anything, don't you? They were just trying to help. I know, said Harry, sighing heavily. But I don't like it when people keep things from me. It's like they think I've got the weight of the world of my shoulders and they feel that it'd be wrong for them to add any more. You don't like that because they're wrong about it? Asked Ginny. Harry considered this for a moment. I guess I do have a lot of pressure already, conceded Harry hesitantly. He didn't like admitting stuff like that because it seemed like he was admitting weakness. He still didn't like to do that, but he trusted Ginny enough that he felt he could talk about this with her. Yes, I suppose you do, said Ginny, smiling at the extent of Harry's understatement. They walked for a few more steps in silence, looking around the grounds, which were fairly deserted today on account of the cold. Harry realized he had been unconsciously walking in the direction of Hagrid's hut. Reckon Hagrid would be in the mood to have some tea with us? Harry asked Ginny. I'd imagine so, said Ginny, looking at Harry appraising ly, trying to figure out whether he was finished being angry at Ron and Hermione yet. Harry seemed to catch the meaning of her penetrating look, and smiled slightly. I'm not angry or anything, he explained. I just need a little bit of time to gather my thoughts before seeing them again. Ginny decided it was best not to argue, and figured that it would be nice to see Hagrid anyway, as she hadn't seen much of their jovial half-giant friend lately anyway. When they arrived and knocked on Hagrid's door, Ginny was glad she had come, as Hagrid seemed happy to see them. Fang was quite excited too, which he made known by nearly knocking Harry over when he attempted to come into the door once Hagrid had opened it. Where are Hermione and Ron? Asked Hagrid once he had begun making the tea. You know, doing some homework or something, said Harry evasively, deciding not to mention that he had just had somewhat of a shouting match with his two best friends. The issue was basically resolved at this point, and he didn't need to concern Hagrid with an argument that was over anyway. Hagrid seemed to take a different meaning from Harry's evasive conversational tactics. Decided to give the two of them some time alone then, asked Hagrid, giving a knowing wink and a grin. Hagrid, of course, knew that Ron and Hermione were dating, and the concept seemed to amuse him quite as much as it had amused Harry when he first found out. Ginny grinned back. Yes, well, they can get to be something of a bore, always looking at each other with longing gazes, and holding each other's hands like they're afraid the other might wander off like an unsupervised 5-year-old. And I'm sure the two of you don't do anything of that sort? Asked Hagrid with a skeptical smile. Well, Harry tries, but I'm just a bit too macho for that kind of stuff, said Ginny, attempting but failing to suppress a giggle. I knew it, said Hagrid, in a scandalized tone. You're nothing but a couple of hopeless romantics. Kind of like you and Madame Maxime," asked Harry with a smile. Hagrid began to blush but was saved further embarrassment by the whistling of the tea kettle. "Tea's done, then," said Hagrid. The three of them continued in small talk for a good half-hour as they drank their tea. After tea, Harry and Ginny apologetically excused themselves, telling Hagrid that they had some work they needed to do. Hagrid, of course, probably assumed that they were referring to homework assignments that they needed to work on, but Harry had quite a different kind of work on his mind. "So Hermione and Ron have been talking to our good friend Rowena again, have they?" asked Harry once they were out of earshot of Hagrid's cabin. "Sounds like," replied Ginny, who knew that Harry meant the question rhetorically, as he understood that she personally had nothing to do with Ron and Hermione's plan. "Sounded like they thought they were getting close to. Course, I won't believe, till I see it, and even then I'll be suspicious, considering what the woman's put us through so far," said Harry. "Yes, a right pain of a dead woman, this one," agreed Ginny. "Ah well, if nothing else, an hour or so fighting with the diary will make that transfiguration essay I've got to write for Monday look like a treat," grumbled Harry. Ginny grinned. "Since when did you get to be such an optimist?" she asked. "I guess since I had the good fortune to be dating the prettiest girl at Hogwarts," said Harry, returning the smile. No, you went out with Cho during 5th year, and you were most definitely morbid then," teased Ginny. "First of all, I was never really dating her, and second of all, you know what I really meant," said Harry with mock irritation. "You mean that you're only dating me for my looks?" accused Ginny playfully. Harry rolled his eyes and said, "Women," at which they both laughed. About 10 minutes later, the couple made it up to the Gryffindor common room, where they met Ron and Hermione. Each of them looked at Harry expectantly. "Look, Harry, we're really," started Hermione. "Shish, look, I know. We'll talk about that later," said Harry quietly, glancing conspiratorially around the common room. It looked like nobody was paying much attention to them at the moment, but Harry didn't want to bank on that fact. "Where is it?" Hermione and Ron each looked a bit surprised by Harry's sudden interest in seeing the journal, but were nonetheless eager to help. "It's up in Hermione's trunk, enchanted to look like an ugly sweater so that no one will take it," explained Ron. "Clever," registered Harry, who hadn't even thought of putting security measures on the journal to keep it in his possession. "Well, we were nervous enough about how you'd react when you found out we took the journal. We didn't want to risk having to explain to you that we had lost the thing as well," said Hermione. "Right," agreed Harry, who knew that he would have been downright furious had his friends snuck behind his back and cost him what seemed to be his only lead on the Horcruxes at the moment. Of course, he hadn't been pumping it for information much lately, but now that the journal had been brought up, Harry suspected that it still might have some help to give, assuming that Rowena would cooperate. "Anyway," continued Harry, "could you get it then?" Now Hermione looked around the common room, which was, of course, plenty crowded considering that the weather was cold and it was a Saturday. "You want to work on it here?" she asked incredulously. "Of course not," replied Harry calmly. Then he lowered his voice. "I was thinking more along the lines of the room of requirement." Hermione nodded in understanding and quickly nipped up to her room to grab the journal. While she was gone, Ron shot a sidelong grin at Harry. "So, if this works, then we're still best mates, right?" "Of course, we're still best mates," said Harry, "just no more nicking stuff out of my trunk, all right." Ron looked like he was ready to say something, so Harry groaned and said, "And yes, I know it was Hermione's idea." Ron grinned, and said, "No, I was just going to say that I wouldn't have taken it without good reason." Then, seeing Hermione heading back down the stairs to the common room, he added in an undertone, "But yeah, it was Hermione's idea." "Good idea, about the room of requirement," said Ginny, once they were walking through an empty corridor and able to speak freely. "Maybe if we walk past thinking about how much we need to pump this bloody journal dry of information, the room will turn up equipped with a bunch of journal torturing supplies. If the thing doesn't talk this time, we force the information out of it," she joked. "Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that," said Harry. 10 minutes later, the 4 teens were in the room of requirement, which had apparently decided that all they required was a nearly empty room with a table atop which sat a quill and an inkwell, as well as 4 chairs and, for some reason, a chalkboard. They eyed the chalkboard with mild confusion for a moment before seating themselves around the table. Right, well, guess you might as well write in it, then, as it still doesn't fully trust us, said Hermione. As Harry was flipping through the pages to find the first blank one, he noticed that he didn't actually see Ron's handwriting at all, so it appeared that by S, Hermione meant her. It made sense, of course, that Ron would have let Hermione do the writing, as she generally did seem to have more in common with the Ravenclaw heir than either Ron or Harry. Eventually, Harry found a blank page and began to write. The people who were writing recently are my friends. They were writing to help me find the Horcruxes. Harry was about to read this out loud for the benefit of Hermione, Ron, and Ginny, but was surprised to find it wasn't necessary, as when he glanced up, he noticed that the blackboard also showed the words that Harry had written on the page. Hermione, Ginny, and Ron each also seemed surprised with this, but redirected their attention there anyway in order to wait for Rowena's response. Even though none of the teens knew how it was happening, the blackboard showed the words that Rowena wrote as they appeared in the journal. For a split second, Harry considered being apprehensive about the fact that he didn't know what kind of magic was behind it, but then remembered that he didn't know what kind of magic was behind the Room of Requirement in the first place, so he decided that there was really very little use quibbling. At any rate, Rowena responded in her usual manner, in which condescension seemed to be present in the very handwriting used. Her answer read, "Yes, well, I had assumed that even a Gryffindor wouldn't have been stupid enough to allow something as valuable as this journal to fall into the wrong hands, but one can never be too cautious about this type of thing. At any rate, the one who wrote to me, Hermione, seems rather intelligent, so I am glad that there is yet some hope that you will find the remaining Horcruxes." Hermione seemed to swell slightly with pride at being called intelligent by Rowena, but she quickly attempted to hide it. "There would be much surer of a chance if you would just tell me where you think they are." Harry scrawled back angrily, "Yes, well, you didn't really expect it would be that easy, did you?" The diary asked. "If you were really on our side, you'd give us the information you've got and let us use it how we see fit," responded Harry. "Not true. My plan is to give you hints, telling you the things I knew for certain to be true before I formulated my opinion of where the Horcruxes may be hidden. If you come to the same theory as I do, I shall confirm it, which nearly proves that we have both come to the correct assumption." "So you admit that you might not know the correct location of the Horcruxes?" asked Harry. "Yes, a healthy amount of humility is required for true wisdom. If I send you out to the wrong locations, you would be less likely to trust me, and you would risk getting injured in your quests," replied Rowena. Harry nearly snorted with laughter when Rowena referred to herself as humble, and even Hermione, who seemed to be Rowena's biggest fan out of the 4 of them, looked skeptical. However, after shaking his head a bit over Rowena's skewed definition of humility, he decided to choose his battles and focused instead on a bit of the response that seemed more relevant. "Why would we be injured? Are the locations where the Horcruxes dangerous?" Harry asked this not because he was afraid of encountering danger, but because he thought that by focusing on notoriously dangerous places, the 4 might be able to narrow down where the Horcruxes might be hidden. "I have already visited one of the places where I believe a Horcrux is hidden, and found the location protected by strong dark magic. I believe that Voldemort must have set up a security situation much like the one in the cave in which he hid the locket. At the time when I investigated the area, I had not fully recovered from the effects of the potion covering the locket, and did not feel ready to attempt another search. Unfortunately, I did not have a chance to go back there, and as my time was drawing short when I was preparing this journal, I fear I shall not have time to go back. However, the presence of the dark magic there helps to strengthen my belief that the Horcrux is there," said Rowena. "Well," wrote Harry, "what are the clues that you can give us?" "Well, first of all, pay attention to the fact that the location was fairly predictable. I did not have to use much information that I got from my time working with Voldemort to come up with the location. In fact, I think that if I were in your position, knowing what you already know, I would be able to come up with the location independently." Harry looked at the page, puzzled. "That's not a clue, that's her bragging," he said out loud, still not sure what to write back in response to the message. No, it is a clue, we've just got to think about it a bit, said Hermione, clearly excited that she apparently had the resources to solve this mystery at her fingertips. Oh, this should be great fun, then, said Ron sarcastically. I still don't know why she won't come out and tell us anything. Are there any other clues, then? Wrote Harry irritably, still generally disliking this journal. Not at the moment. You just tell me what it is that you think you know, and I'll tell you which areas to focus on, responded the journal. All right, said Hermione, rubbing her hands together. What do we know? That we should have burned this journal weeks ago? Asked Ginny. Ron and Harry each nodded their agreement fervently. However, then Harry spoke up. Well, we only know where he hid the locket. And that was a cave where he terrified some orphans. When Rowena mentioned it on the first page of the journal, she said it was the place where he, Harry flipped back to the first page of the journal for quick reference, first used his burgeoning powers against helpless children. So it sounds like, at least in that case, the place where the Horcrux was planted coincides with an important event in Voldemort's life. And also a place where Voldemort showed his power to terrify his audience, noted Ginny. I think you guys might be onto something. Write it down and see if that's what she's referring to, suggested Hermione. So, Harry wrote what they had come up with, and waited for Rowena's response. That's a good start, commended the journal. But it's not the only thing that you know that's applicable here. But that's all we know about the locations of the Horcrux, responded Harry, starting to get frustrated again, after what had seemed like a momentary breakthrough. Then broaden your thinking. What else do you know about the Horcruxes in general that might help you find where this one is hidden? Responded the journal. Oh, said Hermione, the founders. Most of the Horcruxes are related to one of the 4 founders. Slytherin's locket, Slytherin's ring, Hufflepuff's cup, and something from either Ravenclaw or Gryffindor. Maybe the location of the Horcrux has something to do with the founders as well. Maybe, said Harry skeptically. Nonetheless, he began to write. Voldemort was really interested in the 4 founders. Do you think that the location of the remaining Horcruxes could be related to the founders as well? Right again, responded Rowena. Perhaps not all Gryffindors are stupid after all. So which of the founders do you think the location of Hufflepuff's cup would have to do with? Hufflepuff, wrote Harry, seeing it as the only option that made sense. That's what I think too. So why haven't you determined what location I'm talking about yet? Asked Ravenclaw. What, from that? Asked Ron, sounding as frustrated as Harry felt. Can we burn the thing now? Asked Ginny. Meanwhile, Harry had shut the journal in disgust. Looks like that's all we're going to get out of her today, he said despondently. Hermione, however, was silent. What? Asked Ron, noticing the odd look on her face. I think I might know where she's talking about, said Hermione. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.